Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Eraserhead Raised Deku. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. I couldn't sleep at all last night. Who could blame me? Tomorrow was the UA entrance exams, the tests I had been training for. If I passed, I would be a hero with a purpose. If I pass, my stomach felt like it was tied in knots. Failing meant I was truly useless. So useless that I couldn't even pass one exam. No, I can't fail here. Not after everything I've done. I will prove my worth, and I will be useful. I hope. I decided to get up and prepare for the day. I needed to be in top condition for the exam, even if it was late. I could rest on the train ride to UA. I was already awake, so I should train. I could always work harder. I slipped on my bright red shoes and put on a navy all-might hoodie over my pajama shirt. There was no reason to get fully ready right now. My clothes would just get sweaty before I even made it to UA. I didn't have a spare set of running clothes, so my hoodie and a pair of worn-out shorts would have to do. I quietly opened my window and made my way down the fire escape, hoping not to wake any of the other kids. Even if they didn't like me or treated me poorly, it wouldn't be fair to wake them at this hour. Once I reached the bottom of the stairs, I started to jog a few blocks before making my way through downtown. I passed my school and the market, and by the time I reached the park, it was 1:25 a.m. It was still early, so I figured I had time to run to the beach and work out a bit. I planned to be back in my room by 4 a.m., giving me time to change and jog down to the train station, where I was sure I could find something to eat before heading on the train and studying for the written exam. Then I would rest. Hey kid, you good? You're muttering. I turned in shock, my mouth still wide open. I saw a man dressed in black with a scarf around his neck. Wait, that wasn't a normal scarf. Kid, what are you doing up at 1 a.m.? Shouldn't you be at home? He spoke again, his voice monotone and calm, almost lulling me to sleep. Well, I was just going for a run before I head out and I stumbled over my words, unable to control my tongue. It's too early. You should head back home and rest, even if you don't want to. You'll thank yourself later. He looked like he spoke from experience. I noticed the dark circles under his eyes. Such is the life of an underground hero, I suppose. I swallowed. All right, Eraserhead. I'll do that. He paused, looking a little pleased. Was he expecting to have to persuade me more? How do you know who I am, kid? He almost grinned. Almost. Normally, I have to explain that I'm a hero. I couldn't believe that some people might not know who he was. He was Eraserhead. The Eraserhead. Really? But your career is nothing to overlook. Even though you don't get the spotlight, underground heroes are the backbone of society, and I felt myself getting more embarrassed under his gaze. I guess it's just strange that someone might not know who you are. I swallowed again, feeling my face heat up. You sure are passionate about heroes, kid. Let me guess, you're going to be one? Probably up this early to train for the UA exams today, right? He still spoke softly as if this was his normal voice. He didn't seem upset by my hero obsession, or at least I couldn't tell. Why, sir? I couldn't sleep, so I figured I would make myself useful and get closer to my heroic dream. I gave a light laugh, but it felt stiff. I looked like an idiot. This was Eraserhead, and he saw right through me. Yeah, well, good luck. You might need it if you fall asleep during the exam. He chuckled. Unless that has to do with your quirk? He looked directly into my eyes. Oh no, I don't have a quirk. I gave another stiff laugh. Idiot. I'm going to scare him off. I bet he'll tell the school not to let me test. It's all over. Oh. Not too many quirkless people try the exam. I hope you do well, kid. Eraserhead gave me another look, as if he was trying to see right through me. Great, now he pities me. How about I help you home? If you plan on making it past the written exam, you'll need to rest. He kept looking at me and it was starting to feel a bit intense. Oh no, I couldn't possibly take you away from your patrol. I've already caused you trouble. Besides, I'll be just fine. I don't want to be a burden. I croaked. I just couldn't ask him to do that. I could tell my lack of a quirk was making him feel sorry for me. I didn't need that right now. Kid, you're not a burden. Plus, there's a villain lurking in these parts trying to kidnap young hostages. I would fail my duties as a hero if I didn't walk you home. He still spoke softly, and it was comforting. All right, sir. I sighed and started to walk with him down the dark street. I didn't doubt there was a villain, but I doubted it would still be in this area if they saw Eraserhead. I wasn't going to take him to the orphanage, though. He would just end up feeling sorry for me more. So I would still walk to the beach, but I would pretend I still lived in my old house. To my knowledge, nobody lived there, so I should be able to slip in for a moment and wait for him to leave before heading back to the beach and finishing my workout. I needed to be careful. Kid, you're muttering again. Are you sure you're all right? He asked. Oh yeah, I'm fine. I am sorry, Eraserhead. I didn't mean to creep you out. I'm not creeped out, kid. It's fine. I'm just making sure you're all right. His words were calming and strange. Most people got weirded out by my muttering and mumbling. I guess being the stealth hero, he might be used to these quiet sounds. Wait, crap, he might have heard me. Anyways, since you seem to know about me, why don't you tell me a bit about you? Maybe just a name? That's right, he's been calling me Kid this whole time. How rude of me not to introduce myself properly. Oh, right. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I'm 15 and I live in Mizudafu. I tried not to cringe at my response. I sounded like a robot just reciting facts about myself. Mizudafu? That's pretty far from here, Midoriya. He questioned my quick response. Why it is? If it's too far from your patrol route, I'm sure I can make it back home just fine myself. I rubbed the back of my neck, worried he might doubt my residence in Mizudafu. No, it's all right. He maintained a steady pace as we walked. Did you run all the way here? You must have been up early. Oh yeah, I guess I was a little excited and nervous for the UA entrance exam. It was hard for me to sleep. I've been up for a while. I see. We walked in silence for a while. It took about 45 minutes from the park to reach my old house. We parted ways when I got to the door. I took the key from under the mat and entered the apartment. Just as I suspected, no one lived here. This part of town was shady, so it made sense. I waited until Eraserhead vanished from my view, then I headed to the beach to work out until 3 a.m. when I decided to return to the orphanage to change and prepare for UA. My stomach was still in knots, and I wasn't sure if meeting Eraserhead had helped. But no matter how I felt, I had to try my best and work hard to get into UA. I would be useful. I swore I would. Chapter end. Trigger warning, bullying. Read safely. Hitoshi Shinso POV. Another sleepless night. It's normal for me to struggle to rest, but still, I had a rough night. I'm not one to get excited, but the UA entrance exam is today, and I have everything ready. My dad helped me practice my quirk a bit, and my mom kept me updated on hero laws that might be on the written exam. That's a lot for them. My mom is a special victim quirk lawyer. She handles cases where people misuse their quirks for abuse or manipulation. My dad works full-time at a shelter for the elderly and quirkless, where they can feel safe from harm. Normally, neither of them has time for me, so I'm grateful they could help me before the exam. I don't have time to dwell on that now, though. I step off the platform and onto the train. Everything is behind me. I'm heading to UA High School. I don't have to worry about having a villainous quirk or scary features. I just need to look ahead. Hey, look, guys, it's Shinso. The voice was cold and unforgiving. I hated that I recognized it. Gee, are you here to brainwash the train conductor and hold us all hostage? Hee hee. That laugh grated on my nerves. Look what he's got in his arms, guys. His voice echoed in my head. They glanced at my hands, which held a folder and a few books along with a slip to get into the UA gates. Great. Oh, Hitoshi, don't tell me you think a villain like you will get into UA? Dude, they would arrest someone like you on sight. He cackled, and my body shook with each word. I held my books tighter and walked toward the back of the train car, as far from them as I could get. They just stared at me before one of those idiots burst into laughter. I took out my phone and plugged in my earbuds. Idiots, what they say doesn't matter. I'm better than a stereotype. I'm not a villain. The train stopped at one of the stations along the way to UA, and a few people got on and off. A boy with curly green hair sat down in the seats in front of me at the very back of the train car. He looked tired and worried, resting his head against the wall of the car with his eyes shut. I didn't mean to stare, but I noticed he had a UA entrance slip too. I could see the top of it and the first bits of information. His name was covered by his sleeping hand, but the rest was clear. Age, 15. Parent guardian, and it. Quirk, quirkless. Quirkless? How does this kid plan on getting into the hero course? And the parental area is NA? What's up with this kid? Is he hoping to have his dream crushed? Delusional, maybe. I shook my head. I shouldn't think about that stuff, it's rude. Maybe he's just trying for the hero course for fun and really wants to be in the support or business course. I tried to stop thinking about him, but curiosity got the best of me, and I glanced back toward him and his paper. Permission slip for support item usage. Granted use of 2 5-inch knives, a Swiss Army knife, and hand grip bindings. What the hell is up with this guy? Knives? He sounds more like a villain than me. I looked away, disgusted by my thoughts. I'm just as bad as those 3 jerks. Why am I like this? The train finally reached the station I was meant to get off, but the green-haired kid was still asleep. I knew he was supposed to get off here and head to UA, but he was resting peacefully. I needed to wake him up quickly. Hey, kid, you're heading to UA, right? This is the station. I nudged him. HM? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I totally passed out. I didn't mean to burden you with waking me up, really, I'm sorry. He spoke quickly, almost nervously. We both stepped off the train. How did you know I was going to UA? He looked at me, nervous as if he was in trouble. The papers in your hand, that's the same form I had to fill out. I smirked at him. Okay, that makes sense. Sorry for troubling you. It's fine. I noticed his arms. Somehow, I had missed them while snooping on the train. He was incredibly fit. It was surprising that such a timid quirkless kid could be so strong. Hey, there's our villain. And look, he's with Deku? Of course. It was those bullies again, yelling across the whole station. Who the heck is Deku? I turned to the green-haired kid, who looked a bit panicked. He swallowed hard, looking as if any conversation would cause him to break down. Shinso, you didn't tell us you knew Deku. The 2 boys behind her laughed, pointing at the green-haired kid. Is his name Deku? Who names their kid Deku? That's probably just what those JRKS are calling him. They really need to grow up. Oh hey guys, it's been a while. I haven't seen you guys since elementary school, have I? He shook nervously, looking ready to flee. Come on, Dad. Are you trying for UA too? What did you want to make the other kid waste their time saving you? One of the boys stepped closer and pushed Deku to the ground. Stop. He whispered, barely audible. Speak up, you creep. Or are you so useless you can't even talk? In a swift motion, he spun his legs beneath the boy, causing him to hit the floor. Deku quickly stood up and grabbed his books. Sorry. Then he walked away. I followed him at a distance, not wanting to be associated with the situation, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I should talk to him again. It felt wrong not to. Still, I was glad to see him stand up for himself against that J. I hoped we would both make it into UA. Maybe then it would be easier for us to talk. Mei Hatsume POV. I woke up later than usual, making my way to the kitchen around 6:30 a.m. I'm not one to sleep in, but those extra 30 minutes felt nice. I considered waking up at 6:30 instead of 6 o'clock, but I didn't want to lose any more time when I could be working on my precious inventions. I opened the fridge and grabbed a nearly empty carton of milk and a box of cereal. I also took 2 small oranges to complete my breakfast. I'll need to get more milk before the weekend. Lost in my thoughts, I hardly noticed the note on the dining table. It read, "No need to overwork yourself, dear. I'll be home around supper time. Take care, and I'm heading to the store after work, so don't trouble yourself. Love, Papa." Dad always knows what I'm thinking. But he shouldn't worry about me overworking today. I'm heading to UA to check out the technology. Today is the hero entrance exams, And while I'm already accepted into the support course, I plan to look at all the fancy tech. If my sources are correct, UA will have massive combat-based robots. I might get stuck in a tree peering over the UA gate, but it'll be worth it to catch a glimpse of those giant machines. I finished eating and put on a denim jacket over my tank top. I made my way to the door with my newest invention in hand. Hopefully, its camera and my quirk will help me figure out how UA creates its fantastic technology. Eraserhead POV. Hisashi, moving the coffee pot doesn't help my addiction, I said mockingly. It just upsets me. I shot him a glare, but he only returned a smug look. Shoo, come on. A third cup at 6 a.m. is unnecessary. Maybe just have a real breakfast. No, it doesn't matter. We should start heading to you. God knows what Nezu has planned for us. Alright, but I'm bringing you a snack. Maybe one of those protein pouches you love. I scoffed. Right, let's go. Yamada giggled his way to the kitchen to pull something from the fridge. I would be able to tell what he had if he hadn't hidden my coffee pot. Nevertheless, I grabbed my capture scarf and bag of notes. I really can't think of anything better to do than raise some aspiring heroes, can I? The two of us got in the car, and Yamada drove us to UA. It wasn't a long trip, but just long enough for worry to set in. Last year, a student nearly faced disaster trying to fight off the crazy bots Nezu put them against. I hoped whatever he had planned wasn't nearly as reckless, or I might start demanding a raise. Nezu POV. I readied myself in my chair as I waited for the other staff to enter the meeting room. I was about to brief them on the wonderful exam I had prepared. Power Loader was already on my plan, prepping the robots in the battleground. All Might and 13 entered the meeting room, likely finishing a discussion about young Mirio. The boy had immense potential, all his teachers could see it. However, my attention shifted to my phone, buzzing about a potential threat and a break-in at the north side of the gate. I excused myself from the other teachers and made my way down the hall to my office. Checking the cameras, I was greeted by a familiar child climbing a tree. Mei Hatsume, correct? Is there a reason you wish to climb over the wall? I asked her, noticing a pen and notebook in one hand and a small robotic ball in the other. It appeared to be some type of drone and camera. Oh, Principal Nezu, I was trying to get a look at your amazing robots. There are going to be massive fighting machines, right? She looked at me with a fixed gaze, almost as if she didn't expect to get in trouble. Ho ho, what a delightful surprise I have for you then. Why don't you join me inside, where you can view the whole battle from the best possible angles? She was a very smart girl. I didn't want her record to show breaking into UA. Really? Oh wow, of course. Just give me a second to climb down. She laughed as she attempted to detach herself from a branch. The two of us walked into UA through the proper gates and headed up to the viewing room. I asked her to wait while I finished up the morning meeting. She seemed very pleased with every little electronic item in the room. I returned to my starting place, the meeting room, and climb into my chair. Everyone is here now, so I won't keep them waiting. Eraserhead's POV. This isn't going to end well. Nezu starts briefing us on what's going to happen and who is on the judging panel, watching for injured kids and presenting the exams. Of course, Mike is presenting. It makes the most sense. He might be the only one who wouldn't startle the kids. What I'm worried about, though, is the fact that I'm on the team responsible for looking out for possible injuries among the kids that could be dangerous. The fact that he has me looking for injured people to take to Recovery Girl means he is expecting a few kids to get hurt. I'm not all disappointed though. I might be able to spot some up-and-coming kids. If they are anything like me, then fighting bots is harder than fighting people. I want to scout out who has potential and who's too cocky with their quirk. I'm given a communication piece with Recovery Girl on it. I put it in my ear and ready a first aid kit in the back of my costume. I hope these kids are ready. This is going to be quite the fight. Hundreds of students start to work their way through the UA gates. Some notable faces include Tenya Ida, the youngest child in the heroic Ida family, Katsuki Bakugo, a fierce boy who excelled in most of his classes, and Izuku Midoriya, a quirkless boy who had already figured out every factor in deciding who gets in and who's left behind. Izuku spent some extra time before getting on the train studying what to expect. He worked hard for the written exam, and through some leaks on an online forum, he was able to find out exactly what they would be doing for the physical exam, fighting robots. The more bots you take down, the more points you get, but with this being UA, there is always another factor. He looked deeper and pieced together that they would most likely be looking at property damage, teamwork, and rescues, all of which he was prepared for. But now, with everyone in their seats around the auditorium, even with his insight on the physical exam, Midoriya found himself worrying if he had practiced enough. Have I worked hard enough to be here? Everyone else has amazing quirks, and all I did was ask to bring some knives. I'll end up getting in the way if I'm not careful. If I get in or not, I have to make sure I'm not a burden. Not now. All right, listeners. The written exams have been collected, so now it is time to get to the good stuff. That's right, it's time for the physical. Now let me lay it down for ya. Present Mike kept explaining the physical and answering questions until it came to the big 0-pointer. It didn't make sense to Midoriya. What's the point of having something so massive if it's useless? There has to be more to it. If wanted obstacles, they would have built some. Even if it's worth 0 points, there is definitely more to it. It must have to do with rescuing or property damage. Go on, listeners, get outside and ready yourself for battle. Present Mick's voice boomed in the auditorium as the students started to make their exit. Midoriya readies his knives and puts bandages over his hands, hoping to help keep his grip tight without causing harm. He spots Bakugo across the area, stretching his arms. He also sees the kid from the train, Shinso, who looks to be panicking. I should talk to him, maybe apologize for earlier. I might have freaked him out, Midoriya thinks to himself, but quickly shakes the idea, worried he might distract him from the exam. He doesn't want to be a burden and keep Shinso from focusing. That would be inconsiderate. The gates open, and the soon-to-be students run into the fake city, taking down robots left and right. Bakugo can be seen even from far away, using his quirk to blast some of the bigger robots. Tenya Ida speeds around, using his legs to kick robots against buildings. Achiko Uraraka, a girl with pink cheeks and brown hair, uses her quirk to float robots into the sky and drop them all at once. Midoriya sprints towards a 3-pointer, wedging his knife in its neck and swiftly moving on to another. He slices and punches the mechanical creatures, leaving their bodies on the floor. 39, that's how many I've taken down now. I should have paid more attention to the points, but for now, this is all I know. Only a few minutes left now, only about 5, right? I need to do more. I have to fight more. Midoriya charges at another 3 robots, disassembling them quickly. He grips his knives tighter, and to his displeasure, the bandages didn't do the best job of protecting him. His palms are rubbed raw and on the verge of injury. No. I can't stop now. Not now. I can work harder. I will keep fighting. His thoughts are interrupted by an explosion not far off. From the rubble and smoke emerges a massive robot, the 0-pointer, and it's bigger than expected. A few kids yell and run from the terror that looms behind them. One girl gives a quiet yelp. Uraraka is trapped under the scraps of a 3-pointer and the debris from the explosion. Midoriya's instincts kick in, and before he knows it, he is at the foot of the 0-pointer, helping the trapped girl. He's hardly sure how he got here, but he knows he can't leave her. She would get crushed if they weren't careful. Hey, are you okay? He asks, trying to stay calm. Why, yeah, thanks, but I think I twisted my ankle, she replies softly but directly. Midoriya looks at the robot that is approaching them. He gives a small huff and carries the girl off to the side, hoping to get her out of harm's way. He can't let her walk as it is. Her ankle looks injured. Midoriya pulls the knives from his side and runs towards the 0-pointer. Hey! Be careful, you'll get crushed. Uraraka becomes lightheaded, struggling to stay conscious. She definitely overused her quirk. Midoriya quickly scaled the robot, using his knives to grip the 0-pointer's body as he climbed. It took a while, but he finally reached the robot's neck and began to cut through the exposed wires. I can't leave this thing. If I do, it will keep destroying buildings and hurting more people. I have to stop it. The knives began to draw some of Midoriya's blood, his palms red and worn, the blood trickling down the robot's neck. Just when hope seemed lost, the mechanical titan halted and began to break down. A small explosion erupted from its arm, followed by a much larger explosion on its face. The robot fell backward, sending Midoriya flying. His hands and back were injured. Eraserhead's POV. This is bad. I watched the kid climb the robot. I intended to catch him if he fell, but he didn't, and now this thing was going to crush him. I used my capture weapon and swung down the side of the building I was on. I grabbed his arms and pulled him away from the robot as best as I could. I landed on another rooftop and looked at him. It was the same kid from this morning. Those green curls were unforgettable. Midoriya? Can you hear me? I tried to stay calm, but it was clear that the blood loss was affecting him badly. Eraserhead? He spoke softly before coughing slightly. I tried to adjust him, but the back of his shirt was soaked. You're going to be all right, kid. Recovery girl will be here soon, and we'll take you to the infirmary to heal up, okay? I tried not to show my panic. Midoriya was covered in blood, looking at me with those soft emerald eyes. I'm sorry, he whispered. Sorry? Sorry for putting his life at risk? What is this kid apologizing for? Between his recklessness and how he acted this morning, I think I'd like to meet his parents. This kid isn't all right. Something's off. I was snapped out of my thoughts by the sight of Recovery Girl. I took Midoriya and held him gently as I made my way down the rooftop to her side. She directed me to a stretcher held by two robots. I set him on it, and he was carried off, not before receiving a gentle healing kiss from Recovery Girl. I decided I should go see Mike now that the test was over. He collected the slips with the students' information, so I could look for Izuku Midoriya's and figure out what was going on. Why would he risk himself like that? Why is he always apologizing and acting like he is some sort of burden? I would get to the bottom of this. Dadzawa sat in a chair next to the sleeping Izuku Midoriya, flipping through a folder of notes about the boy. It contained a decent amount of personal information regarding Midoriya, including details he had lied about during their first encounter. I thought you said this kid lived in Mizudafu? Mike looked concerned at his partner, who bit his lip in frustration. That's what he told me. He shot a small glare at the voice hero. What are you two doing? Don't tell me you already have a soft spot for the kid? I thought you were the heartless hero, Aizawa. Recovery Girl entered the room with some medications that she tucked into a drawer at her desk. Such a frail old woman, you'd think she'd be sweet. Hey, please. I watched this kid's back get injured badly. I'm not leaving until I know he's safe. Aizawa looked bitter, but the others knew he wanted to take care of this kid. Besides, I met him early this morning, and he never mentioned anything about an orphanage. In fact, he said the opposite. Once I'm sure he's okay, I have a few questions. Just don't rush him too much. Recovery Girl started to write on a clipboard, and Mike was getting ready to leave when the resting boy began to stir. Ugh. He used one hand to rub his wrist. What happened? Where am I? Midoriya stuttered, clearly shocked by the situation. Midoriya, you're awake. You're at UA in my office. I'm Recovery Girl, and I've been tending to your injuries from the entrance exams. Recovery Girl responded much more kindly than she had when speaking to Mike and Eraserhead. Am I injuries? He looked down at his bandaged arms and felt the bandages around his back. When you went to take down the 0-point robot, you sustained quite a bit of damage. You need to be more careful with yourself, young man. Even while scolding him, she seemed so gentle. I'm sorry, he muttered. Hey, there's nothing to apologize for, kid. You did well, but you should be less reckless, Aizawa chimed in. If you don't mind me asking, Recovery Girl began, have you injured your back before? It looked like it had been burned. The boy started to look panicked and tensed up a bit, clearly struggling to hold back tears. When I was younger, my father burned me when he found out I was quirkless. He was practically whispering. The room fell silent. I see. In that case, when you leave, I would recommend removing the bandages after a bath, or it might get irritated. Recovery Girl broke the silence and reached for her clipboard again. Of course, that won't be until tomorrow. Tomorrow? Midoriya questioned. Yes, your injuries aren't well enough for me to let you out until tomorrow. You need to rest to heal, and I can't keep an eye on you if you aren't here. Your caretaker has already been notified, so there is nothing to worry about. Recovery Girl looked up from her clipboard at the boy, who was nearly ready to break down. Oh. He brought his knees up to his chest and took a deep breath. He glanced over at Aizawa before turning back to his feet. Eraserhead knows I lied to him. He's going to make sure I don't get away with it. Why couldn't I tell him the truth? Right then, listener. I'm going to head out to look at some battle footage. Get well soon, okay? Present Mike walked out of the room, leaving Eraserhead, Recovery Girl, and Midoriya. Midoriya certainly didn't mean to, but he started to drift off to sleep again. After a few moments of silence, Aizawa left the room. Now, only Recovery Girl remained with the resting boy. Present Mix POV. It sure seems like Eraserhead has a soft spot for the kid. But I can't shake the feeling that something's off. I'll ask Eraser about it. I made my way down the hall into a quiet room. I was greeted by Nezu, All Might, Snipe, Power Loader, and a teenage girl. Hey, who's the kid? I asked. This is Mei Hatsume. She's entering the support course and was curious about the robots we built for the exam. So I allowed her to join us. Nezu responded quickly. He seemed to like her, which could be a challenge for her. I hope she ends up all right. Oh, I dig it. Hey there, I'm Present Mike. Just checking in on the Future Hero course kids, looking for some real stars, you hear? Oh, then check out this quirkless kid. His form is neat, and he worked quickly on every bot he took out. What was his name again? He's Izuku Midoriya, and unless I'm wrong, he caught a lot of eyes out there, Snipe chimed in. It was unusual for him to notice students, so this kid must be something special. Yeah. I just came from Recovery Girl's office. He looks pretty banged up. I thought back to the boy in the hospital bed. He looked so fragile and scared. But everyone describes him like some sort of tough hero. Maybe he really transforms on the battlefield. There was a small knock on the door. All Might turned his head and nearly lost his buff form from the unexpected sound. I turned and, being the closest to the door, opened it. I was greeted by a familiar pink-cheeked face. Hi sir. She swallowed and sighed before addressing me again. There was a boy who saved me during the exam, with curly green hair and a face full of freckles. He probably didn't get many points. I totally wasted his time, but is there any way I could give him some of my points? She rubbed the back of her neck. No need, I can assure you he got in just fine. I chuckled back at her. If every teacher here thinks he has potential, there's no way they would let that kid go. Oh really? That's a relief. She smiled. Now go rest up. After an exciting battle like that, you must be tired. Right? Thank you, sir. She waved as she walked back down the hall. Izuku's POV. And no, please don't, Papa. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hayashi. Stop, he's just a boy. He can't help that he's quirkless. These voices. Shut it. No son of mine will be quirkless. Even if I have to beat it into him, I won't have a worthless son. They keep echoing. And no, Papa, please. Don't you raise your voice at me. Stop. I don't want to see this. There is a flash of dark red flames, and Child Me shakes, screaming and begging him to stop. Stop, I don't want to see this. Stop, stop, stop. I woke up in an unfamiliar room. It's clean, and the walls are white. Oh, I remember. I'm healing up at UA in the nurse's office. My heart is still racing. I glance out the window. It's dark now, probably nighttime. I turn and look down at my arms. They're still covered in bandages. Why was I so useless back there? I took down the boy but didn't even think about it crushing anyone. I have to work harder. My thoughts are interrupted when I hear some people running down the hallway outside the door. It sounds like there are two of them, but I'm not sure. I still feel a little sick from that nightmare. Midoriya, are you all right? Eraserhead lowered his voice when he saw me flinch. Why yeah, I'm okay. Is something wrong? I started to worry. I got an alert that your heart started to beat unusually fast. Are you okay? Recovery Girl looked at me with concern. Oh, I'm okay, I just had a nightmare. I turned toward the two of them. I'm sorry. Oh, it's okay, dear, we're just glad you're safe. Yeah kid, you had us worried there for a moment. Eraserhead tried to console me, but it really just made me feel worse. Eraserhead is an underground hero, so he doesn't rest often. I woke him up during what could have been his only moments of rest. I feel sick. Are you feeling alright now? Recovery girl looked at me. Oh yeah, I'm fine. Izuku's POV. I must have fallen back asleep because when I woke up it was bright outside. I'm glad I didn't have another nightmare, for recovery girl's sake. I can hear lots of people out in the hall, so it's probably late in the morning. Ah, glad to see you awake. Recovery girl shuffled into the room, clipboard in hand. You slept for quite a while, but it looked like you needed it, so I didn't wake you. Oh, sorry, I don't normally sleep in. I was practically whispering, but if I didn't apologize, she might get upset with me. Oh, nothing to apologize for, dear. You slept for 2 days straight. She giggled. 2 days? But I was meant to leave. That means you kept taking care of me even though I didn't need it. I started to hyperventilate a bit. I stayed here and made her work. Just before the school year starts. She should have been home, but she was here watching me sleep. I'm such an idiot. Midoriya, there is nothing for you to worry about. It's okay. I was going to be at the school anyway, not to mention you seemed greatly sleep-deprived. You needed a good rest. I was very happy to give it to you. She came towards me and laid a hand on my leg. I think someone would like to see you though, if you're up for it. She looked at me and our gazes met. Yeah, okay, and thank you for taking care of me. I tried to speak slowly to regain my breath and figure out who would want to see me. Alright then dear, you're very welcome. And try to take it easy, for me? She started to walk to the door. Right. She opened the door with a smile and took her leave. Eraserhead walks into the room with an envelope in his hand. What's he doing with an envelope? Hey kid, glad to see you finally got some rest. He looks at me as if he's waiting for my response. Oh yeah, I did get some rest. I tried to laugh, but it came out broken, more like a whimper. My back was still in a decent amount of pain. The room was filled with an awkward silence that desperately needed to be broken. Luckily, Present Mike entered the room, his usual loud self. Hey little listener. Hey show. His voice filled the quiet room. Anyway Midoriya, this is for you. Eraserhead hands me the envelope. It's not hard taking the scores from the students. The real trick is getting them mailed out at the same time. Since you're here, I might as well give it to you. Eraserhead sounds as monotone as ever. This is my letter from UA. I look at the envelope before sliding my finger under the fold. It tears open slowly, and out comes a disc. The disc displays a hologram of All Might. Hello young Midoriya. I am here in holographic form to tell you about you. I bet you got very excited waiting to hear this, and I'm sure you'll be glad to know you scored fantastically in the written and physical exam. A score high enough to be accepted into the hero course. I made it. I'm going to be a hero. I have a purpose. However, you need to have a legal guardian in order to become a student. My heart drops. Why didn't I think of that before? Of course they couldn't let me in. I don't have parents. No school for heroes in their right mind would just take in an orphan. What was I thinking? And for that, young Midoriya, I ask you to please listen to UA's very own heroics teacher, Dadzawa. All Might's voice echoes in my head, but I can hardly focus on him. I feel sick to my stomach, like I could throw up at any moment. Eraserhead and Present Mike look at me, concerned, but it doesn't matter. I feel like I've wasted everyone's time. I should have given up. A holographic Eraserhead takes All Might's place. You performed better than 90% of the kids who took the exams. It's a shame to think we could lose such a promising hero before he even gets a chance to work his hardest, especially over something like parental issues. So, if you'll let us, myself and Present Mike would be interested in adopting you. This way, you can train as a hero and achieve what you've clearly been working so hard for. Consider it, kid. And with that, the hologram cuts out. I'm crying a bit and turn to Eraserhead, then to Present Mike, who is grinning from ear to ear. Why would they want me? I've just been a burden this whole time. So, what do you think? Mike asks, looking optimistic. B, but I couldn't do that to you both. I've caused so much trouble and I'm choking on every word, and tears start pouring out of my eyes. Midoriya, you haven't caused us any trouble. It would make us very happy to adopt you. You aren't a burden, okay? Eraserhead looks at me with a surprisingly soft gaze. Yeah, kid. We care about you and would love to bring you into our little family. Mike moves closer, putting a hand on Eraserhead's shoulder. I couldn't think of anything to say. This is the first time in what feels like years that someone wanted me. I start to cry harder, my eyes flooding with tears. I'm leaning against Eraserhead's shoulder, clinging to him. Present Mike kneels beside the bed, rubbing my back gently. What did I do to deserve this? Why do I deserve them? We stay like that for an hour, Yamada making small circles on my back and Aizawa whispering into my ear every so often, telling me that everything is all right or offering other affirmations. They said I could call them by their names. Well, Yamada said I could call him by his name instead of his family name, but that didn't feel right, not yet. I was able to calm down, shedding only a few remaining tears. I'm just so happy. But I'm also worried, excited, and terrified. I feel so many things, but I think Yamada and Aizawa are serious about adopting me. I'm going to let them adopt me. They want to, and I shouldn't stop them from doing what they want. They have already done so much for me. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Those were the only words I could mutter. They both look at me, Aizawa calm and reassuring, Yamada giddy. Right then, listener. Yamada tries to talk quietly to me. There's just a few papers we need you to sign to consent to us adopting you. If that's what you want. Alright, I think I'd like that. To be adopted by you too. Yamada looks happier than I think I've ever seen him. Not that I've seen him much before today, outside of interviews and battles and such. Okay, do you want to head down to my office and sign those? I can bring them here if you'd rather stay put. Aizawa starts to ramble. And no, I can walk to your office. If that's okay with you. I look up at Aizawa. Figured. Let's go. The three of us make our way out of the nurse's office, which I'm glad for. It was very cold. Of course, I regret leaving the room when we reached the stairs. We have to go down one flight to get to his office, which isn't far and wouldn't be a problem if my back didn't feel like it was broken into thousands of pieces. I try not to make it noticeable to Yamada and Aizawa. I don't want to ruin this for them. They both look really happy. We make it to Aizawa's office, and it's very neat. Blinds cover the window with drawn-back curtains. There's a desk in the middle of the room, all tidy with a laptop on top. 2 chairs face the desk from one side, and a single chair faces the opposite direction. There's a couch against the left wall and a sleeping bag underneath it. He must have long nights working as a teacher here. Between underground hero work and a full-time teaching job, he must not sleep well. I guess the dark circles under his eyes tell that story. Here, the papers are just in this bag. He says, reaching into a duffel bag that must have been behind the desk. Yamada and I sit in the seats closest to the desk while Aizawa settles into the other chair. He hands me a pen and 2 papers that require my signature. These won't be the only papers we need to sign, but this is most of them. We'll stop by your orphanage to pick up your things and finish signing the documents, Aizawa says, a small grin on his face. I glance down at the papers. There's hardly anything to read, just 2 short paragraphs per page explaining that I'm old enough to consent to being adopted. I skim the text and find the signature line at the bottom. I click the pen and write my name, Izuku Midoriya. I sign the same name on the next page after a quick look at the text. Just like that, I've probably signed the most important documents I need. Soon, I'll be part of a family and attending one of the top hero schools in the country. I start to feel sentimental, and tears well up in my eyes. Yamada puts his hand on my back and pulls me in for a comforting hug. Thank you, I manage to say, trying to hold back the tears so we don't spend another hour calming down. Thank you, listener. We're just glad to be a part of your life. Yamada beams at me. Aizawa sends a small smile our way and gently places the signed papers into a duffel bag. We sit quietly for a moment until someone opens the door. I turn to see Recovery Girl and Principal Nezu enter the room, both wearing party hats and holding party poppers. The sudden noise startles me, but what really surprises me is Nezu's presence. He's here, in the same room as me, celebrating my adoption. Wow, that's really Principal Nezu. He's here. Okay, don't freak out, Izuku. Just breathe. Aizawa's POV. Well, that's unexpected. Recovery Girl and Nezu burst into my office, party hats on their heads and poppers in hand. They pull the strings on the poppers, startling the kid half to death. He tries to play it cool, but I can see the panic in his eyes. Congratulations. What a happy little family. I'm sure there will be more papers to sign, but while you're here, we figured we should celebrate a bit. Not only your adoption but also the acceptance of our first quirkless student into the UA Hero course. You've worked harder than most, and I would love to personally congratulate you, Izuku Midoriya. Nezu says, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Yes, and I'm here to sign you out of my care. Let me just check your back to ensure it's healing properly, Recovery Girl adds, smiling as she approaches us. Midoriya lifts his shirt, revealing a bandaged back. She carefully unwraps the bandage, revealing a scar that looks worse than I expected. It's red and irritated, the skin around it appears sensitive, and I worry it could reopen at any moment. If I ever find this kid's birth father, I might lose my hero license. It still looks irritated but better than before, Recovery Girl says, lowering his shirt. Take it easy, alright? That goes for you too as well. If I find out you're pushing him too hard, there will certainly be consequences. And Midoriya, it might be wise to let Mike know if he hugs you too tightly. He tends to be stronger than he realizes. She hands him a lollipop with a light laugh. Thank you, he whispers, sounding a bit overwhelmed. It seems the party poppers weren't the only thing that startled him. Nezu's presence is also quite intimidating. Alright, we need to head to Midoriya's orphanage to pick up his belongings and finish signing papers. Thanks for the visit, I say, trying to hint to Nezu that he might be making the boy uncomfortable. You can call me Izuku if you want. You don't have to if it makes you uncomfortable. I totally understand, he stammers, his words tumbling out quickly. Okay, Izuku, I reply, piecing together his permission to call him by his first name instead of his family name. And Izuku, if you want, you're welcome to call us Dad, Papa, or just our names, whatever you prefer. Okay, listener? Hisashi chimes in, his excitement evident. Right, he replies, giving us a shaky smile and a thumbs up. After Hisashi and I gather our things, the three of us walk out to Hisashi's car. Izuku directs us on the best route to the orphanage, and we set off. A lot is about to change, and for once, I'm ready to embrace it with open arms. Hisashi parks the car outside the orphanage, and we all get out. As we approach the building, I notice something has shifted in Izuku. He walks a bit slower and slouches his back, appearing nervous. If this orphanage has shown him any cruelty, I might have to take action. I just hope it doesn't stress him out. I'm genuinely concerned about doing right by Izuku. He deserves so much more than what he's been given. Perhaps some of this anxiety stems from my own upbringing. My parents weren't bad. They were both busy with their company, leaving little time for me. But my parents aren't my focus right now. This is about Izuku, his journey home, and achieving his heroic dreams. Great job with the directions, little listener. Before we came, I called the head of the orphanage, and he said to meet him in his office downstairs in the back while you gather your things and say your goodbyes. Mike announces, his voice loud enough to startle Izuku. He must be sound sensitive. Okay, he replies, forcing a stiff smile as he tries to muster some energy for Hisashi. That's pretty cute. I'll tell Hisashi to tone it down a bit for Izuku once we get home. Right then, we'll meet you in the main room, okay? I say as I walk into the waiting area. It has 2 windows, 3 lamps, and overhead lighting. That feels a bit too bright, giving me a headache. We go our separate ways, with Izuku heading upstairs and Hisashi and I going down the hall. We head straight for the office and are greeted by a man in a dark blue suit sitting behind a desk with a folder and a stack of papers in front of him. The room is small but decent for an office. Hisashi and I take our seats in front of the man, who seems unusually cheerful. You two must be the Azayamadas, correct? The man speaks in a deep voice, and his smile reveals sharp teeth, likely a part of his quirk. Yes, that's us. Hisashi greets him with a bright smile. Great. I'm Takahashi, head of the orphanage. Now, if I heard you correctly over the phone, you're interested in Izuku Midoriya, yes? Yes, we are. We printed off the necessary forms and had them all signed. I pull a manila folder from my duffel bag. Here, this should be all of them. The man quickly flips through the papers before handing us a pen to fill out additional forms on his desk. Takahashi watches our every move, as if worried we might pull something on him. Once we finish, he makes copies of each paper we signed, handing us the originals and tossing his new ones on the desk before walking with us to the main room. Izuku isn't there yet. Hey, Zashi, I'm going to check on Izuku, okay? His back is still injured, so he might need help carrying his stuff down. I look at Hisashi, who has already made himself comfortable on the couch. Right, Sho? Call me if you need help. I can pull the car around to the front for you guys. Thanks, that'd be nice. I make my way up the stairs, only to realize I don't know where Izuku's room is. I ask one of the kids playing in the hall where I can find it. You mean Deku? His room's down the hall. The boy looks at me, almost disgusted that I referred to him by his name. Deku? That doesn't sound nice, I question. Maybe he got all slouchy because he was bullied here. Yeah, well, everyone calls him Deku. Besides, we didn't make up the name, one of his school friends did. Kachan or something. I don't know. The kid gives me a shove before running down the hall. Right then. I keep walking until I reach what I assume is Izuku's room. I walk in and see him zipping up a well-worn All Might-themed suitcase. He's also wearing an All Might hoodie over his shirt from the exam. The kid sure likes All Might. Hey Izu. Need some help? I ask, leaning against the wall. I got it. Just had some trouble reaching some stuff, but I'm all set now. He nods. I'm glad he seems to be warming up to me. Remember what Recovery Girl said? You should take it easy. I can carry your bags. I gesture to the yellow backpack and All Might suitcase. I'm all right, they aren't too heavy. He looks at me with those sweet emerald eyes. I have no idea why he hasn't been adopted after all this time. How about this? You let me carry the heaviest bag and you can carry the other. All right. My backpack is just an old scrapbook and some stationery, so I figure my suitcase is heavier. It has all my clothes and my blanket. He takes his hand off the suitcase, allowing me to hold it. But when I lift it, I realize it hardly weighs anything. You packed everything? I ask, making sure he actually brought what he needed. I think I do. He smiles at me. With that, the two of us make our way back down the hall and down the stairs, with Izuku waving at every kid we pass. We reach the main room again and say goodbye to Takahashi. As we exit the orphanage, it looks like a weight has been lifted from Izuku's shoulders. We get in the car, and Hisashi starts driving us home. Driving times skip 45 minutes. It was a quiet drive back home, not that I'm complaining. Hisashi gets out and grabs Izuku's suitcase, having the same reaction I did when I lifted it. The sun is almost ready to set, so we head into the house. The kid tries to hide it, but I can tell he's shocked at the size of the house. It feels strange having a 5-bedroom, 4-bathroom house when it's just Hisashi and me. All right, listener. Let's head upstairs and show you your room. Hisashi says, opening the front door to reveal 2 cats at the entrance. Ah, kitties. Izuku smiles, practically melting our hearts. Heh, yeah, that brown one is mocha and the brown and white one is espresso. Say hi, cats. I nod toward the cats, signaling them to trust Izuku. Coffee names that's so cute. He runs his hand across Espresso, who purrs in response to the affection. I spot Hisashi taking a photo of the moment, which makes the boy blush until he turns red. The 2 cats run off to the living room, so we continue to Izuku's room. Once we reach the top of the stairs and open the door, we present the bedroom to Izuku. So, do you like it, listener? Hisashi asks, observing the expression on Izuku's face. He looks worried again. Echa? Yeah, this is great. It's just way bigger than my old R room. He stutters but still manages to give us that now iconic, shaky smile. I'm glad you like it, kid. We'll give you some time to settle in, and we'll be downstairs cooking dinner. Let us know if you need anything. I run my hand through his curly green hair and try to give him my own shaky smile. Okay, thank you. With that, Hisashi and I head back downstairs to give Izuku some space. It's a big change, and if we want him to adjust well, we can't smother him. We just have to be here when he needs us. Babe, am I getting stronger? Or was that suitcase lighter than it looked? Hisashi whispers, or at least tries to. Oh, definitely. I'm not sure how much was in there, I respond, concerned about the lack of weight. Izuku's POV. Aizawa and Yamada left me in what is now my room. It's big, with a full-sized bed against the wall. There's a desk in front of a window, and the closet looks like it's its own small room. I don't think I've ever been in a house this big. I don't think I've seen too many houses that are this spacious. Right, waste no time. I have to unpack. I set my suitcase on the bed and unzipped it, revealing 3 t-shirts, 2 pairs of pants, a pair of shorts, my other hoodie, a quilt my grandmother made, and my All Might scarf. I open the giant closet and fold the clothes to put on the shelf. Shirts on this shelf for easy access, hoodies go here, pants over on this side with shorts above them, and my scarf can go right up here. I place the folded quilt on my bed for now and start on my backpack. It contains 8 composition notebooks on heroics and analysis. I pull out a tin box with a few pens and pencils inside. I set the box and notebooks down on the desk in my room. Then I pull out the scrapbook. It's full of pictures with my mom, Aunt Mitsuki, Uncle Masru, and Kaken. It's been a while since I've spoken with the Bakugos. I should reach out to them. Despite my best efforts, thinking about my mom and the Bakugos makes me tear up. I take a deep breath to try and calm myself. I decide it might be best to put this in the closet. There's plenty of open space, so I'll set it on a shelf for now. I turn my attention to my now empty suitcase and backpack. I put the suitcase under my bed and set the backpack next to the desk. I spread the quilt over the empty bed and smooth out any wrinkles. I sit on the bed and take a deep breath in. I am okay. Present Mike POV. I'm not the best cook, but I'm proud of myself. Nothing is burnt, and it isn't some strange color. The katsudon even smells good. This must be a sign of my improvement and good luck. I turn my attention to Shoyuta, who is reading through some folder. Hey, what are you reading? I look over his shoulder. This is the case folder for Izuku's father, he whispers. The man has a record of abuse and attempted human trafficking. It's not good, Zashi. Shoyuta, he's safe now. I swear I won't let anything bad happen. Okay. I rub his back, making small circles to help him relax. I know, Zashi, but that won't stop me from worrying. I will bring him to justice and have this man arrested. His determination is palpable, mixed with a hint of anger. Right, well, let's bring justice after we have dinner, all right? I'm going to grab the little listener. You get the plates. I break our whispering and start to walk up the stairs. I make my way down the hall to Izuku's room and spot him sitting on the bed. He's all unpacked. Hey, listener. You got everything put away? I open the cracked door and stand next to him. The room still looks bare. I frown a bit but try not to worry him. Why, yeah. He looks up at me, his eyes wide and eager. Great job. Dinner is ready, so let's go eat. We had a long day, right? You must be starving. I give him a gentle tap with my elbow, and we walk together, leaving the practically empty room. Hey, Aizu, Shoyuta calls from the kitchen, grabbing our attention. I hope you're hungry. Hisashi always cooks way too much for the two of us. He chuckles lightly. Izuku and I wash our hands and take a seat at the table. Shoyuta passes us each a generous serving of katsudon. We eat, and Shoyuta tells us about his patrols. Izuku seems really interested in Eraserhead's work. We talk and eat for about 15 minutes until I notice Izuku has hardly touched his food. Is it bad, Izuku? I can pull something else out if you want. No. It's good, really good. I'm just not used to eating this much, he mumbles. Did they not feed you? I ask jokingly. Not frequently, no, he responds, looking rather sad. I'm sorry. Hey. It's okay, we can just save it for later. I try to reassure him. Izuku, it's alright. Shoyuta places his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Yeah, if you're full, there's nothing to be ashamed of, listener. I add, leaning in closer. Sorry, he mumbles. Hey, it's getting late. Want to take a bath? We've got plenty of towels and soap, so if you want, you can head upstairs. Down the hall on the left should be a bathroom. I try to change the subject to keep him from feeling nervous. I'll take care of the dishes and have some coffee before going on patrol, Shoyuta chimes in. Okay, Izuku stutters before heading up the stairs. Once Izuku is out of sight, Shoyuta and I scoot closer together. I'm worried about him, Sho. They really didn't take care of him. I lean on his shoulder. Yeah, I guess I'll look into Izuku's birth father and that orphanage. The last thing we want is more kids ending up hungry, Shoyuta grumbles. I don't know too much about Shuta's childhood, but I know it wasn't the best, so that must be why he's doing all this investigating. Shoyuta collects the dishes and takes them to the sink to load into the dishwasher. I head into the laundry room to grab Shuta's hero costume so he can be ready for his patrol in an hour. I decide I won't run the laundry until Izuku and I have bathed. He is still wearing that t-shirt. I should check our stain remover. Luckily, there is just enough stain remover for a t-shirt. I'll be sure to add more to the shopping list. Maybe that's what I'll do tomorrow. While Aizawa finishes prepping his homeroom classes at UA, I'll take Izuku to some shops and treat him. Honestly, between the two hero jobs, Shoyuta and I have too much money. A lot of it goes to charities and special supplies for classes, but still, we have more than enough. Right then, I'll call up Namuri, and the three of us will hit up the malls and grocery store. Izuku POV. Ugh. I hissed as the water from the shower hits my back. Normally, I take short showers to avoid irritating my scar, but when the zero-pointer exploded, it must have torn the skin right off. No wonder the entire back of my t-shirt was stained. I use some of the soap around my shoulders but decide it might be best to wait before applying anything that could sting on my back. I take a quick bath, not wanting to waste water. Just because Aizawa and Yamada took me in doesn't give me the right to act like I own this place. I'm lucky to have them, and I need to be mature and show them respect. I owe my future hero career to them, after all. If they hadn't stepped in, I would have had to decline my acceptance. I stepped out of the bath and grabbed a towel from a cabinet, drying off quickly while trying not to touch my back. I slipped on my pajama shirt and a pair of soft athletic shorts, then pulled my All Might hoodie over my head. Okay, third time I've worn it, so I'll need to wash it tomorrow. Maybe. I picked up my t-shirt that had some dried blood on it. I was sure I had something to get the stain out. Before I could check my room, there was a knock on the bathroom door. Hey Aizu, are you done in there? It sounded like Aizawa. Oh yep. I'm finished, I replied, trying not to yell but still loud enough to be heard. I reached for the door and let him in. That was quick. Why, well, there isn't too much to wash when your back is all raw, I tried to joke, but he frowned slightly. Does it hurt badly? If you want, I can call Recovery Girl to see if we can do something. No, I'm okay. I've dealt with the scar before. I'm just trying to be careful. Oh, alright. If you're done with that t-shirt, I can take it to the wash. He pointed at the blood-stained shirt resting in my arms. I can do it. It's okay. Alright, I'll show you where it is then. He nodded for me to follow him. We walked down the stairs and into a room beside the kitchen. He opened the door and flicked the light switch on, revealing not one but two washing machines and a dryer. The room had a window on the far wall, so it was probably well lit during the day. Aizawa reached into a cupboard and grabbed some stain remover. This might help get the blood out. Want me to do it? I can do it. Could you just tell me how? I blushed, feeling embarrassed. Back at the orphanage, I wasn't allowed near the laundry room. They were nervous I would mess it up. Yagid, come here. He waved his hand and shifted to the side, handing me a cup of stain remover. It looked like sea water, foamy and teal, but still very fluid in its movements. Just dump a bit everywhere. Don't put too much in one spot, but be sure to get the stain. You might need a second cup to get it evenly. He smiled at me as I poured it over the blood stain, which turned a sort of purple. Once the cup was empty, I handed it to him, and he filled it up again. I dumped it once more, covering the whole stain. Right? You're good to put it in the washing machine. It should be empty. I leaned over one of the washers, double-checking for any clothes that might be inside. Aizawa was right. It was empty. I put the shirt inside and turned to Aizawa. Now what? I asked. This whole thing was kind of exciting. I think I like doing laundry. Well, because it's so stained, I think we should wash it on its own. He closed the washing machine's lid. Come here, I'll show you what we need to do. I leaned over his shoulder, looking at the panel on the face of the washing machine. It's just one shirt, but it is very stained. From my experience with this washer, we should do a timed wash for 45 minutes on regular cold. He stepped to the side, pointing at the buttons he wanted me to press. Okay, timed wash regular. And cold. I smiled at Aizawa. Good job. I'll get Hisashi to show you how to dry it since I've got to patrol in 30 minutes. He ran a hand through my curly hair and gave me the biggest smile I had seen from him. I wonder if he likes laundry too. Hatsume POV. This is incredible. My dad called me downstairs to the living room, saying I got mail. I wasn't expecting it to be from Nezu, but it was. He wrote to me saying he thought my work was honorable and going places. My dad was very excited for me too. While being close to the principal is nice, I'm more hyped about the blueprints he sent me. These are the blueprints for the robots he and Power Loader built. From the small but admirable one-point robots to the strong and swift three-pointers. He even sent me the plans for that giant zero-point robot, and its build is remarkable. I can tell we have different approaches to robotics. Nezu and Power Loader use heavy armor on the outside and around its energy core. However, each bot has exposed wires. These wires are encased in a metal shield, but it's very flimsy. This is probably to help make them an easier match for the soon-to-be first years. Now that I'm looking at these plans, I'm even more impressed by the Quirkless kid's performance. He used knives to pierce the zero-pointer's hard armor multiple times, just to climb up and cut the exposed wires on its neck. This wouldn't be an easy feat for any of the kids with quirks. That kid, Minori or something, must be really strong and have great experience with knives. I did notice his hands got raw from using the knives excessively. I wonder if I can build something for his hands to help with that. Maybe some sort of glove and gauntlet combo that could assist with gripping, prevent irritation, and deliver punches. That's it. I know what I can do. Eraserhead POV. Be bye. Good luck, be safe. Izuku stood in the doorway and waved to me. Yeah, be safe, Eraserhead. Love ya, Mike boomed. Right, love you too. I leapt over our fence and made my way down the street. I ran down the road to get to my usual patrol routes but stopped short when I heard a scream coming from an alleyway. I made a sharp turn and bolted down the right passageway, taking in the situation while remaining unnoticed. A woman was on the ground, cornered against a dumpster, clearly the source of the scream. Above her loomed a man with pale, bluish-white hair, his hands obscured by a long black coat. He reached out, and in front of him was a pile of dust. I knew what I had to do. I delivered a swift kick to the man's head, sending him crashing against the wall, his head striking a fire escape. I positioned my body to shield the woman from him. Are you all right? I turned to her. Weiss, he touched my bag, and it disintegrated. I. She was sobbing. I turned back to confront the man, but he had vanished. There wasn't even a trace left where he had hit the fire escape. What kind of quirk does this guy have? He must have a backup or something. All right, let's get you to the police station. Unless you're injured, in which case I can take you to the hospital. I extended my hand for her to grab. I'm okay, he just grabbed my purse and threw me down here. She took my hand and pulled herself up. Thank you so much. I was worried I was going to die. She wiped away some of her tears. No need to thank me. Let's get you to the police station. We can find that guy if you know anything. As we walked to the station, it became clear she didn't know much. Not even a name, just that he had been prowling the area recently. She mentioned wanting to avoid that street but needed to get home quickly. Her husband had told her their son had taken his first steps, so she wanted to take a shortcut home. I wasn't sure who that creep was, but if I saw him again he wouldn't get away. What if Izuku had walked down that street? I wouldn't forgive myself. I was determined to catch him or at least add him to the list of people I needed to find, including the head of the orphanage and Izuku's birth father. I might need to enlist some help to track these guys down. Izuku POV. You useless piece of work. Why did you tell them you were quirkless? Do you want to make my life miserable? I'm sorry. They asked me about my quirk, so I told the truth. I'm sorry, I. Save it, brat. If another family comes in here and you mess up your adoption, you're done. I'll sell you to some scientist who can't wait to run tests on quirkless freaks like you. Stop yelling. Please, PL, please. I'll be good, I'm sorry. No more. Shut up and stay away from me. I don't want to see you tonight or tomorrow, so make yourself scarce. The door slammed, and I felt a sharp pain in my hand. I woke up in a soft bed, wrapped in my quilt. Right, this is my room. I couldn't go back to sleep even if I wanted to, which I didn't. I slipped my feet out of bed and looked out the window. It was dark and the moon was still up. Okay, so it was still late or maybe really early. I opened my door as quietly as possible. I didn't want to wake up Yamada, but I needed to figure out what time it was. I walked downstairs and glanced at the clock on the wall. 2:30 a.m. Well, at least it's an even time. It's way too early. My eyes felt heavy and my arms were sore. My back ached every time I breathed. Something moved behind the couch. Oh no, something's here. Eraserhead's patrols last until 4 a.m., so it shouldn't be him. Someone must be here. Oh God, this is how I die. The thing moved toward me, its eyes glowing yellow. It was a cat. Oh my God, it's a cat? I'm an idiot. Why did I think someone broke in? This is two pro heroes home. Who would break in? Who would be foolish enough? Hey kitty, you're espresso, right? I whispered softly. She purred and rubbed against me. I pet her as she curled around my body. I decided to sit against the back of the couch, where I found Mocha resting. I figured I might as well wait for Aizawa to get back from hero work. I was already up, so it was no trouble. Espresso kept twisting around me until she settled comfortably on my lap. She purred and nudged her head against my leg. I ran my hand through her soft, silky fur. You sure are a nice cat, Espresso, I whispered. We had a cat that lived between the orphanage and the parking lot. We called him Loops, and he was really skittish, always jumping or swatting at us. He wasn't friendly, but I'd always leave food for him. One day, though, someone called animal control, and they took Loops away. Espresso looked up at me. I miss him. Even if he hated me. After around 20 minutes of silence, with occasional coos and purrs, my eyes grew heavy. I wasn't going back to sleep, but I would rest. Just for a moment. I'll rest my eyes. For just a moment. Eraserhead POV. I finished my patrol around 4:15 but only got home at 5:10 after the encounter with the man. I had started my patrol a bit differently and ended up chasing someone for 3 miles on foot. Fighting villains gets old way too quickly. I grabbed my keys from my pocket and unlocked the house. The warm air felt nice against my somewhat achy hands. It wasn't cold enough for me to put on gloves yet. I closed the door and made out a pair of emerald eyes in the dim light from the windows. Izuku. Why are you awake? I keep my voice low. Oh, I couldn't really sleep. I came downstairs to check the time, and then Espresso kept rubbing against me and sat on my lap, so I got stuck here. I was just going to wait for you to get back in case you needed help or wanted company. He gives me a stiff, clearly forced little laugh. Izu, did you have a nightmare? I lower myself to the floor beside him. Yeah. Is it that obvious? He turns to me, still keeping his hand on Espresso's head. I let out a sigh. Kid, I understand you not wanting to go back to sleep, but it might be best for you to at least lie down in bed and try to get a little rest. I run my hand through his green curly hair. I'm sorry, he whispers. Hey, it's all right. Nightmares aren't your fault. I'm just glad I didn't find you exercising in a dark street again. I chuckle a bit, trying to lighten the mood. Right then, Izu, how about this? If you take it easy today and don't push yourself too much, then I'll let you come with me on my patrol. I can really come on a patrol? But I'm not a hero. He waves his hands in front of him. I doubt I could fight and help, I'd just be dead weight. Kid, you aren't dead weight, but you're right, you can't fight. You don't have a license. However, if you help me or end up needing to fight, it'll be in my name. Think of this as you becoming my apprentice. I give him a smile, and he responds with big, bright eyes. You mean it? He hangs on to every word. Yeah, but you need to take it easy on yourself, okay? That means if you do end up working out, it should be no more than a walk. Okay. I promise I'll do my best. He still whispers, but I finally see a natural smile from him. Good morning, early birds. Not sure why either of you are up before 6, but I've decided it's time for breakfast. Hisashi yells as he comes down the stairs. I'm sorry, did I wake you? I didn't mean to. Izuku starts to stutter and worry. Nah, my waking is thanks to the alarm I've got, kid. Hisashi stretches his arms and walks toward us. It's already 6 o'clock? I question. There's no way it's already 6. And I'm going to order breakfast to show Izuku that breakfast place we love so much. He giggles. Izuku and I get up from our spots on the floor, and he helps me open some curtains to prove it is indeed already 6. I didn't think we sat on the floor that long, so my watch must be off or something. I probably got home around 5:45 or so. Or maybe I really am just getting too old for this. Hisashi makes a phone call, ordering our favorites from the restaurant for ourselves and Izuku, who seems excited about breakfast. Maybe if we feed him enough good food, he can regain the appetite he lost in the orphanage. After breakfast, I help Yamada clean the dishes. He said I didn't have to, but I insisted. Yamada told me that Namuri Kiyama, Midnight, would be joining us to go shopping. I'm not sure what we're shopping for, but I'll do my best to help. Around 8 o'clock, Midnight arrives at the house. She is wearing a casual red dress paired with a denim jacket and red high heels that make a click sound every time they hit the floor. Oh, you must be the kid. Midnight says, coming closer to me. You can call me Auntie Namuri or Aunt Kiyama. She pulls me in for a friendly hug. Okay. Then you can call me Izuku Aunt Kiyama. I blush as she squeezes me tighter. How sweet. Well then, Izuku, let's get ready to shop till we drop by checking out your closet. She walks deeper into the house and heads toward the stairs. My closet? Why do we need to see my closet? To get a sense of your style. From there, I can pick out what stores to stop by. She gives a light giggle. Wait, shopping for me? I turn to Yamada, who gives a nod and a big smile. But I don't really need anything. I mean, I appreciate this, but I couldn't possibly. Let me spoil you, Izuku. That's what aunties do. Kiyama steps back toward me and runs a hand through my hair. I start to speak but can't think of anything worth saying. She seems pretty set on shopping for me. Okay. But come on, let's check your style. She claps her hands together before waltzing up the stairs. Yamada and I follow her. Once we make it to my room, she opens the door and gives a frown. There isn't much in here, is there? She turns to me. There's a desk and a bed. I don't need much else. I mumble, worried she's upset I don't have much furniture. Well, we can look for posters or a rug to liven things up. She pumps a fist in the air. Maybe she enjoys shopping the way I enjoy laundry. She turns to my closet and opens the door, giving another frown. Is this all you've been wearing? She looks at me, then at Yamada, whose mouth is wide open. Weiss? I mean, you can make a few different outfits with this stuff, so it's not bad or anything. I really don't need much. I look up at Kiyama, who appears to be taking inventory of what I have. What about winter clothes? She asks. Oh, I have a scarf I got for my birthday, but the hat and gloves that went with it got wrecked by some kids at school. I rub the back of my neck, feeling nervous. Namuri, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Yamada turns his attention to Kiyama. This is a fashion crisis. Kiyama exclaims, startling me a bit. What? I stumble back. A fashion crisis, dear Izuku? I'm sorry I didn't realize sooner, but it's not too late. We can fix this. Yamada gives me another tight hug. We can head uptown to the mall. There's a furniture store, 27 clothing stores, and a sports and hobbies shop that could have some winter gear this early in the year. Now Kiyama comes in for a hug, double squishing me. Okay. I stutter out, still not entirely sure of what's going on. The three of us get into Yamada's car and wave to Aizawa, who would join us but has to finish prepping for homeroom classes. Kiyama insists on choosing the music because, Hisashi, your taste in music is way too questionable for you to run a part-time Radio Shack, and Izuku would definitely prefer these over those strange, niche, old songs. Their playful banter makes me chuckle. They must be really close friends. Hisashi, Nemuri, and Izuku park in the mall's parking lot and make their way to some stores. First, they head to a small shop filled with hero-themed clothing. Izuku thinks everything is far too expensive, but with some persuasion, Hisashi and Nemuri convince him to pick out a fat gum-themed hoodie, a t-shirt in All Might's color scheme, and 3 pairs of sweatpants. Next, they visit a vintage store filled with trinkets and old clothes. Izuku is pleasantly surprised by the reasonable prices and ends up liking a denim jacket with quilt-like patches on one arm and a baggy floral t-shirt. Nemuri thinks they are adorable and exclaims, "Totally Izuku." Then the trio enters a sports shop to find some winter gear for Izuku. Since it's off-season, the selection is limited, but the items are well-priced, with many on sale. "I think I like this one," Izuku says, pointing to a navy blue puffer jacket with a hood and a zipper that covers the neck and mouth. "Izuku, that's perfect and so soft. You really have a great eye for shopping." Nemuri praises him, causing the boy to blush. "Yeah, listener. That coat is awesome. Now, if we're done, I'm starting to get hungry, and I can't wait to show you the food court here," Hisashi shouts enthusiastically. "Oh yes. I know a perfect stall that sells sweets. That should hold us over until we get back to your house," Nemuri adds, her mouth watering at the thought of delicious cinnamon rolls and tempting candies. "Okay." Izuku smiles at the two heroes, who lead the way to the checkout. After finishing their shopping in the sports store, they head to the food court. The enticing smells of popcorn, cakes, pizza, and noodles fill the air, making them all hungrier. Nemuri points out the sweets stall, and the three make their way to the short line. After glancing at the menu, Nemuri decides what to order for everyone. 3 manaka, a bag of caramel candies, and a cinnamon roll for us to share. Nemuri beams at the 2 pairs of eager green eyes looking back at her. "A manaka? What's that?" Izuku asks, taking a seat at the small table. "Oh, manaka is a sweet treat made of 2 mochi wafers filled with azuki bean jam, but sometimes they come with ice cream or peanut butter in the middle. These ones have cream cheese filling." Kiyama explains as she opens the small packages containing the delightful desserts. "See." She holds one up and hands it to Izuku. "Wow, it's so big," he exclaims, holding it up to his face, nearly hiding behind the snack. "Yep, and they taste amazing too, listener," Hisashi says, taking a bite of his manaka. Soon, Nemuri is enjoying her treat, followed by Izuku, who takes a small bite. His eyes widen with delight at the first taste. Hisashi chuckles at the sight of Izuku's joyful reaction. The boy hesitates before taking another bite, as if the first one might have been a fluke. To his delight, it isn't. The next bite is just as sweet, if not sweeter. Hisashi feels relieved to see that this is the first substantial food Izuku has eaten since being adopted, even if it is just dessert. It eases his mind. "Here, have one of these." Nemuri offers Izuku a caramel candy. Though he's already quite full from the manaka, he pops it into his mouth, not wanting to disappoint the heroes who watch him with wide eyes. Just like before, it's sweeter than he ever imagined. He always thought these kinds of hard candies were for older people. Laundry and caramel candies. Go figure, Izuku thinks to himself. Hisashi, Nemuri, and Izuku continue to snack a bit more, leaving only a nearly full box of hard candy behind. They decide it's time to shop again before heading home. Izuku notices the 2 pro heroes whispering to each other, but he chooses to ignore it. Nemuri leads them down a path to an upscale electronics store. The space is larger than the other shops, all white with big glass doors and bright lighting. What are we getting from here?" Izuku asks, feeling a bit apprehensive. "A phone and a laptop," Hisashi replies, barely glancing at Izuku. What? Izuku stops in his tracks, struggling to process what he just heard. Tears well up in his eyes, worrying Nemuri. Hey now, Izuku, it's okay, Nemuri says, pulling him into a comforting hug. I don't deserve this. Izuku mutters. Of course you do, listener. You deserve this and more. You'll need a phone for communication and a laptop for school, so it's all necessary, Hisashi reassures him, gently touching Izuku's soft curly hair. Please, let me do this for you. Izuku struggles to find his words, clinging tightly to Hisashi and Nemuri. Come on, kid, let's pick out a color for your phone. Most people choose black or silver, but I always loved the golds and pinks. Nemuri says as they walk to the wall full of phones and cases. They spend about 45 minutes in the electronics store, leaving with a new phone and laptop for Izuku. He picks out a clear case for his phone, while Hisashi chooses an 80s-themed case. Nemuri buys another phone charger because she can't go 10 minutes without losing hers. They visit one final store, a furniture shop near the exit, making it easy to carry anything large they might buy. Upon entering, they are greeted by a young woman who helps them find the section of the store that Izuku might like best. I'm not sure I really need anything. My room has a bed and a desk. Izuku waves his hands in front of him. Okay, well, what if you agree to let us get you some posters, a shelf, and a waste bin? We won't go overboard, Hisashi suggests, pointing at a bin of posters. Okay, Izuku smiles, realizing there's no point in arguing with them. He picks out an All Might poster, a Present Mic poster, and a poster featuring the current top 10 heroes. They also picked up a dark wood shelf with iron bars running down the side, and a trash can woven from recycled papers and plastics. They took their shopping bags and loaded them into the car. Hisashi drove them to the grocery store, where they spent 10 minutes picking up a few items. About 30 minutes later, they returned home just before Shoyuta. All right, listener. Let's put your clothes in the wash for later, then we can go decorate your room, Hisashi exclaimed. Okay. Izuku smiled. After a brief lesson on how to sort clothes and wash large loads of dark colors, Nemuri, Hisashi, and Izuku headed to the teenager's bare room. Okay, first the posters, then your shelf. I'll unroll them, and you pick a place for them, Nemuri said, reaching for the cardboard tubes that held the posters. Right. I think the All Might one goes here. Izuku pointed to an empty spot on the wall next to the window. Just what I was thinking. Nemuri hummed. And then the Present Mic poster above it and to the left. Then the top 10 heroes can go right here. Izuku pointed again to spots near the window. Oh, that will look great, listener. You're going for a poster wall? I dig it. Hisashi clapped joyfully. Nemuri hung the posters in their spots with a smile, receiving a big thumbs up from Izuku once she finished. They then turned their attention to the shelf. Hisashi insisted he could handle it but accidentally hit his hand with the hammer. After that, they decided to wait for Shoyuta to return, as he usually hung everything up in the house. Thank you both so much. I've never really had my own furniture or decorations, and this means a lot to me. Thank you, Izuku said, turning to Hisashi and Nemuri, who were taking a break on his bed. Oh, Izuku. This is what aunties do. I should thank you for putting up with our antics. Nemuri spoke softly to him. Yeah, listener. You deserve this. You're a great kid. I'm just glad you like your room. Izuku struggled to find the right words and instead went in for a hug. The three embraced for a while before letting go and sitting on the bed. They remained there until Nemuri remembered they had caramel candies. The three of them went downstairs and enjoyed a few of the treats. This was a good day, they thought in unison. Nezu spoke to me about some students he had his eye on, which was always concerning. He pointed out a support corps student, Mei Hatsume, who was at the entrance exam viewing room. Then he mentioned Katsuki Bakugo, a boy who would be in my class. He had a strong explosion-type quirk and an explosive temper. Nezu wanted me to keep a close eye on him, make sure he's all right. I started to panic when he spoke about Izuku. I might not have known the kid for long, but he had found a way into my heart, and I wasn't going to let Nezu interfere. You don't have to worry about me. I just need to know what Izuku's legal family name is so I can finish his schedule, Nezu chirped. Huh. I got lost in my thoughts about Izuku. Oh, legal name? We decided on Izuku Midoriya Yamada. I know it's a mouthful, but I think he likes it. And I will continue to worry about you, Nezu. If you lay a paw on him, I might expel my whole class again and make you do all the paperwork. I gave a playful laugh. How cute you think paperwork is a threat to me, but really, you should know better. I have no interest in hurting your son, Nezu replied, glaring up at me. Like I would believe that. His favorite pastime is pushing our limits. But I knew I couldn't fight him, so I dropped it. Besides, I needed to finish checking over who my students would be. I knew about Bakugo, but the rest were all mysteries. Once Nezu decided he was done with me, I hurried to my office to check the folder of my students. Seat number 1 is held by Yuga Aoyama with his quirk, Naval Laser. Seat 2 is Mina Ishido, who has an acid quirk. 3 is Tsuyu Azui, she has a frog quirk. Great mutant quirk, I can't really cancel those. I muttered through a few more names, keeping note of a troubling kid, Denki Kaminari, who apparently took out a lot of robots before zapping his brain. I'll need to keep an eye on him. I read through the rest of the names until I got to seat No. Izuku name pending. Name pending? Oh yeah, I forgot that Nezu wasn't aware of Izuku's new family name. I hate to say it, but I'm glad I'm teaching him and not Vlad King. I like him, but this might be for the best. Izuku is timid and often sad, and Vlad King loves to force his students into competition and rivalry with my class every year. That would definitely have a negative effect on his home and school life. A quick glance at the last students, and I thought I knew exactly what I would have to do to keep them all in line and in top shape. I would start by keeping my plans as secret as possible from Nezu, for the students' safety. As for the rest, I would just have to see how they handled the first day of training. I looked at my watch and decided to head home. I knew Hisashi, Izuku, and Nemuri had gone shopping, but I was sure they were back by now. When Hisashi and Nemuri were alone, their antics often led to chaos. The last thing I needed was for two pros to create trouble and ruin this decent day. I hopped in my car and started the drive home. I opened the front door, expecting something to be burning or broken. Nobody was downstairs. One of two things had happened. Either Nemuri and Hisashi had worn themselves out with their antics, or, more likely, they were causing trouble upstairs. I walked up the stairs and heard giggles coming from Izuku's room. Crap. They got Izuku to join in on their silliness. I very calmly ran toward the door. I opened the door to find a green mop of hair bouncing as Izuku laughs, a fully grown adult and pro-hero crawling under the bed, and Nemuri losing her mind on the floor. I'm too late. Aizawa. Welcome home, Izuku waves and chuckles. Sho. Hisashi grins up at me from under the bed. Hey, Shoyuta. We need your help hanging a shelf we got for Izuku, Nemuri waves to me. Right? I'll help with anything as soon as I figure out why Hisashi is crawling under Izuku's bed. Care to explain? I kneel down to Hisashi, who avoids eye contact. Oh, this? Huh, well you see, apparently I've gained 2 pounds since last month, and Nemuri was teasing me. So, to prove my slim figure, I tried to fit under Izuku's bed. It's not my gut that's stuck, it's my bulging muscles. I don't need help, and I won't let anyone try to help me. I can do this. He sticks his tongue out, looking very childish. Yeah, Izuku even lifted the bed and he would move from underneath it, Nemuri giggles. I see. Well, this seems normal for you too, at least. You didn't get hurt or lose brain cells, did you, Izuku? I turn my attention to the green eyes that look around the room. I'm fine. Auntie Kiyama taught me what Manaka was, and we ate candies while Yamada spoiled me at the stores we visited. Izuku looks like he's glowing with happiness. Please, that was hardly spoiling you. Hisashi taunts from under the bed. Heh, well, let's see this shelf you bought so I can help put it up. I get up from my spot on the floor. Right, just give me 1 second. Hisashi grunts, causing Nemuri to cackle and Izuku to giggle a bit. After 15 minutes of watching Hisashi struggle to get out from under the bed, he finally makes it. I'll have to check under the bed to ensure his massive muscles didn't break anything. I show my 3 children how to properly hang a shelf without hammering my own hand. Then we decide to reheat the leftover katsudon for dinner. The four of us eat, and Izuku tells me about his day. It makes me very happy that he's adjusting more and more to our sometimes strange family. We wave to Nemuri as she leaves for her place. Then Izuku and I take care of the dishes. I catch him smiling, and then I remember the promise I made earlier this morning. I need to get him ready for patrol. Even though I won't let him fight, he needs to understand some ground rules. After we finish loading the dishwasher, I take him upstairs to his room to help him pick out an outfit for tonight. I already talked to Hisashi about it, and he said Izuku should go but with a helmet and bulletproof vest. Safety first, but that seems a bit much. We decide on a new pair of sweatpants Hisashi bought him and one of my black sweatshirts. This will keep him warm and hidden in the darkness. Plus, most of my sweatshirts are thick and practically knife-proof. I do agree to make Izuku wear knee pads because we will be roof jumping, but the helmet would probably embarrass him. Right then, Izuku. You know you can't fight without a license for heroing, but you can follow along my patrol path. If you see something, tell me and then avoid the situation. We will do some roof jumping, but if you ever feel unsafe, let me know. Okay? I look at Izuku, who seems very excited. Yes, sir, Izuku smiles. Heh, okay, let's get going. I run a hand through his soft, curly green hair. Ooh, be safe you too. Hisashi pulls us both into a hug. Don't take unnecessary risks. And get a photo if something cool happens. Or if something embarrassing happens to the great Eraserhead, those are very valuable photos. Mike laughs. Always embarrassing photos. I grumble before returning the hug. Bye, Zashi. I walk out the door with Izuku's hand in mine. See you later, Yamada. Izuku waves. Bye, heroes. Be back before 6, or I'll get lonely, Hisashi yells. With that, Izuku and I make our way down the road and start jogging to my normal patrol route. Izuku is pretty good at keeping up. He doesn't seem fazed by the long jog. I bet he does this sort of jogging a lot. We reach my normal path and start to slow down. Swift strides turn into stealthy walking. Wanna know a trick? I keep my voice low without whispering to Izuku. A trick? He responds. Yeah, if you want to do something to make yourself more stealthy, then you should walk on just your heels. It doesn't stress out your feet as much as tiptoeing and still keeps you quiet. I turn to him. Oh, I see. Like this. He points to his feet and that bright red pair of shoes that hardly make a sound now. Yeah, just like that. I give him a smile. If you don't mind, Izu, why do you wear a pair of bright red shoes? They look good, I'm just a little curious. I lie. Those shoes are the ugliest red I've seen, but that has more to do with my dislike for red. Oh, well, red shoes were selected as a discreet way of saying you're quirkless. I've met a lot of heroes who don't even know that this code exists, so it's more a way for quirkless people to recognize other quirkless people. And they have to have black laces with white soles, or it's just red shoes. His smile turns nervous. I see, that's a pretty handy way of secret communication. Thanks for letting me know, kid. I'll be sure to keep that in mind. I feel like an idiot. Now I've made him uncomfortable. Yeah. He turns his attention back to the path in front of him. After a few moments of silent walking, I decide to speak. Do you want to do some roof jumping? I can teach you. I look at him and stop walking to look for a way up. Yeah, but how do we get up there? A fire escape might be loud. He also looks for possible ways up. Right here, kid. I point to a dumpster. He gives me a confused look. I'll show you, then you do it, okay? I say, getting a running start and jumping on the dumpster to grab the window. Ledge on the opposite building. I turn my body to the shorter building and push off, grabbing the ledge and pulling myself up. You think I can do that? He yells. You'll do great, and I'm here to catch you. I gesture to my capture scarf. Okay. He mutters, running to the dumpster and jumping to the window ledge like me, but he misses the final jump by just a hair. He lets out a small whimper, but I quickly use my capture scarf to catch him. Sorry, he mutters. No, you did really well. I fell into a dumpster my first time attempting a jump like that. You're quite light on your feet. I think the issue was with the last jump from the window ledge. You were aiming for me, but you should have aimed for the side of the building. It's all about where you place your hands. I pull him up completely and turn to face the building in front of us. Now for the fun part. Run, then bend your knees to jump, like a long jump. I demonstrate how to jump between rooftops. Okay. He takes a few steps back, jumps, and lands on the roof, only stumbling slightly. I did it. He looks surprised at himself. Yeah, you did. I try to be as encouraging as possible. We continue running and jumping over rooftops without encountering any villains. Izuku occasionally asks questions about hero work, but we mostly keep quiet until we hear a thud from an alleyway below us. Stay on the roof, Izuku. I'll check it out. I turn to him and he nods. I jump down and don't see anything at first, but I hear smaller metallic sounds, like someone dropping items or hitting something. I move over to the trash cans in the corner and open them, discovering some red tubes with gold needles drags. Suddenly, a man jumps out of nowhere and lunges at me. I dodge to the left and use my binding scarf to grab him, but the drags seem to enhance his speed. I finally get a good look at him, canceling his speed quirk, but he still runs around, dragging the capture scarf behind him. Stop. I've cancelled your quirk. There's no point in fighting me. I'm taking you to the police station, understand? I stare at the man, who is visibly shaking. I don't want this. It's not mine. Not mine. I have to catch the kid I saw on the street to be free. He screams, tears streaming down his face. What are you talking about? I raise my voice to get his attention. The kid. He wants him, not me. I have to catch him for my freedom. He won't let me go until I bring him. He continues to yell, clearly not in the right state of mind. I attempt to walk him to the station, but before I can even make it out of the alleyway, he digs his feet into the ground and jerks back and forth, still yelling about him. Ugh, I sigh, trying to think of a better plan. I need to keep my eyes on him, but I have to take him in. Then I remember. Izuku, call the police and request a car to take this guy in. Make sure you tell them you're with me. I keep my eyes on the man. Right. He pulls out his new phone and I hear him call the cops. I hope they send just a car and driver. I can't deal with an officer who thinks I can't possibly be a real hero. They're on their way. Izuku yells to me, and I catch a glimpse of him out of the corner of my eye. You can come down off the roof, just stay in the light, okay? All right. He climbs down the side of the building and stands near the exit of the alleyway. I see Izuku wave. Maybe after this, I can teach him how to be a bit more intimidating or at least less friendly. But before I can finish that thought, the man starts to scream and tries to run again. I pull on the capture weapon to hold him steady. I see Izuku wave again, this time at the car that has pulled up outside the alleyway. Hey Eraserhead, sorry we took a while. Let me help you with him, Naomasa says, holding a pair of surprising quirk HFFs. Tsukachi, it's been a while. I grunt at the villain, who is still attempting to escape. Thanks for getting here. Yeah, no problem. He smiles before informing the villain of his rights and putting him in the car. Who's the kid, Eraserhead? Does he need help getting home? He points at Izuku, who is standing nearby. No, that's my son. Izuku, come meet Detective Tsukachi. He's an old friend of mine. Alright. Hello, sir. I'm Izuku Midoriya Yamada, but you can call me Izuku. He looks at the detective with wide eyes. Nice to meet you, Izuku. I'm Detective Tsukachi. Eraserhead, when were you going to tell me you had a kid? Naomasa turns to me. Eventually. When are you taking that guy in for questioning? I point to the car. I hear you. Well, stay safe out there, and it was very nice to meet you, Izuku. Naomasa says as he enters the car. Very nice to meet you too. Izuku waves. See you around, detective. The car drives off into the distance, and Izuku and I continue walking. We decide to stay off the roofs until we find a safe way up. All the buildings in this area are a bit too tall for me to feel comfortable letting Izuku jump from, so I'm relieved we couldn't find a way up. We hardly speak. Normally, I would appreciate the silence in a patrol partner, but tonight it feels strange. He's my son, I should say something. So how did you get into using knives? I ask him. Oh, well, when I decided to work towards becoming a hero, I started thinking about what I could do. I'm not the best at punching and kicking, so I needed some sort of weapon or support item. I didn't have enough money to buy fancy things, so I picked up a knife and used it on an old broken car I knew about. I used it to take out wires and rip out the seats, and after that, I just kept improving by using knives to help cook or cut open packages. Everyday things helped me understand the best way to grip them. I guess it was just an easy item for me to find and use. He smiles softly at me. Do you plan on swapping out the knives for something else when you start at UA? No, I don't think so. I already know how to use them and they work pretty well. I think what I want to work on is my hands. They always get really sensitive when I use knives for too long, so I wish I knew how to make them less sensitive. He shrugs at me. I see. When I was just starting out, I used knives a lot more than I do now. I still have 2 knives on my back that I'll use when things get heated, but normally I stick with what I'm good at too. If you want to train sometime before school starts, I might be able to help you. Really? He smiled brightly. Yeah, good. You might not know this about me, but the way Hisashi feels about obnoxiously loud music is how I used to feel about knives. I laughed. The 2 of us kept walking until my patrol was done. Occasionally, we spotted something happening, but most of the time it was just drunk people or stray animals. The first villain of the night was the only real challenge. We ended up jumping between rooftops back to the house. We got back around 4:30 a.m. and both took our own showers before falling asleep on the couch. We slept until 7 a.m. when Hisashi, feeling a bit envious of our rest, made quite a racket. We laughed about it later over breakfast, where I noticed Izuku was starting to develop a real appetite. He still couldn't finish a whole plate, but he managed to eat most of the meal. We spent the day training with knives and practicing sneak tactics while Hisashi cheered us on from the sidelines. Our strange little family is really coming together. Izuku Midoriya was born quirkless in an unforgiving world. His father had left scars on both him and his mother before disappearing, leaving a void in their lives. For 5 years, it was just Izuku and his mother, Inko, until tragedy struck again when a villain took her life one fateful day as she returned from work. Izuku was placed in a strict orphanage near his school. Still reeling from the loss of his mother, he found little solace. The head of the orphanage was not pleased to have a quirkless child under his roof and often misled families about Izuku's abilities. Whenever Izuku spoke the truth about being quirkless, he faced harsh consequences, including nights without dinner and unkind treatment. School was no refuge either. Teachers often belittled him, and classmates would shove him into desks and lockers. The only person he considered a friend, Katsuki Bakugo, would frequently pick fights with him and call him derogatory names. Although Bakugo had softened somewhat since elementary school, resentment still simmered beneath the surface whenever he thought of Izuku. The most crushing blow for Izuku was the overwhelming belief that he was worthless. Everyone around him had told him so often that he began to accept it as truth. Determined to prove them wrong, he trained tirelessly. He would wake up at 5 a.m., haunted by nightmares, and slip out of the orphanage before breakfast. He ran several blocks to a neglected beach not far from his old home, a place his mother had taken him to often. When he entered 7th grade, he made a promise to himself to clean it up, to become useful. For 2 years, he dedicated himself to this mission, picking up trash and debris from the beach. He worked before school and after escaping bullies, making the beach his sanctuary. He even skipped meals to focus on cleaning, hauling away heavy items, including a small broken car. When the beach was finally clear, it felt as if his mind had also found clarity. Despite never receiving belief from anyone, and with his body betraying him by being quirkless, he resolved to become a hero, one that people could believe in. He filled out the UA entrance form with determination. He would become a hero, he just had to keep trying. Hitoshi's perspective shifted as he reflected on his own struggles. It's not fair, he thought, staring at the letter from UA that detailed his disappointing results. He had excelled in the written exam but faltered in the physical, scoring only 5 points. Exhausted, he could barely defend himself against the robots during the test. He had hoped to improve his skills at UA, but now it felt like a distant dream. Being placed in the general course felt like a setback. It was a path no one aspired to, It was filled with those who hadn't quite made the cut. Even the business course seemed more respectable. The hierarchy was clear: hero course, support, business, and then general. Hitoshi felt frustrated and disheartened. I just wanted to be a hero. Why won't anyone help me? He lamented. But wallowing in self-pity wouldn't change his situation. He realized that even if it took time, he might still find a way into the hero course. He couldn't rely on anyone else. He had to take matters into his own hands. I will become a hero, no matter how long it takes. Bakugo POV. Demon IT. Get off me! I shout, trying to wriggle free from her overly affectionate embrace. She's just too much sometimes. Shut up, Katsuki. Don't ruin the moment. Let me be proud of my baby. You might be a troublemaker, but you're one strong troublemaker. You're going to, kid. She shouts, her voice echoing in my ears. Yeah, I know I'm good. I puff out my chest, finally managing to push her away. Not just good, you did the best. My mom laughs, her joy infectious. We walk downstairs into the kitchen, where my father is already on the phone with our favorite takeout place. But honestly, I couldn't care less about the food. I made it into the UA High School Hero course. I knew I did well on the exam, but worry still gnawed at me. I have an amazing quirk and I'm skilled at fighting, but even I know my limits. I ended up injuring my arm during the exam and had to see Recovery Girl. I was fine, of course, but I saw Deku there. I hadn't seen him since the last day of middle school. Apparently, he took down a giant robot. He did better than me. He's completely quirkless and managed to defeat a robot that I had run away from. It was worth 0 points, though, so I doubt he got into the hero course. Still, the thought of him facing that massive robot instead of me haunted my mind. If he could take it down, then it meant he was stronger than me. And that means I'm weak. I can't allow that. I won't be weaker than him. Hitoshi POV. I slipped on a pair of shorts and a black tank top, grabbing my phone and earbuds before heading out for a run. I planned to cover 5 miles before dinner. I skipped lunch, opting for a small snack instead, hoping it would prevent me from feeling sick while running. Since receiving my letter from UA, I've been focused on getting fit to prove I'm a worthy hero. I started lifting weights and following a diet, even if I couldn't lift more than 45 pounds, and my diet often fell apart whenever my parents cooked or ordered takeout. But that doesn't matter. Small steps lead to big changes. I bet I can lift 100 pounds within my second week of school if I stick to my plan. As I jog down the road, I make a turn at the pond in the park. Suddenly, I freeze in place when I spot him. That kid from the train. He's running alongside a man with long black hair. Wait, that's Eraserhead. How did the quirkless kid get close to Eraserhead? How is he not freaking out? Is that really Eraserhead, or am I just imagining things? Hey, you're that kid on the train who helped me. The quirkless kid approaches me, and Eraserhead follows closely behind. Oh yeah, I never caught your name. I stammer, still in disbelief that the Eraserhead is right in front of me. Oh, you can call me Izuku if you want. He smiles, and it's a nice smile. I would pay more attention to him if the Eraserhead wasn't standing right there. Okay, Izuku, you can call me Shinso. I manage a small grin, though it feels awkward. Okay, Shinso, we have to keep going, but I'll see you around. He waves and runs off. His departure is just as strange as his arrival. Plus, Eraserhead is here, and we didn't even exchange words. Maybe that's for the best because I'm starting to feel a bit queasy again. I guess I should head back home. What a peculiar kid, that Izuku. Maybe he's running for the same reasons I am. Mirio POV. I deliver a powerful punch to the tree in front of me, causing it to topple over. I've had one for all for 3 years now, and Sir Knight I, Gran Torino, and All Might have all helped me grow tremendously. When I first received the quirk, I struggled with controlling it, but now I'm at a skill level where I face little to no drawbacks. See, Gran, he's improved his precision immensely, Sir comments to Gran Torino. Precision is great, but the speed is lacking. If you want to hit a target, you need both, Gran grumbles. He's a nice guy, but his teaching methods can be tough. Come on, Gran, you're being a bit hard on him. Speed improves over time and with practice, so we can't just tell him to be quicker. All Might interjects, waving his hands defensively. Yeah, so he should practice more. Don't you think, Lemillion? Gran turns to me. Well, Gran, if I'm honest, I agree with you. My speed is lacking, and if I can't be fast enough, I can't save people. So I have to improve. Easy or not, I will get faster. But that shouldn't be too hard since you're the best speed teacher around. I walk over to the group of heroes. I see what you're doing, but I can't teach you this speed. You'll need All Might to help you. That way, he can teach you something he actually knows. Gran laughs. I've taught young Togata many things. All Might defends himself. Please, this will help your teaching career. No reason to be so tough on Gran. Even after Mirio graduates, you'll still have a teaching job. And even if you don't share a quirk with those kids, you could help build more heroes. Sir places a hand on All Might's shoulder. Plus, I still can't teach the kid even if I do like him. I have an old case that was never closed, and I need to finish that work, Gran grumbles. Right then, once school starts up again, I promise to help you improve your speed, young Togata. All Might raises a fist in the air. Once I finish my training, I will be All Might's successor. Izuku, Shoyuta, and Hisashi woke up early. Today was the first day of school at UA, and the teachers needed to arrive before the students. While they considered ways for Izuku to sleep in, they ultimately decided it would be better for him to come along rather than stay home alone, thanks to Shuta's cautious nature. The family enjoyed breakfast together before getting ready for the day. Izuku donned his new uniform, struggling a bit with his tie until Hisashi stepped in to help. With his bright yellow backpack filled with school supplies, Izuku was ready to head out. Hisashi and Shoyuta changed into their hero costumes before getting into the car, keeping some casual clothes in the trunk just in case. Soon they were on their way to UA. Arriving an hour before classes began, Izuku assisted his father in setting up the training equipment they would need later. After finishing that task, he helped Hisashi practice his welcoming speech for the students. As time passed, Izuku felt the excitement building for his first day. Only 15 more minutes until your first school day starts. Are you excited, Aizu? Hisashi called from his desk in the teacher's lounge. I can't wait to meet my classmates, Izuku replied, his smile lighting up the room. You can head over to the classroom if you want. I'll be there shortly, Shoyuta said from the couch. Okay, I'll do that. Izuku waved goodbye to the teachers. Bye, Aizu. If you don't make plans with anyone else, be sure to visit your aunt during lunch. Nemuri shouted across the room. Will do. Izuku walked through the doorway and down the hall, finding class 1A and taking his seat. I wonder if Shinso has this class. I'd like to see him again. As the minutes ticked by, students began to fill the classroom. First, a young woman named Momo Yaoyorozu entered, followed by another girl who introduced herself as Tsuyu Ajui, or Tsu for short. Soon after, Mashareo Ojiro, Denki Kaminari, Ijiro Kirishima, and Mina Ashido arrived, chatting animatedly. The 7 students quickly got to know each other, and more classmates trickled in. Tenya Ida introduced himself in a very formal manner. Eventually, most of the students were present, except for a few stragglers. Then Eraserhead entered. Class starts in 2 minutes. Prepare yourselves, he instructed, wrapping himself in his sleeping bag. The students waited for a moment before resuming their conversations, with Ida doing his best to quiet them before the bell rang. The last few students entered the room, including Katsuki Bakugu. Bakugu scanned the room and his gaze landed on a certain green-haired boy. Deku, he grumbled. Kaken. It's been so long, Izuku replied, offering a nervous smile. Eraserhead's mind raced as he recognized the nickname. Kaken was not Izuku's real name. It was a nickname for Katsuki Bakugu, the boy who had once called Izuku Deku. A surge of frustration bubbled within him. Oh, Izuku, you know this kid? From before UA? Kirishima asked. Yeah, we're close friends, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his neck. Deku, how did you get into the hero course? Bakugu interrupted, silencing the room with his intensity. I passed the entrance exams, Izuku stammered. How? You're quirkless, right? unless some magical quirk appeared out of nowhere. So tell me, how are you here? Bakugu's hands sparked with small explosions. Class has started, so I hope you've taken your seats, or there will be consequences, Eraserhead warned, activating his quirk. The students quickly settled down. Here, take these. Eraserhead distributed the school policies. You can read over them later. Right now, you need to change into gym clothes and meet me down in the courtyard. And hurry. His glare sent a chill through the students. They changed quickly, hardly exchanging words. Many boys unintentionally avoided Izuku after Bakugu's outburst about him being quirkless. The group made their way to the courtyard and followed Eraserhead to the field beside the school. Today we'll be doing physical tests similar to those you may have done in middle school, but this time, they'll be a bit different, Eraserhead announced, surveying the group. Bakugu, why don't you come up here and use your quirk to throw this ball as far as possible, he instructed, pointing to a designated spot. All right. Bakugu stretched and grabbed the ball. Dai-ie. He launched it into the air. 705.2 meters, Eraserhead noted, looking at the screen in his hand. So cool. This is going to be fun. Mina cheered, pumping her fist. If you think heroics is fun, you can leave, Eraserhead said, activating his quirk on the class. If this is so fun, let's raise the stakes. Last place will be expelled from my class. And anyone who mentions fun again will be expelled too. He smirked at the class, which was now filled with horrified expressions, except for Izuku, who had anticipated this kind of challenge. Now who's next? The class proceeded through the quirk apprehension test, each student showcasing their abilities, some performing better than others. And when Eraserhead revealed the scores, they were as follows. Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugu, Tenya Ida, Fumikage Tokoyami, Izuku Yamada, Mashireo Ojiro, Mizo Shoji, Ijiro Kirishima, Mina Ishido, Uchako Uraraka, Koji Koda, Rikido Sato, Tsuyu Azui, Yuga Oyama, Antasiro, Denki Kaminari, Kyokujiro, Toru Hagakure, Minoru Mineta. But no way. Am I really going to get expelled after everything? Mineta panicked. Well, I've decided to spare you all this time. This was just a clever lie to prompt your best work, Eraserhead said with a sly smile. What? No way. That's not fair. I would have done my best anyway. The students erupted into a mix of confusion and frustration. Enough. Don't think this is all though. The bottom 3 students have extra homework, and the rest of you need to clean up the testing equipment. Eraserhead zipped up his sleeping bag and wriggled away. Oh, and don't be late for lunch, he added as he headed back to the teacher's lounge. The students cleaned up the equipment before heading back inside to the lunchroom. Most of the kids had formed small groups to eat with, but Izuku started to walk toward the teacher's lounge before being stopped by Uraraka and Ida. Hey, Izuku. Come eat lunch with us, she smiled. Okay, Izuku responded, which excited both Ida and Uraraka. The 3 made their way back to the lunchroom and grabbed lunch from Lunch Rush. They found a table and enjoyed their meal while chatting. After lunch, they returned to their classroom to finish the rest of their classes. On the way out of school to meet Shoyuta and Hizashi, Izuku was stopped by Bakugu. Kaken? Is something wrong? Izuku asked, feeling a bit intimidated by the tall blonde boy. Your family name. It wasn't Midoriya on the score screen, it was Yamada, Bakugu continued. That means you were adopted, right? Silence fell between them. Yes, I was adopted, Izuku mumbled. I thought you seemed different. Tell your new family to come to my house for dinner, alright? How many are there? I'll have to let my mom know how much to cook, Bakugu said, tilting his head. Why you're inviting me over? Yeah, thank me later. I want to see how you're doing, he replied, kicking a rock. Kakane. Thank you. It's just the 3 of us, me and my dads. Izuku looked at Bakugu with joy instead of fear for the first time in a while. Whatever, that. Don't think I'm going soft, you hear? Meet me at my house tomorrow at 5 p.m. Or you can bet I'll make you regret it. Bakugu yelled. Right. Izuku smiled, still a little nervous. Maybe this is where I can fix our friendship and prove I'm not worthless. Izuku thought about the possibilities of the night ahead. Izuku made his way to the staff parking lot, where he found Hisashi waiting by the car. They waved and briefly discussed their days. There's this friend from middle school I have class with, and he wants to invite us to dinner tomorrow night at 5. Is that? Izuku started. A dinner party? Oh, Izuku, how fun will that be? Plus, you got reunited with an old friend. I'd love nothing more than to meet him and his family, Hisashi interrupted. Really? Okay. Izuku smiled at the hero, who he thought would need more convincing. What's got you two so happy? Shoyuta asked as he approached the car. Oh, one of Izuku's old middle school friends, who he now has class with, invited us over for dinner tomorrow at 5. How exciting is that? Hisashi smiled. Is it Bakugo? Shoyuta asked, trying to keep his anger in check. Yeah. He said he wants to meet you too. Is that okay? Shoyuta thought for a moment about the boy who had bullied Izuku. Maybe Deku is just a joke name. But he was so angry with him this morning. I don't see a problem with our families meeting up, Shoyuta finally replied, looking at Izuku, who was staring at him hopefully. This will be so much fun. Hisashi beamed as he got into the driver's seat. Izuku climbed into the back seat while Shoyuta took the passenger seat. The three discussed their days and how excited they were for the dinner party, even though Shoyuta felt anything but excited. Hisashi pulled the car into the garage, and they all went into the house. They headed to their respective rooms. Shoyuta and Hisashi changed out of their costumes, while Izuku took a shower and changed out of his uniform. He then sat at his desk in his room, finishing the little homework he had from class. Izuku's phone buzzed, startling him at first. He reached into his back pocket and saw that Ida had added him to a group chat with the other students. Ida. Good evening, friends. I've added you all to a school group chat. Feel free to introduce yourselves in case someone might not recognize your number. Ida. Remember, we have homework. Yaoyorozu. Thank you, Ida. This is Momo Yaoyorozu. A known number. Yeah, thanks, Ida. Now I have all the ladies' numbers. This is my Netta, by the way. A known number. You pervert. Can't we kick him or something? Mina here, oh red heart. Kaminari. Nyo, get him, Mina. Also, this is Kaminari. This group chat is going to be way too fun. Hi everyone. This is Izuku, smiley face. Su. Hello. I'm Tsu for anyone who doesn't have my number. Then the group chat went quiet. A lot of people must have been too busy to join in on the chaos at the moment. One thing was for sure, when Bakugo realized he was in a group chat, there would be fireworks. Some looked forward to it, while others braced themselves. Izuku was just happy to have so many friends. Izuku finished his homework and headed downstairs, where he found Hisashi digging through a box. As Izuku got closer, he could see that the box was full of DVDs and VHS tapes. Do you need help looking for something? Izuku asked the blonde. Oh no, found it. Thanks for the offer though, listener, Hisashi smiled. If you don't mind, what were you looking for? Izuku inquired. I'm very glad you asked. This is the best movie to exist. Hisashi held up a DVD. This is The Princess Bride. Hisashi exclaimed. I think I've heard of that, but I've never seen it. Izuku replied, looking at the hero. And never seen it? Izuku, we have to show you the movie. I watch it at least 3 times a year. Come here and witness the magic of The Princess Bride. Hisashi giggled. Not before dinner, Shoyuta said from the kitchen. Okay. Hisashi mumbled. So that went like that. They ate the last of the katsudon leftovers and watched The Princess Bride. Izuku laughed more at Hisashi's reactions than the actual movie. Once the movie was over, they cleaned up and wished Shoyuta good luck on his patrol. Hisashi and Izuku went to their own beds and fell asleep. Neither of them woke until morning, and they started to get ready for school again. Chapter End. Day 2 of UA. This chapter is going to cover the exercise All Might does but with Aizawa instead. This is also Bakugo's dinner party. Izuku POV. We finished getting ready and drove to UA. This might just be my second day, but I feel like I'm getting into a good routine. We arrived at the parking lot, and I helped Aizawa set up for class. He didn't tell me too much about what exercise we were going to do, but I knew some of the basics. After that, I helped the other staff however I could. Today, I assisted Cementos in fixing the printer and helped Nezu set up the meeting room for a meeting that was going to happen after school. Since your fathers will be in the meeting, you're welcome to wait in the teacher's lounge for them. Or you can work out in the gym. You can take this ID card to get in after school hours. Nezu handed me a key card. Thank you, sir. I smiled at him. I'm still a little nervous around Principal Nezu, but he has been very kind to me. I put the ID card into my backpack with my other one for school. It was about 10 minutes before class started, so I headed to 1A's room. I was stopped by an explosion from a support classroom. Oh gee, sorry about that. Guess I'll need to adjust the energy levels for my baby. The girl rubbed the back of her neck. I'm all right. I called back. Hey, you're the kid I've been looking for. I'm Mei Hatsume, nice to finally meet you. What was your name again? She laughed. Oh, I'm Izuku Yamada, but you can call me Izuku. If you don't mind me asking, where do you know me from? I asked. Oh, I saw your performance in the entrance exams. I wanted to build you something to help with your hands. I heard your costumes came in today, so I wanted to add this to it. She blushed and dragged me into the workshop, where Power Loader waved to me. Hey Izuku, glad you met Hatsume. She wanted to make something for you since she saw your fight in the entrance exam. Power Loader chuckled. Yeah, I heard, I laughed back. Here, look at this. These are lightweight gauntlets for gripping, throwing punches, and keeping heat in one place in your hands. She smiled, showing me the gloves. They were black with green and white highlights, featuring gold accents on the knuckles and wrist. They hardly weighed anything but covered my arms up to just before my elbows. They had large cuffs on the wrist and at the end of the glove. These are incredible, Hatsume, I said, still in shock at how quickly she must have built these. You really think so? Take them, Izuku, and let me know how they work. You have a strength training class, right? So use these when you try on your new costume that came in today. She was beaming with joy. Really? Thank you. I'll use these to the best of my ability and tell you all about it. I smiled. Better hurry to class, Izuku. Only 5 minutes left until class starts, Power Loader said from his spot at his desk. Right, thank you so much, Hatsume. I'll be careful with your gift. I smiled and waved before speed walking down the hall to 1A. I entered the classroom with the gauntlets in my backpack. Most of the other students were already there. I took my seat after waving to Kaken, who gave me a nod. Then Present Mike entered the room for English class. Everyone settled into their seats and fell quiet. After a few more classes and lunch, it was time for hero training. I was more excited than ever. I told Uraraka, Tsu, and Ida about Hatsume and the gauntlets. They seemed eager to see them too. I hope you're all ready for hero training today, Aizawa said, sounding more monotone than before. Your hero costumes came in today, and I hope you like them because you'll be stuck with these for a while. He pointed to briefcases with glowing numbers on them. No need to get into your gym clothes, just change into these and meet me at Grounds B, he said before walking out of the room. All of us grabbed our new costumes excitedly and changed into them. Mine was a dark green zip-up hoodie with a thick bulletproof sweater underneath. The pants were tight and had a band around one of the legs where I could hold a knife. I had a utility belt with 2 more spots for knives, a first aid kit, and smoke bombs. The shoes were a vibrant pair of red sneakers with black laces and white soles. I have a small knife tucked under one of my socks, easy to pull out when needed. The hood of my costume, when flipped over my head, has a mask that falls over my eyes, so I have to pull my hair back a bit. My outfit also includes a gas mask for protection against any gas-related quirks, like Aunt Nemuri's. I put on the gauntlets Hatsume gifted me and head to the training grounds. I meet Uraraka at the training grounds, and while her costume looks great, she mentioned she didn't want it to be skin-tight. That makes sense, something that thin could be dangerous during fights with guns and knives. Then Ida arrives, sporting a costume similar to his older brother's. Eventually, everyone gathers, and their costumes look amazing. Get ready for today's lesson. You'll be in pairs of 2. Aizawa explains the training and prompts us to pull a number from a bag to find our teammates. I pull the same number as Kaken, and I feel more excited than he does. This will give me a chance to see how you fight, Deku, but don't be surprised if I end the battle before it starts. He laughs. I'm just glad he's talking to me again. Now that everyone has pulled a number, the first fight can start. And you won't know who you're up against until it's your turn, just like a real villain battle. So if you want to strategize, keep it flexible, Aizawa says, starting to walk to the viewing room. Yaoyorozu and Jiro, you're guarding the bomb, and Shoji and Tokoyami, you're the heroes. You have 2 minutes. The rest of you, come to the viewing room. We wave to the 4 of them and follow Aizawa. The match barely begins when Shoji realizes he can't hear anything because of Jiro's quirk. Tokoyami sends Dark Shadow to fight the 2 villains, but he can't get far because Yaoyorozu creates lights to block him. Eventually, the heroes reach the bomb but struggle against the 2 girls. Even though Shoji and Tokoyami are strong, they lose in the planning area. Yaoyorozu accounted for everything. Both heroes are taken out, and the villains win. We discuss the match briefly before sending in Group 2. After that, we send in Group 3, then 4, and finally it's my turn. It's Kaken and me versus Ida and Todoroki. This is going to be a tough match. Todoroki is incredibly strong, and Ida is no slouch either. They will be the villains, and Kaken and I will be the heroes. We take our positions. Kaken and I need to locate the bomb and capture it while battling Ida and Todoroki. Deku, tell me how you fight so I can dodge your hits. Todoroki is going to be tough to take down, Kaken says. Alright. I mostly use knives for quick cuts, and my costume has smoke bombs. Plus, a new friend made these gauntlets for me, and they pack a decent punch. I smile, happy that Kaken is having an actual conversation with me. Right, are you fast? He asks. Yeah, kind of. Okay, you handle Ida. I'm going after the icy hot guy. Kaken flares his hands. Right. I hesitate to mention how flawed his plan sounds, but I keep quiet. Planning time's up. Move in, heroes. Aizawa's voice comes through the speakers. Kaken and I rush toward the building, figuring the bomb is most likely upstairs. We sprint through the hallways, Kaken using small explosions to propel himself forward. Suddenly, the temperature drops. Kaken, wait. Todoroki is attacking. I shout, pulling us into a side room to avoid the icy blast that comes our way. Demon it, Deku. Let's keep going and break this ice. He pushes me off and blasts down the hall. Kaken. We'll lose if we cause too much damage. We need to clear a path carefully and quickly. If that's what you want to do, fine by me. I'm going to take down that icy hot guy. He continues running down the hall. Kaken. I decide to follow his path through the ice to save time and ensure he doesn't get caught by Ida or Todoroki. Stop, heroes. Ida's voice booms down the hall. You can't win, so you should give up. If not, I'll have to fight you with everything I've got. His voice echoes, making Kaken even angrier. You're pissing me off for eyes. Kaken yells and blasts right past Ida. Hey, get back here, hero. Ida calls after him, preparing to chase down the hall. I leap onto Ida before he can run. I pull him to the ground and use my knife to lightly skim his legs, careful not to hurt him too much. I toss a smoke bomb by his side and hurry after Kaken. But, wait, come back. I will fight you, heroes. Ida yells from down the hall. We have limited time to escape before he gets back on his feet. Kaken, look at the wall and the ice. Ida just showed us where the bomb is. I shout after him. Hey, not bad, Deku, but now I'm going to show you how much stronger I am by taking down Icy Hot. He laughs, following the melted ice from Ida's path. We reach the room where the bomb is located. Todoroki stands surrounded by towering ice spikes, his expression unreadable. I'm surprised you made it past the ice and Ida, but I won't let you get any further. You should have given up, Todoroki declares, holding out a hand and slamming his foot into the ground, sending ice flying everywhere. I dodge to the left while Kaken goes to the right. I hear him explode past the ice blocking him. I find a path at the front where the ice is less dense and decide to use my new gauntlets. I deliver my strongest punch, breaking through layers of ice, only to be met with a wave of intense flames. I duck down and throw a smoke bomb at Todoroki's feet. I hear him cough a few times before unleashing more flames and ice. A large explosion erupts from the right, clearing the smoke and flames. The battlefield is visible again, and all the ice has vanished. I kneel on the floor, Kaken flaring his hands in front of him while Todoroki stands guard in front of the bomb. Die! Kaken rushes in, aiming to blast Todoroki, but he's met with a wall of ice. Stay back! Todoroki focuses all his attention on Kaken, a rookie mistake. I move in close, using a quick maneuver to disable his arm that's pushing out ice. I push off him and grab the bomb. The match is over. Match set. Heroes win. I hear Aizawa's voice over the speakers. D-minute, Kaken mumbles. Good work, You've really gotten stronger. Just know I plan to beat you next time. But you're both on the same team, Todoroki says, pulling the ice away from his arm. I'm talking about next time, Min-it. Kaken yells. The four of us exit the testing building and hear feedback on the battle. One of the biggest criticisms the other team received was underestimating me. They consistently focused on Kaken, making it easy for me to attack. Our main critique was our lack of communication. We could have avoided being separated so many times if we had spoken to each other more. But both teams performed well. The other groups leave while we get checked out by Recovery Girl. Apparently, I got frostbite down the back of my left leg, so I take a few moments to warm up before rejoining the class. I return just in time for the discussion about the last group. I'm disappointed I didn't get to watch all the matches, but at least I can feel my feet again. As the day ends, Kaken stops me before I can reach the teacher's lounge to wait for my dad's. Deku, I'll see you at my place at 5. Bring one of your nerd notebooks and tell me about your strengths. I want to know what I'm up against in our next match. He yells. That doesn't even make sense, but okay. I smile and laugh before heading to the teacher's lounge. Yamada, Aizawa, and I get into the car after their meeting and talk about what happened yesterday. We discuss our classes, lunch, and friends until Yamada pulls into the driveway. We each get out and hurry to get ready for the dinner that's happening in 2 hours. It might be some time before the dinner party starts, but it's an hour drive from our house to the Bakugas. Yamada helps me pick out an outfit. I shower and then put on a pair of nice blue jeans and a button-up shirt that Yamada let me borrow. It's navy with green swirls and green buttons, a very nice shirt. He also lends me a crossbody bag to hold the notebooks Kaken asked me to bring. Yamada wears a plain white button-up with a nice coat and sleek pants, while Aizawa sports a pair of dark pants and a gray button-up. They each wear matching golden earrings, Yamada on the left and Aizawa on the right. Then we get back in the car and start our journey to the Bakugas house. It's been so long since I've seen them. I hope I don't mess it up. As we arrive, Hisashi pulls up to the curb outside the Bakugas house. The family of 3 walks up the porch and rings the doorbell. They hear some commotion from inside before Mitsuki Bakugo opens the door. Izuku! Oh sweetie, it's been so long. She pulls Izuku into a warm hug. Oh, you must be Izuku's family. The Yamadas, right? She shakes Shura's and Hisashi's hands. Yes, kind of. We're the Aizawa Yamadas, but Yamada for short is fine, Hisashi replies, happily shaking Mitsuki's hand. You're Mitsuki Bakugo, right? Yes, I am. My husband is in the kitchen, Masaru Bakugo. Katsuki is on his way downstairs. She welcomes the other family into her home. Oh, what a lovely house. Isn't it, Shoyuda? Hisashi asks, nudging him playfully. Oh, stop. It's not too much, Mitsuki says, rubbing the back of her neck. Oi, Katsuki stops in his tracks, surprised to see Izuku with his teachers, who are also pro-heroes. Hi, Kaken. Izuku waves shyly. Hi. Katsuki replies blankly, still in shock. Tell you what. You 2 boys can go catch up while the adults chat, Mitsuki suggests, waving for the boys to head upstairs. Alright, thank you, Aunt Mitsuki. Of course, Izuku. The teens walk up the stairs while the adults head into the kitchen. Deku, why are Mr. Aizawa and Present Mike in my house? Katsuki whispers urgently once they reach his room. Oh, they adopted me, Izuku answers, not realizing how panicked Katsuki is. Why didn't you mention that earlier? I did, kind of, okay, I dreamt that I told you. Never mind, that's my bad, Izuku whispers back. Are you serious? Katsuki exclaims, his voice rising. Deku, you're insane. Izuku rubs the back of his neck. Whatever. Now tell me about your moves. I want to spar. Katsuki reaches for the bag, laughing. Hey, be careful, Kaken. Izuku protests as Katsuki playfully wrestles him. Hand it over. Cut it out. The two wrestle and laugh together. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Shoyuta, Hizashi, Mitsuki, and Masaru share embarrassing stories about young Katsuki and Izuku. Shoyuta learns that the Bakugas and the Midoriyas were very close families and that the Bakugas had wanted to adopt Izuku but didn't have the resources. They discover how Izuku met the two heroes and how they became a family. They also hear about Katsuki's high scores at school. The families bond quickly, which is significant since Shoyuta usually refuses to consider anyone a friend. Oh, it looks like dinner is ready, Masaru announces, smiling at the spicy tempura and rice that's finished cooking. Right, I'll go get the kids, Mitsuki says, heading towards the stairs. She approaches Katsuki's bedroom and hears laughter from inside, a sound she hasn't heard from the two in a while. Peeking in, she sees Katsuki ruffling Izuku's hair while he reads over one of his notebooks. She quickly snaps a photo before opening the door. Boys, dinner's ready, she calls, and the two instantly separate when they see her. All right, let's go, Deku. Katsuki gets up and walks out the door. Okay. The two families enjoy dinner together, talking and laughing the whole night. Sometimes Mitsuki embarrasses the boys, while Shoyuta shares stories about their progress as heroes. They share cheesy jokes and heartwarming stories, creating memories that will last a lifetime. The night left them all warm and fuzzy, marking the beginning of a wonderful relationship and a symbol of growth in Izuku's life. This was something all for one couldn't wait to destroy. Shigaraki POV. Demon Eraserhead, so cool. I had to get Kurogyari to come get me. I was sure that woman was quirkless too. Master needed me to find a quirkless brat. He said he wanted a very strong one, but it was foolish to think strong quirkless people existed. Tamura, I see you have failed me again, but worry not. I'm sure you can find a worthy vessel for me. I believe in you, Tamura, Master's voice echoed from the television. But Master, why do you need a quirkless person anyway? They're all weak and just get in the way. Tamura, quirkless people have been left in the gutter of society, and I wish to help them realize their potential by giving them quirks and purposes. If you find a quirkless person who is strong and worthy and bring them to me, I will build you an amazing weapon, and they will be stronger than our Nomus. Whatever. Kurogyari, help me bandage my head. Eraserhead hit it really hard. Of course, Tamura. Kurogyari moved closer to me. And Master, I think I have a different plan for taking down All Might, one that doesn't require a quirkless brat. Oh. We need to get in contact with our pawn, though, so UA doesn't know what hit them. I understand, Tamura. Master laughed. Time skip a week. The press flooded through the gates I had destroyed, serving as a perfect distraction. Alarms sounded, and Kurogyari warped me into an empty classroom. It didn't take long to find what I was looking for. All Might, teaching schedule. Perfect. I read through it and found the ideal date to eliminate the symbol of peace. He was going to introduce himself to some first years to help with rescue training. What better way to teach rescue than to force those brats to be rescued as I took down their precious hero? Tamura, we should go, Kurogyari said. Right. I walked into the misty portal and left the classroom behind. Time skip 1 week. Master helped me assemble a team. They were all incompetent thugs who could hardly fight for themselves, but they should be able to handle some kids. Master gifted me one of the first finished Nomu. It was a mindless creature that just followed orders. Its size was massive, and it would be more than capable of taking down All Might. Master, I'm ready to take him down, I said to the television. Tamura, I must say your plan has come a long way. I'm very proud of you. Thank you, Master. Now please let me bring havoc and chaos to Hero Society. Take me to UA with your good fortune. Trust me, Tamura, luck should be on your side. You will have what you want. Yes. Kurogiri, let's go. Gather the team, and we can invade Yue. Of course, Tamura. This is where All Might would meet his end. Izuku POV. I woke up at 5 a.m. and decided to go for a short run before getting ready for school. Aizawa had taught me the best running paths in the area, so I took a trail that led behind the house into a forest and back again. After some light stretching, I left the house. I returned at 5:45 and took a quick shower. Aizawa was in the kitchen, and Yamada had yet to wake up. His alarm usually went off at 6 so we could be ready and at school by 6:30. After finishing my shower, I put on my uniform, grabbed my backpack, and headed down the stairs just as Yamada finished breakfast. Once he brushed his teeth, we got in the car and headed to school. As usual, I helped the teachers set up for the day. Aizawa didn't need my help today, so I wondered if we were doing a written test or something. After some time, I headed to the support course room where I met Power Loader. Sorry, Izuku, our support class doesn't have this room reserved today, and I haven't seen Hatsume yet, he told me. Oh, sorry to bother you, but could you tell her that the gauntlets worked great and I'm very thankful? I asked. Yeah, and you're no bother at all, kid. See you later, Izuku. He waved. Yep, see you later. I waved back as I walked down the hall to Class 1A. I entered the classroom, which already had the other students inside. Ida, Uraraka, and Tsu all waved to me. I greeted them as I took my seat behind Kaken. Oi, did you finish updating my page in your nerd notebook? Make sure you make it clear that I'm stronger than you, Kaken laughed. Yeah, I finished it last night after I went home. Here, Lou, I was interrupted by the sudden slam of the door opening. Go put your hero costumes on and meet me in the main hall, Aizawa instructed us, his quirk activated. Yes, sir, we all answered and headed to the lockers. Once we had our costumes on, Aizawa explained what was going on. We were taking a trip to the USJ facility for rescue training. All Might and 13 would be joining us. Oh my god, All Might. It's easy to forget he's been teaching at UA for a while now, but I can't believe he'll be teaching us. I doubted anything could ruin this day. All the students filed onto the bus, and we headed to the USJ facility. Aizawa went over some rules, then we got off and entered the building. 13 was waiting for us inside. She said that All Might would be here shortly and just needed to finish some work. Hey look, these guys went all out with fake villains. Kaminari pointed at a purple misty portal that opened in the middle of the facility. Those are fake villains. 13, get the students out of here. Aizawa sprinted down to the main area as villains began to flood out of the portal. Right, let's get out of here. 13 yelled, pointing to the door that was slowly being consumed by the same purple portal. A misty figure resembling the portals approaches us. Where is All Might? A man shouts from the center of the building. If he can't be punctual, maybe taking out some of these kids will bring him out. His voice carries, demanding our attention. I can't hear him clearly, but Aizawa moves toward the man, dealing with other villains as he goes. Get back, students. I'll handle this, 13 instructs, positioning herself in front of us. Bakugu and Kirishima rush forward, attempting to strike the mist villain, but their attacks pass right through him. Before I can react, a portal opens beneath us, scattering some of us in different directions. I find myself on a boat with Tsu and Mineta. Mineta is panicking, and Tsu points towards some villains in the water. This doesn't look good, Tsu says, concern evident in her voice. Don't say that. I don't want to die here. Mineta exclaims, his voice rising in fear. Keep your voice down and hold on. We know why they're here and what they want. That gives us the upper hand. Plus, it seems they don't know about our quirks, or they wouldn't have brought Tsu here, I remind them. That's right. If they knew my quirk, I would have been sent to a fire zone or a mountain zone, Tsu adds. So what? There are 30 adult villains in the water waiting to get us. Mineta cries again, pulling Ball from his hair and tossing them into the water as a last resort. We notice the villains avoid them. I think I have a plan. Tsu, do you think you can reach the roof with your tongue? I ask. Maybe. Why? She replies, looking confused. If you can pull yourself up, then you can pull Mineta and me up one at a time. I can create a distraction with smoke bombs, but we have to act quickly. Sounds good. Let's get out of here. Mineta shouts. Okay, let's do this. Tsu agrees, positioning herself at the highest point on the boat while Mineta stands behind her. Once ready, I throw 2 smoke bombs, one where Tsu is visible and another at the bottom of the boat to obscure the villain's sight. I hear them shout to start attacking, and the boat begins to rock. I rush to where Mineta and Tsu were and grab onto Tsu's tongue, escaping just before the boat sinks. Good plan, Izuku. But what do we do now? Tsu asks. We should find a high point to lower ourselves from stealthily. Let's head to the mountain zone, I suggest, turning to Tsu and Mineta. Right. We need to be careful so we don't fall. I'll travel in the back to catch either of you if you slip, Tsu says. Sounds good. Let's just get away from the villains. Mineta says, scurrying across the beam. Okay, but let's be quiet. We don't want to alert any villains, I remind them, following Mineta. We carefully walk along the support beam until we reach a vantage point where I see Aizawa struggling against a villain with wings. I want to jump down and help him, but from this height I know it would be dangerous. My thoughts are interrupted when a flying villain signals for another to throw a boulder at us. It strikes the beam, sending all 3 of us plummeting. Tsu manages to pull herself and Mineta up, but I continue to fall as the flying villain targets me. He approaches to kick me, and I seize the moment to grab onto him, driving a knife into one of his wings. He screeches in pain, trying to shake me off, but I hold on, twisting the knife deeper until it emerges on the other side. He struggles to fly, and we crash to the ground, his body rolling away as I land hard. He appears unconscious, but now I'm stuck in the middle of the facility, right behind the portal where the villains emerged. I can hear the main villain yelling at my dad. Anger blinds me, and I pull out one of my larger knives, rushing around the portal. I catch him off guard, driving the knife into his arm. Our eyes meet, and I see the fury in his burning gaze. Wrong move, brat, he snarls, lowering a hand toward my face. I sweep my legs beneath him, bringing him down and pulling the knife from his arm. Useless child, he shouts, rising to swing at me again. I dodge backward, realizing he must have a quirk related to his hands. Nomo, Eraserhead is already out, so take care of this brat, he commands the birdman, who I now know is Nomu. Noma screeches and charges at me. I barely dodge and he slams the ground, causing it to shatter beneath me. I catch a glimpse of his exposed brain and realize that must be his weak point. I leap aside, but he's quick to follow. Eventually, I get behind Nomo and drive my knife into his head. He screeches again, trying to throw me off, but I twist the knife, and he lets out another cry. I can't kill him, but if I don't exploit this weak point, he'll finish me off. Nomo, hurry up and kill that kid. One of those brats at the entrance got away. All Might will be here soon, the pale-handed man shouts. Before I can react, Nomu slams his back into the ground, pinning me down. I feel my arm break under the pressure as I try to protect myself. Blood trickles from my nose where the gas mask shattered against my face. Nomu looks ready to strike again, but suddenly, he's hit by a punch from who I assume is All Might. I am here, he announces. The sound is deafening, and I struggle to stay conscious as my vision blurs. My eyes feel so heavy. Aizawa's POV. Not good. Izuku has drawn Nomu's attention, and now I can't see him. A loud crash brings me back to reality, and I fear the worst for Izuku. I hope he's okay. I can't lose him. I can't lose any of them. Not again. Yes, Nomu. Finish him now, the villain shouts. All Might and Nomu continue their fierce battle, and I rush over to Izuku. I find him wounded and bruised, lying in a crater on the ground. Izuku, please be all right. Tears begin to well in my eyes. Aizawa, where's Tsuyu? He asks in a weak, raspy voice. I don't know right now. But you're going to be okay. I promise I won't let you die. My tears start to fall. Before I can respond or lift Izuku, All Might is sent crashing back towards us. The ground trembles, and my heart sinks as I watch Izuku slip through my fingers. Please don't die. I can't lose you. I won't lose you, Izuku. I cry out. All Might lands a few blows on Nomu, but I can hardly focus on their fight. At one point, All Might sends Nomu crashing through the roof. None of this matters if Izuku doesn't survive. No, 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 no. This wasn't supposed to happen. You were meant to be defeated. This isn't fair. The villain begins to scratch at his own skin in frustration. As soon as I lift Izuku to carry him to the front of the building, the other teachers arrive. Ida must have called them. Mike lets out a powerful shout that takes down the remaining villains. Snipe fires 2 shots at the villain's leg and shoulder, but the third shot is absorbed by a swirling purple portal that opens around him. Tamura Shigaraki, it's time to leave, the mist villain says. No, Kurogyri. We have to finish this. I won't fail again. Shigaraki yells. I'm sorry. Kurogyri warps them away. Cementos quickly builds walls around us and All Might as he begins to lose his strength. He pushed himself too hard. Aizawa? Are you okay? Aye. He spots Izuku, who I struggle to hold. Nomo has left us all battered, but Izuku is the worst off. Sho, is everyone okay? Hisashi rushes over, then looks at Izuku. Aizu. He quickly scoops him up more securely than I can. We need an ambulance now, he yells to the other teachers and Nezu. Then everything fades to black. Please don't die, Izuku. I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough. The ambulances pull up right outside the USJ facility, taking Izuku and Shoyuta to the hospital. Hisashi isn't allowed in with Izuku due to his condition, so he rides with Shoyuta, holding back tears the entire way. His husband and son were nearly killed, and he feels helpless. Izuku's classmates are heartbroken and upset. The boy they had all grown close to is being taken away in an ambulance after a villain attack during their first week of school. Although no one else was injured severely enough to need hospitalization, they still feel the void left by Izuku. Katsuki is especially affected. Just days ago, they were laughing about their futures as heroes, and now he fears for Izuku's life. He wants to chase after them and find a way to help, but he knows better than to interfere. It's a short drive to the hospital. While Shoyuta is taken into a room full of nurses and doctors, Izuku is rushed into an operating room. He has shards of his gas mask embedded in his skin, his arms are broken, and there may be a fracture in his skull. The doctors are unsure. After 3 long hours of surgery, Izuku is barely stable. Eventually, they move him into the same room as Shoyuta, attaching all sorts of wires and tubes. The doctor informs Hisashi that he can visit them. Aizu. Sho. Hisashi whispers, looking at the two. Shoyuta is bandaged up, while Izuku is mostly uncovered except for his arms, back, and nose. Zashi, I can't turn my head. How is Izuku? Shoyuta asks, staring up at the ceiling. Well, he's unconscious, I think, and he's got all kinds of medical equipment attached to him. Hisashi rushes to Shuta's side, tears streaming down his face. I'm so sorry I wasn't there sooner. Zashi, this isn't your fault. I was there too, and I couldn't. Protect us from Nomu. Shoyuta begins to cry as well. I failed them. I failed him. Oh Sho, you didn't fail. No one saw this coming and… Hisashi is interrupted when he sees Izuku trying to wake up, groaning in pain. Izuku, are you okay? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Hisashi moves to sit between the two. Dad? Izuku asks groggily. Why yeah, that's me Aizu. Hisashi exclaims. What happened to Tsuyu and Mineta? Izuku manages to turn his head slightly toward Hisashi and Shoyuta. Oh, they're fine. Everyone else is mostly unharmed, Hisashi reassures him, placing a hand on Izuku's. How are you, Izuku? Shoyuta asks gently. I'm okay. I can't feel my back, but that might be a good thing. How about you? Izuku looks at the bandaged hero. Heh, I'm doing pretty good, kid. There might be some damage to my eye and arm, but nothing too serious. The doctors say I was lucky that Nomu didn't hit my face any harder, or I could have had permanent damage. Shoyuta speaks calmly, hoping to ease Izuku's worries. I'm sorry I couldn't help more, Izuku says, tears forming in his eyes. Kid, you didn't have to help at all. You're still a student, Still a child, it wasn't your responsibility to fight the villains. You did great, but I wish you would be a little less reckless. I'm just very happy that you're alive. Shoyuta continues softly, trying to comfort him. I'm sorry. Izuku cries. Come here. Hisashi pulls him in for a gentle hug. Izuku hugs back with his stiff bandaged arms, crying into his father's shoulder. How sweet. I hope you're not hugging too tightly, Yamada. Recovery girl walks into the room with a bag in hand. She sets the bag down in a chair and approaches Izuku. Hello again, sweetheart. You seem to be a magnet for back injuries at this point. She chuckles. Now tell me, where does it hurt? Recovery girl tends to Izuku and Shoyuta before leaving again. They learn that she will come in every day for healing sessions. As Izuku and Shoyuta begin to feel tired and visiting hours come to an end, Hisashi leaves the two to rest. He heads back home and calls Namuri to see if she'll hang out. Hours earlier, many students had requested to visit their teacher and classmate in the hospital, but all were denied. So the group of students left the hospital waiting room and headed down the street, unsure of what to do. I think we should all go get something to eat and talk about everything that just happened. I can pay, but I really think it's important for us to discuss this, Momo suggested as the group walked along the road. I think so too. This can not only help us get the full picture of what happened, but it could also relieve some of the weight on our chests, Tsuyu added, walking closer to Momo. Agreed. I left early to get teachers, so knowing what you all went through could help my understanding, Ida said, gesturing emphatically. All right, I know a place, so let's go, everyone, Katsuki called out to the other students. Well, if Bakubro is going, so will I. I don't see a reason not to, Ijiro declared, pumping a fist in the air and running after Katsuki. Yeah, okay. I'm in. As long as we stay away from villains, I'll be good. The class all agreed and headed to the restaurant of Katsuki's choice, a spicy Korean barbecue place. The building was tall and decorated in traditional Korean decor. They found a large family table and sat down. So, what happened to you, pink cheeks? You stayed at the gate, right? Spill it. Katsuki asked, his voice firm but not yelling. Chill, Bakubro. Ijiro tried to calm him down. Yeah, I didn't get warped. I was with 13, Mina, Shuji, Siro, Ida, and Sato. The warp villain tried to stop us and nearly hurt. Ida ran away to get help for us. That's about all, Achiko replied quietly as if afraid someone might overhear. I see. Jiro, Kaminari, and I were warped to the mountain zone. We took down some villains before one grabbed Kaminari. That's when someone shot the villain. I assume it was Snipe, Momo explained, the others listening intently. Sounds a lot less dangerous than what we went through. Me, Tsu, and Izuku got stuck on a boat, and we only escaped because of Tsu's quick thinking and Izuku's plan. After that, we were stuck on top of the support beams in the ceiling. We were running across them when some villains attacked us again. They threw Izuku off the beam, but he somehow landed safely, Mineta exclaimed. So that's what happened to Izuku. We saw him in the middle area fighting the villains. We weren't sure how he got there, Sato replied. Yeah, after I got out of the zone I was in, I saw him take on the big bird guy. He managed to help Mr. Aizawa, but then something happened that I didn't see, Mashireo added. The students continued to talk and eventually ordered food. They each had gone through something different, and they were glad to know what had happened to everyone else. They still worried for their teacher and classmate, but they felt a little more at peace. Demented. Master, the Nomu wasn't strong enough. All Might didn't die. It's not fair, Tomura yelled. Tomura Shigaraki, you failed me again. However, I believe we're starting down the right path. You will heal, rebuild your army, and attack with greater force, the television replied. It's all because of that brat. The NPC got in my way and made the Nomu weak. It would have won if not for him. I'll get my revenge. Tomura continued to shout from the floor. Not fair, not fair. Tomura shouted for hours, agitated and restless. Noon next day. Recovery girl left the room with Izuku and Shoyuta feeling more healed. Hisashi was at the police station reporting on what he witnessed the other day. The students were all asked to stay home unless necessary or if they needed to answer questions. It seemed like a boring day, a day that Izuku didn't want to sleep away. Izuku's nightmares had gotten worse, but he didn't want to bring it up to anyone. He didn't want to be a bother. So he turned to Shoyuta to make small talk, but he was fast asleep. The stealth hero would take any chance he got to rest. Izuku sat quietly, trying to stay awake, until his phone buzzed on the side table. Kaminari. Yo, what are you guys doing? I'm crazy bored. Yaoyorozu. I'm reading. But I agree. Today is rather dull. Uraraka. I wish they'd let us go. Places. My dad planned it. Hike today, but now we can't go. Ida. Sorry to hear that. Kirishima. Do you think Izuku can? See these? Kagen. Deku, what the heck? Izuku. You're okay, right? Yeah, I'm good. Can't leave the hospital yet, but I'm okay. Mina. I'm so glad to hear that. We were worried about you. Red heart. How did you do the heart? Juro. It's an emoji. And I'm glad you were safe too. Uraraka. I can't do a lot of emojis either, Izuku. I like the smiley faces you make. Smiley face. Kagen. He can do lots of emojis. This is just his first phone round face. Uraraka. Like this? Juro. Yeah, but why a giraffe? Giraffe smiley face. Kaminari. What does that mean? Kagen. I doubt Deku knows. Mineta. Oneo, what did he do to make Bakugo mad? Kagen. He hit his head pretty hard, so he's in the hospital with a bump. Mineta. I actually forgot about that. I found them green heart, laughing face. Ida. Good job. And as much as we enjoy speaking again, it's best if you rest so we can all see each other in person. Talk later, promise? Giraffe Greenheart. Kagen. We promise, Giraffe Boy. Grinning face with smiling eyes. Before Izuku realized it, he began to drift off to sleep, filled with love for his friends. He rested for 9 hours before needing to use the restroom. No nightmares visited him that night. All he could think about was his friends and the excitement of seeing them soon. Katsuki's POV. It had been a few days since the USJ attack, and Deku was finally let out of the hospital right before school started up again. Not that I was worried about him or anything. I walked into class and saw Deku surrounded by classmates. They were asking loud questions and being too noisy for the morning. Even Ida couldn't get them to quiet down. Deku. I approached the crowd, which quickly parted to let me through. Kaken. He rubbed the back of his neck. Heal up faster so I can fight you. I glared at the rest of the class, signaling them to move off my desk. I will, Kaken. Deku smiled, his expression too bright. It's strange how you two interact, right? I mean, Bakugo's mean, but you find a way to put a positive spin on his attitude. Dun's face chimed in beside Deku. Just proves how strong their friendship is. Shiny Hair added, still being too loud. Get to your seats, we have a lot to discuss today. Mr. Aizawa finally walked into the classroom. Everyone hurried to their seats. As you all know, there was a villain attack involving your class, and some of you got injured. I'm not just talking physically, I also mean emotionally. Hound Dog is the school's guidance counselor and therapist. If you have time, you should visit him. He cleared his throat. It's free and encouraged after what happened to you all. As for other news, the UA Sports Festival is coming up, and I want you all to do your best and put your name out for the Hero Agency Scouts. Four Eyes raised his hand. Yes, Ida? Mr. Aizawa, don't you think it's very risky to have the sports festival right after an attack like that? Not to mention those who were hurt might not be able to participate because of injuries. Ribbit, I agree. The sports festival seems like the perfect time for an attack, Ribbit, and the only reason we weren't badly injured is that they didn't know anything about our quirks. Frog Girl spoke softly. I understand your concern, but Nezu feels we need to go through with the sports festival to prove we aren't afraid. Plus, security is triple what it was last year, so if villains do come, they won't stand a chance. The sports festival isn't for another week, no one should still be injured by then. Mr. Aizawa responded coolly. You all, go change into your hero costumes and meet me down at the track, We're covering speed training. Right. We answered and headed to the door, but we were met with a crowd of classmates. Great, just what I need. You're those Class A students who think they're better than us because you fought real villains? What a sad bunch. One of you looks like he hardly survived the attack. How pathetic. The loud blonde pointed towards Deku. Watch what you say or you might regret it. I grumbled, flaring my hand. Now I'm being threatened? How unbelievably sad. And you think you're better than Class B? The sports festival is hardly a competition at this point. He laughed maniacally before some girl with big hands knocked him out. He deserved it. Come on, Monoma, that's enough. The redhead said, dragging him away. I think that hero course student had a point. Some purple-haired kid spoke up. The hero course hardly stands a chance, and when one of the general studies class kids wins, one of you will be kicked out. You really think any of you have a chance? Move before you annoy me even more. I shouted at the crowd, which parted to let us through. What a bunch of extras. They don't stand a chance against me or my class. Hatsume POV. I heard back from Izuku about my gauntlets. He said they worked great. Apparently, they broke during the villain attack at the USJ. I'm not upset though. This means I get to redesign them and make them even stronger. Izuku mentioned he wanted to use my gauntlets in the sports festival and that he's signing the forms to do so. I don't think I've ever been so excited in my life. He also commissioned me for some smoke bombs. I can't wait to get to work. Hey Hatsume, come meet my friends. Izuku appears in the hall. Your friends? I ask as I walk toward him and the group accompanying him. Yeah, this is Ida, Uraraka, Azui, and Todoroki. He gestures to the group. You can just call me Tsu if you want, Ribbit. The frog girl waves and smiles at me. Oh, how cool. I'm Hatsume. Izuku, do your friends need inventions too? I start to feel excited at the thought of creating new gadgets. Bee babies? The Todoroki kid asks, surprised. That's what she calls her inventions. Hatsume, we were wondering if you would actually come eat lunch with us if you're not busy or anything. Izuku blushes, looking flustered. Yeah, sounds like fun. I can tell you about my newest inventions that I'm going to use for the sports festival. I clap my hands in excitement. All right. Uraraka pumps her fist in the air. Great. Let's go. Izuku says, and the six of us walk down the hall to the lunchroom. We eat and talk for a while. I explain how my inventions work and how I plan on using them. Ida seems very impressed and asks about my knowledge of aerodynamic support items that could help him maintain speed during sharp turns. I totally geek out. But we're interrupted by a funny blonde-haired boy. Oh, Class 1A hanging out with a support course student? Makes total sense. You'll need all the support you can get to beat us. He laughs, a light-hearted sound. Monoma, right? Why don't you worry about yourself instead of bothering us? Todoroki stares at him. Yeah, we didn't do anything to provoke you. Uraraka adds. Your existence is provoking. You think you're better than our class, and you think you can just outshine us, but I won't let it happen. Monoma laughs again, still entertaining. But then I notice his hands. Monoma, have you ever thought of getting support for your arms? They look a bit weak. I bet you can't really punch too hard, so you should consider a lightweight support item to help you work out. That way, you can utilize your arms better. I point to his arms and wrists. Are you saying my arms are weak? That green-haired kid has his arms in bandages, and mine are weak. Haha. He laughs uncontrollably. Well, Izuku's arms are bandaged because he used them to protect himself. I'd say his arm strength has improved greatly. I smile. Hatsume. Thank you. He blushes again. You're kidding, right? He falls unconscious after a light tap from a red-haired girl. Sorry about him, but he does have a point. Class 1B is going to beat you. In a respectable manner. If I can get that through to Monoma. She rubs the back of her neck and drags Monoma away. They seem nice. I smile back at the group, which causes them to burst into laughter. Even if Monoma isn't nice, my new friends sure are. After lunch, we go our separate ways. I've got a few new ideas based on my conversations with the soon-to-be heroes. I can make Izuku's gauntlets a bit heavier to build up defense and attack power. Once I finish building some other inventions I have planned, I think I'll create something for Ida to help stabilize his turns better and work with Uraraka to improve her costume. I had a lot of fun at lunch, and now I'm going to have more fun in the workshop. Hatsume. Just the young woman I wanted to see. Nezu walks toward me. Principal Nezu. It's been a while. What do you need, sir? I ask, shaking his hand. I wanted to have you look over some security changes I'm making for the sports festival. He hands me a tube with blueprints inside. Me? Oh wow, sir. I'll be sure to look them over. Tell me about any changes that could be made. I trust you, Hatsume. He waves and walks away. What a mysterious man. Izuku POV. I woke up around 4 a.m. and went for a light run, determined to be in peak condition for the day ahead. The sports festival was finally here, and I was ready to give it my all. After my run, I showered and got dressed. We had to leave earlier than usual to set up the arena, and Principal Nezu had arranged breakfast for everyone. Izuku, we can handle everything from here. You can head to the gym for a quick workout or get some extra rest, Nezu said. Okay, thank you, Principal Nezu. No, thank you. He smiled and waved as I made my way back to the main building. I felt like I was getting closer to everyone here. After changing into my gym clothes, I decided to hit the gym. I worked out for an hour, lifting weights, doing some yoga, and using the treadmill. Once I finished, I changed back into my uniform and headed to class. Hey Deku, ready to lose to me? Kaken laughed. Pissich as if, are you ready to take second place? I shot back with a grin. No way in hell am I losing, he yelled. We shared a laugh as more students trickled into the classroom. After Aizawa assigned us our changing building number, we began walking to the stadium. I could hear the crowd cheering from inside the building. It was nerve-wracking, but I was determined to prove my worth as a hero. We all wore the same gym uniforms, but I had filled out the necessary forms to use Hatsume's gauntlets and a pair of small knives that met regulations. Slowly, all the participants entered the main area. I spotted Shinso and Hatsume from a distance. Then Midnight stepped onto a small platform. Hello heroes and citizens. Welcome to the annual UA Sports Festival, where our prestigious school showcases our students' unrivaled strength. Let me break it down for you. Yamada's voice boomed over the speakers as he explained the selection process and what we would be doing. I'll pass it on to Midnight. Thank you, Present Mike. To start us off, let's hear from a representative student. Katsuki Bakugu. The crowd erupted with excitement as Kaken walked on stage. I just want to say, I'm going to win, he declared into the microphone before stepping off the platform. The crowd loved his speech, though our fellow students didn't find it nearly as entertaining. They shot glares at our class, and I felt my nerves creeping back in. All right, let's see what our first competition is, Midnight announced, pointing to a large screen behind her. Starting off strong with the obstacle course. The crowd went wild. I had seen the obstacle course on TV before. It was long, challenging, and different every time. I needed to focus on my speed and stamina. If I wore myself out too soon, I would be useless in the second round. Playing it safe in this round seemed wise. All right, folks, you heard the hero. It's time for the obstacle course. Let me fill you in on what our students will face. Yamada continued, detailing the challenges ahead, though it was clear he was skipping some parts. I began to formulate a plan based on what I heard. Okay, students, get ready to run. Midnight shouted at us. On your marks. Get set. Go. A gun fired, and we all dashed through the tight tunnel to reach the real race. So, Eraserhead, what do you think your kids will have to overcome that might be difficult? Yamada's voice echoed in the arena. The starting point, it's a tight exit for so many kids, Aizawa replied in his usual monotone. Right, I guess I'll stick to the commentary since you don't seem to be having it today. I made it out of the entrance and had to jump over Todoroki's icy floor attack. He had created it to move forward and trap others, which was pretty clever. I slipped on the ice but quickly regained my balance, using his trail to my advantage. Other students, including Kaken, Yaoyorozu, Tsu, Ida, Uraraka, Kirishima, and others I didn't know were also breaking free. I needed to pick up the pace. Before I could think of a solid plan, a swarm of zero-point robots appeared, causing chaos. I didn't have time to take them down, so I had to navigate around them. I noticed Todoroki freezing them lightly, ensuring they only broke free once he was past, while Kaken blasted the head off one of them. Other students began to attack, but I couldn't waste any time. I found an opening and dashed past the chaos, robot parts flying around me as I kept running. More robots kept appearing, but I pressed on until I reached the next obstacle. A massive pit with pillars of ground loomed ahead. The only way across was via thin ropes connecting the platforms. I sprinted forward. Aizawa had taught me how to run on thin wires, and I was ready to apply his training. I was almost caught up to Todoroki and Kaken, but others were closing in too. I spotted open land ahead, marked by small lumps on the ground. They must be. I was interrupted by a distant explosion from one of the zero-pointers. Debris flew through the air, and I saw Hatsume sprinting through the smoke. She was incredibly fast, likely using her gear to tear those robots apart. Another small explosion erupted ahead of me. I was right, they were landmines. I watched as some students tiptoed around them while others tried to run straight through. Then it hit me. One of the zero-pointer scraps landed near me, and an idea sparked. I picked it up and carefully moved some of the mines into one spot. Once I was ready, I slammed down onto them with the metal scrap like a shield. I was propelled several feet ahead, right behind Kaken and Todoroki. I pulled the scrap down, slamming it behind my classmates, and pushed forward through the finish line. I won first place. Kaken came in second, and Todoroki finished third. The crowd's cheers were deafening, but I didn't care. I actually won. I came in first place for the first round. I raise a fist into the air and smile. My smile soon fades when I hear about the next round, the cavalry battle. And I'm the biggest target. Hitoshi's POV. I made it through the first round, and I think I know what I need to do to win the cavalry battle. I just need to find some teammates to execute my plan. That would have worked perfectly if Izuku and his friend hadn't run up to me. At first, I wanted to avoid him because of his high points, but then I considered how it would look if I came in first. Shinso, I have a plan. Will you be on my team? He asks. Perfect opportunity. You want me on your team? I respond, setting the bait for him to answer. He nods and turns to the brown-haired girl, who asks me what my quirk is. Not how I planned, but okay. My quirk? I hesitate, wanting to lie, but part of me genuinely wants to be on their team. It's brainwash. If someone speaks back to me, I can control their movements and actions. That's so cool. And perfect. If Uraraka and I do the horses, then you can be the rider. You can use your quirk to taunt people and make them get closer or even make them disqualify themselves. All we need is one more teammate. If you want to be on our team, that is. Izuku rambles a bit. But his plan sounds solid. It's well thought out, and he wants me on his team. I don't think my heart will let me reject him. Yeah, I'll be on your team. Your plan's pretty good. All we need is to find one more teammate. Then I'm your gal. Izuku, if you let me, I have just the thing to help us win. A pink-haired girl from the support course appears behind us. Really, Hatsume? That's great. Our team is ready. Izuku smiles. Uraraka, Hatsume, and I will be the horses, and Shinso will carry the points. We should be on defense and only use his quirk in case of emergency. If someone gets too close, Shinso will taunt them to get a response, then he activates his quirk until we get far enough away to be safe. Hatsume's gadgets should help us dodge conflict altogether, and if Uraraka starts off by making us all weightless, we just need to barely touch the ground to get far. Izuku explains as we take our positions. Sounds good, Uraraka reassures us. The round starts, and we're targeted immediately. Teaming with Izuku is risky, but this will work. It has to. Hatsume's contraption activates, and we go flying into the air, dodging Bakugu's and Todoroki's teams entirely. We land and keep running. Izuku is really strong, holding most of my weight while the other two act as lookout, watching everyone that comes at us. We jump, sprint, and dodge until we're confronted by Todoroki again. Izuku, I won't lose this, he says, sending ice our way in a path. A kid with a speed quirk uses the path to get super close to us. We barely dodge the attack. I won't lose with everything at stake. They come around for another attack, this time led by an electric quirk. Hatsume's contraptions aren't useful anymore, and we have to rely on Uraraka's quirk. We're charged by a shield created by someone else's quirk. His team is formidable. That doesn't matter. It's my turn to help out. Come on, hero course, is that the best you can do? I taunt the group in general, hoping to draw one of them in. Why yo, the speed quirk kid falls for it. Run away, I command. The boy turns and runs off. I decide not to take their headbands, we have plenty of our own points. Ida, what are you doing? Stop. The team goes into chaos and we run away. Just like it started, it ends with us in first place. Izuku's plan was flawless, and now I'll head into the final round. We didn't collect any headbands, but we didn't lose any either. This is great. Izuku, we did it, I laugh a bit. Yeah, we did. You were fantastic. Your quirk is incredible, he smiles. I blush. Ooh. Izuku, we did awesome. Uraraka says, breaking the awkwardness on my face. It's time to go over the rules for the final round. Present Mike yells over the crowd. I'm going to win. Izuku POV. We made it past the second round. Everyone performed incredibly well. I felt a bit anxious near the end, but Shinso was amazing. Let's see what the third round will be before we take our break. Midnight announces from the stage. The final round will consist of one-on-one fights. Students can win by getting their opponent out of bounds or by immobilizing them. Here are the matchups. Midnight gestures to the large screen behind her. I scan for my name and see that my first match is against Todoroki. This is going to be tough. With that, our first match, Hitoshi Shinso vs Denki Kaminari, will start shortly. Yamada announces over the speakers as the crowd erupts with cheers. It's strange that the audience is smaller than at other sports festivals, yet they manage to drown out all other sounds. But I can't dwell on that, I need to prepare for my fight. I'll take a moment to rest my hands, then work on a strategy. The students and I walk out of the main area to the waiting and changing rooms on the side. I wish Kaminari and Shinso good luck in their fight before heading to my changing room. My match is right after theirs, and I need to be ready. Izuku, can we talk? Todoroki enters the room. What's up? I respond. I won't use my flames to fight. I refuse to rely on my father's power to win. I will do this with just my ice, he states firmly. I don't understand. Why won't you use your fire? Did something happen? I ask. Yes, when I was very young. My father was abusive to my mother, my siblings, and me for years. He wanted me to surpass all might and would do anything to achieve that. It drove my mother to the edge. She snapped and poured boiling water on my face. That's why I have this scar and why I won't use the power that has caused us pain, he explains. Todoroki, I didn't know about that. But he doesn't control what you do with that power. You have the ability to choose how to use it. So use it and show that it can be a force for good. I tried to smile at him, but something about this reminds me of my own father. You don't understand. I won't use his power because I want to prove I don't need it, he replies. I get how you feel. And Endeavor sounds like a terrible father, but it's still your quirk. Use it and forget about him. I lower my voice. How could you know how I feel? He sounds frustrated. I recall the pain and the shouting. My own father hurt me in ways that still affect me today. I know what it's like to feel anger and rejection from someone who should care for you. I don't want you to make a mistake because of your feelings toward Endeavor. You can reject him, but don't reject your own power. I look at him, and he stands up straight, no longer leaning against the wall. I understand your reasoning. But I don't think I can, he admits, causing me to sigh. I'm going to get ready for our match, he says coldly and walks out of the room. Help him, Izuku. You, of all people, know how he feels, so help him. I have to help him. Even if it means losing my match to his power, if I can help him see his quirk as his own, then I will have succeeded. Todoroki deserves to know he isn't his father and that he doesn't have to be like him. I will help him. I decide to watch Shinso and Kaminari's match, but on my way out, I encounter Endeavor. You're going to fight Shoto, aren't you? Don't hold back and provoke his flames. Endeavor commands. That's not for you to dictate. He might be your son, but he isn't a tool for you to use, I reply, walking past him toward the students' seating. Izuku. Look, Kaminari and Shinso are about to start, Uraraka smiles. Yeah. I'm not sure who to cheer for, I laugh. I get it, it's hard to choose between friends. She smiles and points to a seat next to her. I sit down and wait for the match to begin. Hitoshi POV. This is it. I know how this kid moves, and I know he'll rely on his quirk. I need to do what Izuku would do. I have to stay light on my feet, just like Izuku, Hatsume, and Uraraka did. I can do this. I have to. Hope you're ready. I'll go easy on you since you're not even a hero course student, but Ida told me about you. No need for me to look at you. Kaminari taunts. Look at me? Does he think my power requires eye contact? Round start. Midnight yells. I don't think you can win this, Charger Boy. I shout back. Ha, as if he falls right for my trap. Can't believe you thought it was eye contact. Let's put on a show. Come at me with a weak punch that I'll dodge, then roll out of bounds, I command, trying to hold back my laughter. And he does just that. He runs up and throws a weak punch. I step aside, and he rolls out of bounds. Round over, Shinso wins. Midnight announces and the crowd erupts. See that, folks? General Course Hitoshi Shinso takes home the first win of the round. Humble beginnings for a tough guy like him. Present mic booms over the speakers. I did it. I beat a hero course kid. I walk into the wing and spot Izuku making his way down for his match against Todoroki, Endeavor's prodigious son. Shinso, you were incredible. That was amazing, Izuku exclaims, pumping his fist in the air. Heh, it was great, wasn't it? I try to play it cool. Hey, when you finish your match, do you want to watch the rest of the first rounds together? I ask. Yeah, that'll be fun, he smiles. Great. Well, I'll see you then. Oh, good luck in your match. I smile back. Thanks. He waves and walks out to the fighting area. He better win. He's too strong and smart to lose now. Izuku POV. This is it. My battle with Todoroki starts soon. I have to help him, but I also need to give it my all. This is going to be challenging, but I will try my hardest. I step into the ring and look at Todoroki, who stands silently on the other side. I start to feel nervous, but I push it aside. I have to do this. I can help and win. Match start. Midnight yells. Before I can even blink, Todoroki sends a wall of ice my way. I quickly pull out my knife and wedge it into the ice, twisting it to create an opening. Using Hatsume's revised gauntlets, I punch through. I break free, and the roar of the crowd fills my ears. Todoroki sends another ice spike my way, but I use the gauntlets to deflect it. Is that all you've got, Todoroki? If you keep holding back, you won't win. I shout, punching through another ice attack. My hands are sore, but I push through the pain. I dash around another large ice wall, getting closer to him. I swing my knife, but he dodges backward. I try again, and he evades once more. On my final swing, I anticipate his move and sweep my legs under his, tripping him. He quickly uses his ice to push himself back up and retaliate. That's when I notice his arm, encased in ice. Todoroki, you're hurting yourself by relying solely on ice. You're freezing up, and your movements are slowing down. You can't win like this, and I won't let you. I yell at him. It's your quirk, not his, so don't lose because of him. His arm ignites, flames flickering to life. Now I have to dodge. I leap back, narrowly avoiding the first wave of flames. The second attack singes my arm, but I quickly extinguish the fire. My skin stings and the air grows warm. I look up at Todoroki, who is smiling. He's okay. Why did you push me like this? You could have won, he asks, preparing for another attack. Cementos, this is too rough. Midnight calls from the sidelines, but it's too late. Cementos tries to intervene, but Todoroki unleashes a combination of ice and fire, causing the air to expand rapidly, resulting in a massive explosion in the stadium. My head is pounding and I can barely see through the smoke and steam. Todoroki stands just inside the bounds, while I realize I'm still within the ring, thanks to the first ice spike he sent my way. Struggling to my feet, I run toward him and use the gauntlets to punch him out of bounds. Izuku Yamada won. Midnight announces. I glance down at Todoroki. You should have used your flames from the start, I tell him as he lies on the floor, exhausted. The crowd erupts in cheers. The noise is overwhelming and I feel lightheaded. You saw it here first, listeners. UA's quirkless hero takes down Todoroki in one of the most intense matches of the day. Yamada's voice rings out, piercing my ears. The crowd's mood shifts. They didn't realize I was quirkless, and now they begin to pity me. Quirkless. That was too rough for a quirkless kid. The fight wasn't fair, he's quirkless. He could have been seriously hurt. Their voices swirl in my mind and I feel sick. Did I really do well? I collapse to the floor. Izuku and Shoto are rushed to the infirmary to be treated by Recovery Girl. Midnight and Cementos work on clearing the area while the crowd continues to argue. He did great. He can't be a hero, he's quirkless. If they let him stay, they're making a mistake. That fight was incredible. The crowd is divided. Izuku won an amazing battle, but being quirkless leaves many feeling conflicted. They pity him and praise him, unsure of what to think. But Shoyuta knows he must get to Izuku's side as quickly as possible. He isn't worried about Izuku being quirkless. He's concerned about the scar on his back. When Izuku dodged, he often hit the ground hard. He leaves Hizashi in the booth, promising to return with an update on Izuku. Hizashi wants to accompany him but can't abandon the crowd or his station. The next match is about to start, and it wouldn't be fair to delay it. Still, he can't shake his worry. Shoto, you used your flames, Endeavor says, looking at Shoto in the bed. Yeah, I did and I forgot about you entirely. I was glad to use my quirk, Shoto responds, glaring at his father. Endeavor huffs. Could you both keep it down? Since you can walk again, you should take your seat in the audience. I have work to do. Recovery Girl gestures toward Izuku, who is still unconscious with a high fever. Thank you, Shoto replies, walking out of the room with Endeavor. Recovery Girl sighs, looking at Izuku. She realizes she'll need to perform surgery on his foot, which is covered in ice and broken in several places. His shoulder is dislocated, and his waist is a mess, burned and frozen, with scars beginning to form. Thankfully, his back hasn't reopened. She locks the door and begins the operation. 30 minutes later, Shoyuta paces outside the infirmary, trying to catch a glimpse inside, but he can't see anything. Finally, Recovery Girl opens the door and lets him in. Izu, are you okay? He asks the green-haired boy sitting up in bed. Why yeah, I'm okay. I think the heat got to me near the end, Izuku replies, his face nervous. That, and your broken bones, Recovery Girl interjects from her desk. I was fortunate to heal you completely. Nothing is wrong anymore, but you need to take it easy before your next match, she says with a sigh. Thank you, Izuku murmurs quietly. Of course, just be more careful moving forward, okay? She says, opening the door for them to leave. Are you sure you're okay? There's no shame in dropping out, Shoyuta says, concerned. I'm fine. I'm going to keep doing my best. Izuku smiles at the hero. All right then, Shoyuta sighs, leading his son back to the seats with the other students. Izuku, you're okay. We were so worried. Uraraka cheers. Yeah dude, your battle was amazing but you missed a lot. Like my fight with Tetsu. It was such a competitive moment, and we had to settle our tie with an arm wrestling match. Kirishima said with a broad smile. And Uraraka faced Bakugu and surprisingly held her ground. Mineta exclaimed. Mineta? Mina scolded. Yeah, that really happened, Uraraka said, rubbing the back of her neck. Anyway, your next match is against Ida, who has been busy promoting Hatsume's inventions, Kaminari added. That sounds just like Hatsume. Izuku chuckled. The boy settled in with his classmates, discussing what he had missed. They talked about plans and strategies, and how Izuku was recovering. When they turned to Izuku's match, they realized Ida was nowhere to be found. "Ida, where are you?" Izuku murmured to himself. "We've just received news that Tenya Ida had to withdraw due to an urgent matter. This means Izuku advances." Midnight announced from her stage. The crowd reacted with mixed emotions, and the noise began to overwhelm Izuku as he stepped away into the wings, leaving the chaos behind. "What happened to Ida? Is he alright? Did he not want to face me?" Izuku pondered. "Let's bring out our next challengers." "Katsuki Bakugo vs Fumikage Tokoyami," Midnight called out. Izuku returned to the student seating, where he was met with concerned expressions. "What happened to Ida?" Ojiro asked. "Did they share any details with you?" Shiro wondered. "Is everything alright?" Jiro asked, her brow furrowed with worry. "I'm not sure. I think something went wrong, but I don't know what." Izuku replied as he took his seat. "Izuku, are you okay? You seem a bit shaken," Ojiro said, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Why, I'm fine. It's just really loud," Izuku muttered. "I understand. Do you want to step into the back rooms? I can go with you if you'd like," Koda offered quietly. "I'm okay. I just want to watch the next match," Izuku said, forcing a shaky smile. "Alright. Just let us know if you need anything, Ribbit," Sue said, glancing back at the green-haired teen. Izuku cheered for both participants, albeit quietly. Aizawa POV. I return to the booth and inform Hisashi that Izuku is okay. He visibly relaxes, as if a heavy weight has been lifted from his shoulders. I feel the same relief. It's a miracle that Izuku wasn't injured. Before I can dwell on my thoughts about Izuku, the crowd interrupts, shouting about him being quirkless and criticizing us for allowing him to compete. Their comments start to irritate me, but I know better than to respond. That kind of negativity upsets Izuku. He prefers to let people think what they want rather than confront them. I'm not sure if that's a good or bad trait. Hisashi continues to commentate the next few rounds until we reach the pre-finals. Izuku vs Kirishima and Bakugo vs Shinso. The matches should be interesting as all four of them have unique fighting styles. Bakugo charges in aggressively, while Shinso keeps his distance. Izuku strategizes, and Kirishima goes with the flow and unexpected approach for someone with a rock quirk. The first match begins with Shinso and Bakugo. Shinso reminds me of myself in some ways, which is both intriguing and concerning. As expected, Bakugo charges at Shinso, shouting something. When he does, Shinso uses his quirk to command him out of bounds. The match seems over until Bakugo breaks free with a massive explosion, catching everyone off guard. Shinso, lacking a backup plan, tries the same trick again but fails, getting knocked out of the battlefield. The crowd erupts in cheers, chanting Bakugo's name, which can't be good for his already inflated ego. Bakugo advances, and Shinso secures one of the third-place spots. He made it far with minimal training, and I think I'd like to teach him a few things to see if he could transfer to my class. He certainly has the passion of a hero, and we need as many as we can get if All Might follows through with his retirement plan next year. Up next is Izuku Yamada vs Eijiro Kirishima, both from Class 1A in the Hero course. This should be an exciting match. Hisashi announces into the microphone. He's right, this will be thrilling. Izuku POV. I step onto the fighting area, determined to take down Kirishima. If I win, I'll face Kaken next. Not if, but when. I can't second-guess myself now. I will win. I hope. Ready. Fight. Midnight yells. I grip one of my knives and swing at Kirishima. He uses his quirk to defend himself, which is good. My plan is working. I've got him on defense, limiting his movement. I feint with another slash, slowly pushing him back. But this might take longer than I thought. I'm untouchable like this. When you're done trying to cut through, let me know so I can beat you. He laughs, completely unaware that he's falling into my trap. I keep slashing and swinging, but he's only halfway to the border. I'm done waiting. He swings his arm at me. He's strong when hardened, but also slow, so I easily dodge his attack. Crap, it didn't work. I couldn't just push him out. However, I did weaken him a little, especially on his left arm. If I start attacking harder, I could break through and throw him out of bounds when he least expects it. We switch roles, with Kirishima on offense and me on defense. I dodge his punches and charges with relative ease. He clearly makes a better shield than a solo fighter. Each time he swings with his left arm, I use my knives to block, gradually digging into the rock-hard skin covering his arm. Growing frustrated, he tries to push me out of the border. It clicks in my head, I can abandon the plan for now. He charges right at me, intending to shove me out. At the last second, I leap over him and twist his left arm. I hear a pop but still manage to throw him toward the border. He nearly goes out but steadies himself just in time. His left arm looks injured, and I can see him grabbing his shoulder before hardening again. It seems he hasn't learned his lesson, as he charges at me once more. He's sweating heavily, and I can tell he's starting to overuse his quirk. I take advantage of his fatigue and pull off a similar move again. This time, I avoid his arms and grab his right leg, swinging him out of bounds. Match set, Izuku Yamada wins. Midnight announces to the crowd, but I've blocked them out. I don't need their distractions. Good fight, Izubro. Kirishima approaches me, still holding his shoulder. You too. You fought really well, I reply with a smile. Thanks. You're super impressive too. He tears up a bit. You should head to Recovery Girl to get that shoulder checked, okay? Why yeah, then we can have another match once we're back in class. He pumps a fist in the air, immediately regretting it. Our final round will start in 15 minutes. Yamada announces over the speakers. I need to prepare to face Bakugo. Stain POV. I had just left the Hosu area when I overheard people discussing a quirkless hero using knives and gauntlets in battle. They referred to him as Izuku Yamada, and after listening closely, I learned he's a UA student. That piqued my interest. Yamada is the last name of the aspiring hero present Mike. However, Mike is documented as adopting him, so they aren't truly related. The more I investigate Izuku Yamada's life, the more I discover that his full name is Izuku Midoriya Yamada. While it's a mouthful, it shows he remains true to his roots, even after being adopted. True heroes understand they are individuals with their own histories. He embraces that history, which is a positive sign. One must never forget who they are or why they fight. I might leave Hosu sooner than I thought. I need to meet him to see if he truly has what it takes to be a hero. I'll wait for the first years to begin their internships with pros, as it happens every year. I'm sorry, but it seems that the text you provided is incomplete. Please provide the full text that you would like me to edit, and I'll be happy to assist you. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit bar just outside of Kamino Ward, a pale man chuckled ominously as he watched the sports festival unfold on the screen. Master, did you hear? I think I've found a way to capture a strong quirkless boy and get my revenge on UA. Tamura exclaimed with excitement. You've done well, Tamura. I hope you recover quickly to fulfill your mission, the voice from the screen replied, a hint of amusement in its tone. Very soon, my plan will be set in motion, all for one said with a confident smile. Izuku POV. This is it. My fight with Kaken is about to start. I pull my gauntlets up and make my way to the fighting area. I have to beat him. Deku, are you ready to lose? Kaken yells, flaring his hands. I can't think of anything to say, so I get into a running position. Ready. Fight. Midnight shouts. Die. Kaken yells, charging toward me with his usual right hook. I dodge to the right, grabbing his arm and flipping him onto his back. He quickly gets up and starts unleashing explosions around me. It's hard to dodge and I get hit a few times, but I stand my ground and land a solid punch on his face, causing him to stumble backward. He steadies himself and comes at me with a massive explosion. I can't dodge it, so I brace myself. My arms burn and my eyes sting. But once the smoke clears, I ready myself and charge at him. We're in each other's faces, switching between offense and defense. Every time he lands a hit, I find an opening and jab back. Then he jumps back, creating distance. Why don't you just give up already? He yells, sending out a larger explosion than I've ever seen from him. I try to dodge, but I can't escape. The explosion sends me out of bounds, and I hit the side of the stadium hard. My ears ring from the blast, and everything goes blurry. Gradually, I start to hear the crowd again. Of course he lost, he's quirkless. That was too rough for a quirkless kid. See, just a waste of time. We already knew who was going to win. They're right. It wasn't enough. I could hardly put up a fight. Why did I even enter? Izuku. Cementas's voice brings me back. Let me help you to the infirmary. He extends his hand. Okay. I whisper, taking his hand. He walks me to the infirmary. I try to block out the crowd again, but nothing works. Every word invades my mind. The ringing in my ears is distracting, but it's not helpful either. Why can't I be enough? Recovery girl heals me up and sends me out to the podium as soon as she's done. I'm terrified that they might not like me. What am I supposed to do if they start yelling again? Let's start off with our third-place winners, Hitoshi Shinso and Eijiro Kirishima. All Might announces, handing medals to each of them. You both did incredible. I cannot wait to see how you grow as heroes, he says to the two, who are grinning ear to ear. Seeing them happy puts my mind at ease. And our second-place winner is young Izuku Yamada. All Might shouts. You fought like a true hero out there. All Might says, hanging the medal around my neck. Thank you, sir. I say, looking at his iconic smile. Of course, my boy. He turns his attention to Kaken, who is leaning against the back of the podium with a confident smile. Now our first-place winner. Katsuki Bakugu. You fought with much spirit, and your strength is remarkable. Please accept this medal. He hands the medal to Kaken. Yeah, I know, Kaken replies with a smirk. With that, the first year's UA Sports Festival is over. Go Beyond, plus Ultra. All Might raises a fist to the air and then leaps away into the sky. The crowd is cheering loudly, but they are starting to leave, moving in groups as they are identified by heroes and teachers. I run up to Shinso, who is already making his way off the field. Shinso, you did awesome. I call out, running behind him. Thanks, you did great yourself. That Bakugu is a pain to fight, though, he laughs. Yeah, he's pretty strong. Maybe next time we'll beat him, we just need to keep improving. I smile. Hey, yep. He smiles back. You too, hold up. Aizawa walks behind us. Eraserhead? Shinso turns his attention to Aizawa. Yeah, that's me. You're Shinso, right? I want to work on transferring you to the hero course. I need you to do some trials, though. I'm sure Izuku and I can help you with training, Aizawa says. Oh Shinso, how cool. I smile at him. I would like to transfer, if it's not too much trouble, Shinso replies, looking really happy. It's no trouble. Just meet me at the field on Mondays and Wednesdays for training. Once I get a better look at your skills, I'll set up the transfer tests. It's going to be tough, but you seem ready for it, Aizawa says, looking at Shinso. Right. Shinso says, giving a small grin. Oh, and while I'm here, Izuku, meet me in the car later. You should go eat something. He ruffles my hair. Okay. I smile back at him. See you two later. Aizawa walks away. Izuku, do you live with Eraserhead? The hero. The underground hero. Shinso asks, turning to me. Yeah, he and Yamada adopted me, I reply. Is Yamada, present Mike? The hero. The voice hero? He asks slowly. Yup. I nod my head. Things are starting to make more sense. You went running with Eraserhead because he was your dad. He blinks a few times. Hiya. I rub the back of my neck. Why don't you come eat lunch with me and we can talk more? If you're not busy. Yeah, I'm free for the next hour, he replies. I think today was a pretty good day. It's early morning the day after the sports festival. Izuku is already awake and has gone for a jog. Shoyuta just returned from patrol, and Hisashi is getting ready in his hero costume. After Izuku comes back, he eats breakfast and showers before the three head to UA. All night, Izuku was troubled by terrible nightmares. He never confided in anyone about them, not wanting to disturb Hisashi or Shoyuta, who was away on patrol. Instead, he began documenting his nightmares, hoping to find a way to stop them, but nothing had worked so far. Typically, students have the day off after the sports festival, but this year, the teachers are holding a meeting, and Shoyuta doesn't want to leave Izuku behind. He is concerned about the League of Villains, who are still at large. So, the three head to Ua. Hisashi parks the car, and they walk to the main building. Hey, Shoyuta, Hisashi, do you know what this meeting is about? Nezu won't tell us, and he isn't even attending. We're meeting with some police and heroes for some reason, Nemuri says as she walks alongside the boys. That's strange. Why wouldn't Nezu attend his own meeting? Hisashi adds. He's probably reviewing blueprints for updating the school's security system. That's what he was doing yesterday during the sports festival, Shoyuta nods. Izuku will be in and out, maybe only taking half an hour. You can hit the gym or the pool, or you can relax in the teacher's lounge, okay. Hisashi turns to Izuku. I'll see you then. Izuku waves to the adults as they enter the meeting room. Bye. Nemuri waves back. Izuku takes a deep breath and heads to the gym. He has been training hard since his loss to Bakugo. He doesn't want to feel weak, so he believes he must work harder. Ah, Izuku. I was just looking for you, Nezu waves. Principal Nezu. How are you, sir? Izuku replies, a bit nervously. I'm very well, thank you. I was wondering if you could take a look at something with me. Nezu smiles, pointing to a tube. Okay, sir. Izuku responds, returning a shaky smile. The two walk to Nezu's office. Nezu removes the top of the tube he was holding, and out falls plans, notes, and blueprints about security. I hear you're quite the analyzing machine. I want your opinion on these designs and systems to enhance security. We believe the League of Villains might be planning something again. I hope to make our school even safer. Nezu gestures to the papers that Izuku picks up. Izuku examines the notes and papers closely, muttering about the plans and blueprints while taking his own notes. This is really advanced, but maybe relying on electronics this much isn't the best idea. They work well in theory, but they could easily be compromised by someone's quirk. For instance, if Kaminari sent enough electricity through the security system, it could fail. Maybe the third years could help. They have their hero licenses, so if they focus on keeping the underclassmen safe and evacuating everyone, it would reduce the stress on the teachers. Izuku rambles. I see. Thank you for your input. This aligns with what Hatsume mentioned. You've given me an idea. We could sponsor some small local heroes to assist in case of an emergency. Nezu smiles. Yeah, that's smart. Izuku beams. Thank you, and Izuku, why don't you and Shinso come to my office tomorrow for lunch? Hatsume will be here too, and the three of us can discuss this further. Nezu organizes the papers. Really, sir? Izuku asks, surprised. Yes. Now the meeting should wrap up in 5 minutes, so go meet up with your fathers. Nezu opens the door. Okay, thank you, sir. Izuku waves and walks out of the office. What a bright young man. I think I like him enough to let him join my personal circle. He's going to be a fine hero, Nezu muses to himself. Aizawa did well. Shuta's POV. I messed up. After the meeting, we went home. I headed to my office to catch up on paperwork while Hisashi and Izuku went for a walk. At first, everything seemed fine, but then I received a call from Hisashi telling me I needed to bring the car to the park. Why they need me to bring the car is beyond me. Before I could ask, he hung up. Now I'm panicking as I struggle to drive 10 blocks to the park. What if Izuku got hurt? What if it was a villain? The hero killer is on the loose, and the League of Villains is still active. This isn't good. I worry as I pull into the park's parking lot. I see Izuku and Hisashi walking toward me, carrying a box. What could possibly be in that box? Izuku, Hisashi. Are you alright? What happened? I sprint toward them. Oh, we're fine, Shoyuta. We made a discovery in the park. Hisashi glances at the box in Izuku's arms. He flips open the lid, revealing a small kitten inside, with clumps of fur around its neck and paws. We found him and didn't want to leave him out here, Izuku says, rubbing the back of his neck. His name is Cappuccino, and he's part of the family now. Hisashi sticks his tongue out playfully. Oh, I thought someone got hurt, I say, looking at the kitten, who is fast asleep. Cute little thing. Let's get him home, give him a bath, feed him, and see if he has a family, I say, taking the box from Izuku's arms and handing the keys to Hisashi. Okay. Izuku opens the passenger seat door for me. Thank you. I place the box on the dashboard while I buckle up. Izuku nods and gets in the back of the car. We drive back home, and the kitten sleeps the entire way. Cappuccino is such a cute little guy, but he definitely needs a cleaning. His fur is matted, and his eyes are dirty. Izuku grabs some towels and lays them on the bathroom floor. We give Cappuccino a much-needed bath. He fusses a bit but does surprisingly well for his size. I glance over at Izuku, who has a gentle smile on his face. His emerald eyes are fixed on the cat, and he is careful as he cleans him, barely rubbing at all, just enough to remove the dirt. I notice flickers of pain in his eyes. I understand. He wishes someone had cared for him like this when he was younger. He is gentle because he doesn't want to replicate the harshness he experienced. My heart aches. He might be safe now, but it was nearly too late when Hisashi and I adopted him. We can't erase his pain, even though that's what I desperately want to do. The kitten meows softly, seeking my attention. I turn back to his wet and thin body. He shakes and shivers. Okay, I think that did it, kid. We should dry him off, I say, turning to Izuku. Right. He grabs a towel to dry Cappuccino. We sit on the floor, gently drying him with soft towels. Cappuccino runs between us, and I use one of the other cat's brushes to untangle him. He meows at every opportunity, and each sound makes my heart melt as I watch Izuku's little reactions. Sometimes he giggles, sometimes he coos, and other times he simply smiles at the kitten. After 20 minutes of drying, Cappuccino looks like a cat again, his sleek white fur adorned with brown and black splotches, and his lime-colored eyes gazing up at us. He seems ready to join us downstairs. Mocha and Espresso are both friendly and should welcome Cappuccino as one of their own. We walk downstairs where Hisashi sits with the other cats, looking like he just got off the phone. I just called the vet clinic and they're closed today. I couldn't find any missing cat information on little Cappuccino, Hisashi says, cooing at the cat. Okay, he looks old enough for solid food, so let's try some kibble. He seems pretty small, I say, picking Cappuccino up off the floor. Right, I'll get a small bowl for him with some kibble. Izuku walks to the laundry room and returns with 2 bowls, one with water and the other with food. Here you go. I set the kitten back on the floor. He sniffs the bowls and takes a few licks of water. He smells the food but turns to us with his little lime eyes, as if questioning our choices. He might be a street cat, but it seems his standards are higher than what we offered him. That is until Mocha and Espresso decide to help themselves to his bowl. They take a few bites, causing Cappuccino to puff up in surprise. He quickly returns to the bowl and starts eating eagerly, making Izuku and Hisashi giggle. For the rest of the day, Izuku and Hisashi play games with Cappuccino, Mocha, and Espresso. When they finally walk away, the cats follow them around the house. Once, Izuku gets up to go to the bathroom, and all 3 of them start crying and meowing, practically chasing him down until he plays with them again. After a few hours, we decide to have dinner. The cats get a second serving of food while we dig into some noodles that Hisashi found in the pantry. I'm not sure what it is, but it tastes pretty good. Hisashi is definitely improving as a chef. After dinner, we clean up and put on our pajamas. We have school again tomorrow, so we should have gone to bed by 10, but we stay up with the cats. It's strange, on my night off from patrol, I don't want to sleep. Izuku and I end up staying awake until around 2 in the morning when we finally decide to sleep on the couch. All I remember is cuddling next to Izuku to keep warm while the cats chase each other around, and eventually, we doze off. I wish we could have stayed like that forever. Izuku and Shoyuta are roused from their spot on the couch by Hisashi, who insists on joining their cozy cuddle session. After some playful banter, they fall into their usual morning routine. Izuku goes for a run, Hisashi whips up breakfast, and Aizawa sips his 4th cup of coffee. The trio heads to UA, buzzing with excitement. Today marks the day the first years select their internships, where they will choose an agency to work with for a week to gain valuable experience. The number of requests each student receives is based on their performance in the sports festival, And Izuku, having done exceptionally well, expects plenty of opportunities. Izuku assists Shoyuta in setting up ground beta for some stealth training later and helps All Might prepare for his class. Although All Might isn't the most seasoned teacher, he knows how to motivate his students. Afterward, Izuku strolls to class and bumps into Hatsume, chatting briefly about his gauntlets before promising to meet for lunch at Nezu's office. Izuku feels that nothing could possibly spoil this day, but he is mistaken. Upon entering the classroom, he waves to Katsuki, who is in the midst of a heated argument with Ijiro about strength. The two exchange playful jabs before returning to their debate. "Take your seats, it's time for your internship requests," Shoyuta announces in his usual monotone as he enters the room. He draws a list and graph on the chalkboard. Katsuki Bakugu, 4,567 requests. Shoto Todoroki, 2,123 requests. Ijiro Kirishima, 314 requests. Fumikage Tokoyami, 112 requests. Tenya Ida, 93 requests. Masahiro Ojiro, 73 requests. Izuki Yamada, 23 requests. Hanta Siro, 21 requests. Others, less than 20. The class stares at the board in disbelief. Confusion arises when they notice that Izuku has fewer requests than Ida and Todoroki, who was eliminated in the first round. How come Izuku has fewer requests than Ida and Todoroki? He came in second. Achiko exclaims. "Yeah, I shouldn't have more than him. He's a better fighter," Masahiro adds. "Ribbit, was there a mistake?" Tsu asks, looking puzzled. "There must have been. Izuku beat me. He should be getting requests left and right," Todoroki remarks. Concern spreads through the classroom for their friend. Something must be wrong. Izuku performed admirably, he shouldn't have only 23 requests. But to Izuku, this situation feels all too familiar. "It's because I'm quirkless," Izuku states, cutting through the chaos in the classroom. But that shouldn't affect how many Momo begins. It does. The world views quirkless individuals as less capable or a liability in battle. "No matter how well I performed, it would always end like this," Izuku explains, his expression turning cold. Ida struggles to find the right words. Shoyuta gazes at Izuku with concern. Just as the class settles into a somber mood, Midnight bursts through the door. "Hello, hero course. It's time to choose your hero names for your internships," Midnight announces, surveying the room filled with gloom. "Let's get started. Everyone take one of these boards and write down what you want your hero name to be. Afterwards, you'll share it with the class to see if they like your name." Midnight hands out the boards, and a spark of life returns to the room as students begin to chat about their potential names. "Who wants to share first?" Midnight asks. "I can." Yuga jumps up and skips to the front of the class. "Voila, the shining hero, can't stop twinkling," he declares, earning a mixed reaction from his classmates. "I love it. Who's next?" Midnight encourages. "She like that?" they all think. "I'll go. My hero name will be Uravity," Achiko announces. "That's nice." Midnight claps. "That one's normal, thanks Uraraka," they all think again. "All right, my turn." Katsuki strides to the front. "King Explosion Murder," he bellows. "Think too intense," Midnight critiques. "What?" he shouts, grumbling as he returns to his seat. "Okay, now who?" she prompts. I can go." Izuku shuffles to the front. "My hero name is Deku. If someone worthless can save you, there isn't anything to fear," he says with a nervous smile. The class falls silent. "That's so manly. Using past experiences to build a better future. So manly." Ijiro exclaims. "I agree. That's very nice. It comes from a personal background and it's catchy." Midnight applauds again. Izuku lets out a heavy sigh of relief as he returns to his seat. The rest of the class picks their names, except for Bakugu, who remains too intense. The class is dismissed, and they are encouraged to finalize their internship choices before the next day. "Where you going, Bakubro?" "I think I'm heading to Fourth Kind," Ijiro says. "I'm going to Best Genist. He's in the top 10 heroes." Katsuki bows. What about you, Deku? Katsuki asks. I hope to work with Sir Night-Eye. He requested me, but he might deny me at the last second. Izuku mumbles. Wow. Isn't Sir Night-Eye All Might's former sidekick? That's so cool. Mina adds. What about you, Ida? Izuku turns to him. Not sure yet, Tenya replies, a hint of hesitation in his voice. I'll go home and think more about it. I like to do research. That makes sense, Izuku says, fully aware that Tenya is hiding his true intentions. The class submits their top choices to Shoyuda. Most of them are heading to reputable agencies. Shoyuda notices Tenya's choice and feels a twinge of worry. Of course, he would choose Hosu. There's little he can do to stop him, and no pro has truly encountered the hero killer. Shoyuda doubts Tenya will find the hero killer in just a week. 2 days later. Izuku's POV. Today, we each embark on our separate paths for our internships. I'm headed to Sir Night-Eye's agency. Uraraka is going to Gunhead's agency, Todoroki to Endeavor's agency, Tsu to Selki's agency, and Ida to Manuel's agency. Ida's choice worries me, but he insists he doesn't want to discuss it. I know he's going to Hosu to confront the hero killer. I just hope he stays safe. We all wave goodbye and board our trains. Just a short 45 minutes, and I'll arrive at Sir Night-Eye's agency. I think I'll do some studying on the way. I can still improve my fighting skills, so I should make the most of this opportunity. After about 30 minutes, my phone buzzes. It's the group chat. Kirishima. I made it to 4th Kinds agency and I'm doing my internship with Tetsu. That's so cool, smiley face. Mineta. That's okay, I guess, but I'm almost at a milady's agency. Can't wait to be alone with her. Zero. Dude, chill out. Kagan. This is best genist. You all should take this seriously. This is your chance for real hero work. Kaminari. OMG, did Bakugo get his phone taken away? PSH, Kaminari, best genist is now in the group chat. Maybe you should calm down. Before I can read or respond to any more messages, my train arrives at its destination. I've made it to Sir Night-Eye's agency. Almost. I still have to walk to the building. Hey, you're Izuku Yamada, right? Sir sent me here to pick you up. I'm Mirio, my hero name is Lemillion. Anyway, we should get going. He shakes my hand and starts walking away, leaving me a bit dazed. Come on, Sir's agency is this way. He waves for me to walk with him. Sorry. I walk next to him. Sorry about what? You didn't do anything. We met like 5 seconds ago. He laughs. This guy is definitely quirky, but I recognize him. He's one of the UA Big 3, Mirio Togata. He's a 3rd-year student with 2 quirks. The first is permeation, which allows him to pass through walls and become untouchable. His second quirk is a strength quirk, a very strong one. Here it is. Mirio points to the large building across the road. It's even bigger than I thought, I admit, starting to feel a bit anxious. Yeah, it's nice inside, and Sir's nice too. You'll love him. He pats my back as we cross the street. We enter the building, and just as Mirio said, it's pleasant inside. The temperature is comfortable, the furniture is stylish yet understated, and even the lighting feels just right. I feel out of place among so many busy, important people. Here's his office. Mirio opens the door, revealing a well-furnished room with large windows, bookshelves, and plenty of All Might merchandise. You must be Yamada, Sir Night-Eye says, extending a hand for me to shake. Why, sir, I mumble, shaking his hand. Oh no. I hear the young woman behind Sir Night-Eye say. This is worse than I thought, he remarks, adjusting his glasses. I struggle to find words. His self-esteem is catastrophically low. We will do something to help, he says, placing a hand on my shoulder. What? I'm confused. My self-esteem? Why does that matter? Shouldn't I be here to learn fighting, not about self-esteem? Yamada, you have no confidence in yourself. You came here expecting to be rejected. You need to improve that, he explains. Sir, if you don't mind, why does that matter? I mean, not to be rude or anything. Actually, That was a dumb question, just forget I said anything. I stutter. The room goes silent. No. You were right, sir. I don't think I've seen a first-year doubt themselves this much, Mirio says, rubbing the back of his neck. I know, Sir Night-Eye replies, clearing his throat. Your confidence matters because if you aren't confident you can win a fight, then you won't win. If you don't believe you can save lives, then you never will. Now take a seat at my desk. We should talk before we start a patrol. Bubble Girl, Lemillion, you're excused. Go get ready. Yes, sir. They shout in unison as they exit the room. Now, it's just me and Sir Night-Eye alone in the room, looking at each other. This feels too awkward. Do you care to explain your home life? Nothing too personal, just your family and such, he says, sitting in his chair. Okay, well, I was adopted by Shoyuta Aizawa and Hisashi Yamada not long ago. We have 3 cats, and Yamada enjoys cooking, I begin to explain. Hold on, Shoyuta and Hisashi are both pro heroes. You were taken in by them recently, and you call them by their family names, he asks, typing on his laptop. Weiss? I mean, I don't want to mess it up, I reply. Mess it up? What do you mean by that? He inquires. When I was 13, I was adopted by a family that didn't care that I was quirkless. But I must have done something wrong because they returned me to the orphanage the following week. They said I was a nuisance, I say, clenching my fists as memories resurface. I see. How many times has this happened? He asks, still focused on his typing. Just once. Everyone else who came for me left when they found out I was quirkless. A lump forms in my throat as I speak. Do you wish you had a quirk? He looks me in the eyes. No, I probably wouldn't know what to do with it and would just feel as useless as I do now. The words spill out before I can stop myself. Right? Get changed into your hero costumes. Lemillion, you and I will head downtown for some patrols and training. Bubble Girl will keep the agency running, he instructs, standing up and gesturing for me to follow him. He shows me the changing room, and I quickly change into my hero costume, securing my knives and putting on my gauntlets. I may have stumbled through the introduction, but I will prove my worth. Come on, Vedette. Let's start our patrol. Lemillion calls out, waving. Right. I respond, walking toward him and Sir Night-Eye. I will be a valuable part of this agency. Sir Night-Eye's POV. I must admit I'm worried for young Yamada. He has no confidence in himself, and his past has a lot to do with it. I requested him after seeing his interaction with All Might during the end of the sports festival. He was shaking and stuttering, and I once thought of my quirk as a curse. Every time I saw the future, something bad happened, and I lacked self-esteem. I wonder how many more people I could have saved if I had believed I could. That's why I must help this boy. The best place to start is in the past. If I can help him realize that he has always mattered, then we can begin to build his confidence. It's going to be quite a task, but I'm hopeful that it isn't too late. Sir, let's show Deku the outskirts of town. There are always thugs down there. I'm sure we could teach him some fighting techniques, Lemillion suggests with a bright smile. Right, that sounds like a good plan. Deku, can you keep up with us? I turn to the boy standing next to Lemillion. Yes, sir. I think, he says, sounding a bit unsure. If you think you can, then you can. Lemillion exclaims, pumping his fist in the air. Smart boy. Right. Deku manages a shaky smile. The 3 of us jog down the road toward the shadier part of town. Deku keeps pace effortlessly, his focus straight ahead, only glancing away if he hears something unusual. He clearly has skills, so he shouldn't doubt himself so much. Hold on, something happened down there. Deku points to an alleyway we just passed. Right. I say, backtracking to the corridor. It's blood. He runs a finger along the substance on the walls. Hello? Is anyone here? We are heroes, we can help you. Lemillion calls into the alley. Heroes? A small voice squeaks from somewhere. Where are you? We can help, I yell. Wait, Deku. Lemillion calls after Deku, who runs behind a dumpster. Hey, it's okay, I'm not going to hurt you, we hear him whisper. We exchange glances and rush to join him. He holds a little boy, hardly 7 years old, in his arms. He takes the first aid kit from his belt and gently wraps bandages around the boy's scraped knees. The boy sniffles into Deku's shoulder. See, it's okay. These are heroes. They want to help you, he speaks softly to the boy. The child whispers something in his ear, and then Deku stands up. We should take him somewhere safe. He was attacked by a villain, and I don't think he's in any state to answer questions. He turns to us. Okay, hi little guy. I'm Lemillion, and this is Sir Knight. Our friend holding you is Deku. Lemillion waves to the boy, who shudders. Let's take him to the police department. They can contact his parents and I start. No. Don't send me back, please. I'll be good. The boy squirms and hits Deku's face, crying. It's okay. I'm not going to let anyone hurt you. We won't call your parents, okay? I'm going to keep you safe. He gently strokes the boy's hair. Please don't let Mommy H hurt me, he sobs. We promise nothing bad will happen to you, I add, starting to walk out of the alleyway. Yeah, friend. We want to help. Just let us know what we can do. Lemillion encourages. I want him to take me somewhere safe, the boy points to Deku. They're going to come to help keep you safe, okay? They aren't going to hurt you, I promise, Deku reassures him, cradling the boy. He turns his attention to us. I think quirks make him uncomfortable, he whispers. What makes you think that? I ask. His shoes. They mean he's quirkless. The villain attack and his parents must have used quirks on him, so he's grown to dislike them. He sighs, rubbing the boy's back. I see. I respond, remembering the codes for quirkless individuals. They often use shoes, jackets, and jewelry to be recognized by heroes and other quirkless people. It had slipped my mind entirely. The four of us walk to the nearby police station. An officer asks the boy some questions, but he only responds when Deku gives a thumbs up. They agree to take the boy to his father, who lives in Tokyo. Apparently, his mother and father had gotten a divorce, and his mother uses her quirk to hurt him due to his quirkless status. He had run away from her and encountered a villain who had harmed the hero chasing him. I can only assume something similar happened to Deku. He understands the child's pain better than any of us. I've been a pro hero for years, but I couldn't process the emotions of a quirkless child nearly as well as young Yamada does. I worry about his past, but his way of dealing with it is unique. Under normal circumstances, he seems like a mess, hardly caring for himself. But under stress, he transforms into a different person. He makes quick, sound decisions and believes he can make a difference. While it's likely because he feels he has to, it's still better than lacking confidence. There is promise in this boy and I will help bring it out. Hitoshi POV. While everyone in the hero course is doing internships, I'm training with Eraserhead. I can't believe he's a teacher. One moment he tells me I'm worse than an infant at fighting, the next he claims I'm nearly at my own level of strength. Can he not make up his mind? Am I a poor fighter or am I better than his class? He's teaching me basic martial arts, dodging, and how to use his capture weapon. Sometimes I spar with him, but most times, I fight myself. Using the capture weapon is a challenge. My hands bleed, my arms and neck ache, my wrists feel broken, and I always end up flat on my back in a tangled mess. On the bright side, Hatsume, Izuku, and I have been having lunch with the principal. Nezu trusts our opinions on security and communication. He even said he wants me in the hero course. I'll be meeting up with him and Hatsume for lunch today too. It feels nice to be needed. Pick yourself up and go for it again. You need to hold your head high and spread your legs further, Eraserhead instructs. Right. I reposition and try to send out my capture weapon, only to land on my back again. I admire Eraserhead as a pro hero, but this teaching role doesn't seem like him. Especially when he laughs at me when I fall. It's not that funny, and I am improving. Do it again, he tells me. Right? I grumble. We keep at it for over an hour until Eraserhead decides he wants a coffee break at 3:45 p.m. I walk back into the main building and bump into Hatsume. She's always staying after school to work on her babies. Hey, Hatsume, working on anything special today? I ask as we walk down the hall. Oh, I'm revising some robot plans for Nezu. He wants to meet up for lunch tomorrow too, she smiles. Nice. What about your training? Are you getting as strong as Izuku or Eraserhead yet? She asks. I wish. Eraserhead has me learning his capture weapon, and it's incredibly hard. I'm improving, but it's taking forever, I sigh. Maybe I can help. I could build you a custom binding scarf that's easier to train with, then you could work your way up to a real one, she suggests with a smile. Yeah. We would have to check in with Eraserhead. He's teaching me, so it's up to him. I think it's a good idea, but he can be fickle. I chuckle lightly. Alright, I'll ask him about it later. I gotta go help Power Loader clean up. See you later, hero, she waves cheerfully. Later, Hatsume, I reply, waving back. I continue walking until I reach the teacher's lounge, where I've been storing my backpack while training with Eraserhead. I grab my coat and backpack, then head for the door. My parents should be home around 5 or 6, so I plan to make dinner tonight. After dinner, though, I'm looking forward to a good night's sleep. This training really wears me out, and I definitely deserve some extra rest. First, I need to make my way home. Stain POV. Demon League of Villains. A group of individuals with no real passion. Shigaraki has no cause and just destroys for the sake of destruction. What a fool. I was about to leave Hosu when Shigaraki and Kurogiri approached me, asking me to join their league. They expected me to form an alliance with them, even though they plan to eliminate the only true hero. If he gets in my way again, I'll take care of him myself. I sprinted down an alleyway after hearing a shout. A child was being chased by a hero. What a fake, scaring a kid like that. I needed to step in. I took down the hero but lost sight of the child in the chaos. By the time people started running this way, I had ducked up a fire escape and watched from the roof. It was Night Eye, a blonde kid, and Izuku Midoriya. Must be my lucky day. He's doing his internship with Night Eye. The quirkless student managed to find and calm the child, and thankfully he didn't see me. He did far more than the other two and even impressed me. Now I knew I had to speak to him. I would wait to single him out. The last thing I needed was a 1 versus 3 fight. I had no desire to eliminate those two yet. I would watch him and track the teen's every move. Hosu would have to wait. I had a hero to test. Izuku POV. It was starting to get dark as we left the police station again. After helping the little boy, we fought a villain who had robbed a jewelry store. It wasn't too difficult to take him down. He kept using the same moves. Now that he was in police custody and Sir Night Eye had taught me how to handle some basic paperwork, we were heading back to the agency. Hold on, did you hear that? Sir said, turning his attention down an alleyway. Nothing good ever happens in an alleyway. Lemillion cupped a hand to his ear, and we started to walk down the alleyway. Here, I whispered, pulling out a low-light flashlight from my utility belt. Good idea, it's easier to tell what's going on if we can see. Lemillion whispered with a chuckle. There was a clank from some dumpsters and fire escapes, but before I could react, something jumped onto me. It grazed my arm, and I fell backward into what I assumed were arms. Everything went dark for a moment, and I couldn't feel much. All I could hear were the footsteps of whoever had me and Sir and Lemillion. "You?" Lemillion yelled, but he sounded distant. "Is that?" I heard Sir speak, but I missed the last part of what he said. I finally opened my eyes and saw what was happening. I was on the hero killer's shoulders, unable to turn my head to see behind me. I couldn't move at all. That must be his quirk. "I have no intention of harming you as long as you answer my questions," the hero killer said, running into another dark alleyway. Why should I answer a murderer? I clenched my teeth, trying to get any part of my body other than my mouth to move. "You don't want anything to happen to those two, do you?" he said with a wicked grin. He was referring to Lemillion and Sir. Why didn't I see him coming? I could have avoided this. Smart boy. He kept running and jumping until I couldn't hear Sir or Lemillion anymore. "Here, let's talk." He sat me down on a roof several feet above the road. I could hardly make out any of the people walking below. "What do you want?" I looked into his eyes and at the torn mask that covered them. "I want to see if you're worthy. You fight like a true hero and seem humble, but I needed to meet you. So tell me, what do you think makes a true hero?" He looked back at me. "I get it, this is a test. That's why you've been targeting all those heroes, Because you didn't think they were worthy. So if I answer something you disagree with, you'll eliminate me too. Seems pretty dirty to kill over a complex opinion. I glared at him, trying to stall for time. HM? Against killing? Or just my way of going about it? He tilted his head up to the sky and then back to me. Who isn't against the killing of innocent people? I'm even against the killing of some guilty people. If you think bloodshed will make heroes better, then you're mistaken. It just puts them on edge, making it more likely they'll mess up at an already difficult job. I kept my eyes on him. Even when they inevitably catch you, I hope you don't get the death penalty. You wanted to help but went down the wrong path. You don't deserve to die, you deserve to be taught and guided onto the right path. I said, what about the villain who killed your mother? Does he deserve to live? He wore that same sickening grin. How do you know about? No, even that monster doesn't deserve to die. It doesn't matter how you know about that, but I know him. He struggled his whole life to control his quirk, and when he couldn't, he chose to be a villain. If someone had helped him, no one would have died. More bloodshed wouldn't bring her back. I held back my tears. I see. You have a long way to go, but you will be a worthy hero as long as you don't let the unworthy corrupt you. In fact, I might make you my apprentice. He smiled and extended a hand. This man wants me to join him after killing countless people, bringing up my mother, and causing panic. He must be joking. Right, you're paralyzed. I guess I'll just carry you. He bent down to pick me up. I don't think so, hero killer. Lemillion phased through the roof and punched Stain backward. Deku, you okay? He glanced back at me. Yeah, his quirk is blood-related. When he drinks your blood, he paralyzes you. So don't let him cut you. I looked up at him. All right, it shouldn't be too hard. Now stand down, hero killer. I don't want to fight you. Lemillion cracked his knuckles. You aren't worthy. Stain jumped around, trying to cut Lemillion, but his attacks went through him. Lemillion landed another punch on Stain. Stain steadied himself and avoided another punch, managing to cut Lemillion, but Lemillion knocked the blade out of his hand and across the floor. Stain, now furious, pulls out another blade and lunges forward, but hesitates just before making contact. Sir Night-Eye has thrown a stamp between them. Hope I'm not too late. He straightens his jacket and prepares another stamp. No more heroes. Why can't you see your flaws? You aren't worthy of the title. Hero. Stain hurls a knife at Sir, who dodges it with ease. Watch yourself, hero killer. Sir glares at Stain, then shifts his gaze to Lemillion and me. What good could come from you kidnapping young Yamada? Were you planning on dropping him from the building? You disgust me. Sir throws another stamp, but Stain dodges again. You couldn't begin to understand. You aren't like him or All Might. You aren't a hero. Stain charges at Sir, moving faster than he has all this time. My body tingles with anticipation. Stop. I grab Stain by the back of his bandana and pull out one of my knives. I push him to the ground and use my knife to pin his shirt down. Enby hero. He looks up at me defiantly. Good job, Deku. Here, use these. Lemillion hands me a pair of H&D CFFS. Where did you get these? That's surprised. From me, Sir replies. Where did you get them? I turn to him and he shrugs. This has been such a strange day. I handcuff Stain and lift him up. He glares at us as we walk down the stairs of the building. I share with Sir and Lemillion what Stain said to me, what he knew, and what he did. Gee, that's a lot. You okay, Deku? Lemillion asks. Yeah, I think so. But I'll feel even better when he isn't walking with us. I chuckle lightly. Huh. Your sense of humor has improved. Sir looks at me with pride. Yeah, you two have rubbed off on me pretty easily. I rub the back of my neck. We walk to the police station, where we hear about something happening in Hosu. Stain is taken to the back for interrogation. I can't shake the feeling that he might be connected to the attack. Several Nomo have attacked the city, and only one has evaded capture. It vanished in a cloud, and Endeavor has been searching for it ever since. Ida was working in Hosu, and Todoroki's internship is with Endeavor. I hope they're okay. There was just the cutest video posted of Stain being escorted to prison. It discussed his legacy and beliefs, and it made me so happy. I wish I could have taken him down myself, but it's too late. Fortunately, there's another interesting target. With dark green hair, a freckled face, and knives hanging from his belt, that hero reminds me of my old crush. I want to take him down just like the others. I want to be like him, covered in knives and scars, an adorable badass. I crave his attention. I wish I could think about my hero forever, but I have to meet up with a broker to take me to the League of Villains. Honestly, I just want to join because it seems like they and my stain were working together. I hope they can help me get closer to my hero. If they can't, I'll need to find my own way to his heart. You coming, kid? Jiren asks me from a small car. Yep, here I come. I skip over to him and some patchwork guy. He sure is an odd sight. Great, let's go. The patchwork guy says, Alright, Dabi Toga, you two are about to join a league better than your own. To Kamino Ward we go. He starts the car, and we drive off, leaving my last crush alone in that alleyway. Let's meet Tamura Shigaraki. I feel a blush creeping onto my cheeks. Only 3 days ago I started my work on Eri, and the results look better than I expected. She already has semi-functional bullets being made from her. They only last about 30 minutes, but they're a start. We still have a long way to go, and I think I found something that could help. A quirkless person has quirk DNA blockers. They prevent one from fully activating their quirk. If I can find a quirkless person, I could use their blockers to support Eri's quirk in the bullet. The two would remain separate in the bullet but fuse upon entering the body, forcing not only the quirk to rewind but also to be suppressed. The effects wouldn't last forever, but they could make it harder for a quirk to return after just one does. I need to do more research, but this should work. The only problem is that hardly anyone is quirkless anymore. It should be nearly impossible to locate a single quirkless person among thousands. So, I got excited when I heard about a UA student being quirkless. It would be challenging, but if I could get my hands on him, these bullets could even eliminate mutant quirks. I could cure them all. It will take a few months until I'm ready to move on to hunting him, so I'll just be sure to keep him in mind. Overhaul, Aries ready. Let's get today over with. Please stop. I hear that young Izuku has taken down the hero killer. He's even stronger than I thought. Once Tamura catches him, I can turn him into a better version of a Nomu. The lack of a quirk means his body could handle up to 3 quirks. I plan on giving him Hyper Heal, the same warp gate as Kurogiri, and a strength quirk. I've always had big plans for the quirkless. I suppose I've just always wanted to help the weak. In my favor, of course. Izuku holds great strength on his own, but once I'm done with him, he'll be an unstoppable weapon. If Tamura cannot defeat All Might, then Izuku will take him down. His new powers would make him better than even my high-end Nomu that are in the works. He's going to be very useful to me. The boy will be mine, and I'll do as I please with him. Luckily, my little spy has done quite a job planning things. I've been informed that after the internships end, the first years will go on a trip. So far, no information about the location has been leaked, but I'm certain my pawn will bring me the information when it's ready. Tamura POV. The internships are over, and the Nomu couldn't capture that kid. It needed to get that quirkless boy, but it failed. Now my notoriety from the Hosu attack is being overshadowed by Stain, who was caught the same night. His capture wasn't even impressive. What a disappointment. It feels like life is against me. I just want to do right by my master and defeat All Might. Is that too much to ask? Of course it is. Nothing ever comes easy for someone like me. I have to fight for everything. It's not fair. Tamura Shigaraki, some recruits will be here in an hour, and we have located where Izuku Yamada lives. Kurogiri informs me while cleaning a glass at the bar. The only problem is he lives with 2 pro heroes, he adds. What? Which heroes? I'll just take care of them. I laugh. Heroes aren't too much trouble for me, I just need to get a little hands-on. That's just it, Tamura. It's Eraserhead and Present Mike. 2 heroes who know all about you and know how to fight you. Extracting Yamada will be difficult if we can't use our quirks, Kurogiri explains as he sets down the glass. DM it. Eraserhead couldn't let me have this, could he? He was the one who got in the way with that quirkless woman a few weeks ago. I'm sure there's something I can do to get past him. Maybe we can warp right to the kids' room. Teens hate their parents, I suggest, looking at Kurogiri. I'm sorry, but the area is too small and unfamiliar. I could mistakenly warp us inside a wall or outside. I cannot risk your life, Tamura. It's my duty to protect and care for you, he replies. This whole situation isn't fair. I just want that kid for my master. Why do heroes have to interfere? I slam my hand on the table. Trust me, Tamura, I know you will catch him. Just wait for now, Master says over the television. Master, I have to get him for you, I will get him. I shout. I know, but you need to wait, Tamura. I believe you can be patient while I prepare something for you. A plan to help you in your mission. This will defeat All Might and bring me the boy. But you must wait, he instructs. Master. All right. I'll wait, I sigh. Very good, Tamura, he replies. The room falls silent as I adjust myself in my chair. I wait for the broker to arrive with the recruits. I hope these guys are good, otherwise I might get frustrated. Isashi. I didn't think I would be back in Japan anytime soon. But here I am, looking for my son. I don't need to rekindle our relationship, I just need to pretend long enough to fill my pockets with hero cash. He's some big shot at UA, so it's time he pays for the first 5 years of his life. I did raise him for those first 5 years. Babies and toddlers are a handful, so I did the hard part. I deserve some of that money. I know heroes make plenty, so he should feel heroic giving it to someone like me. Honestly, I was starting a better life in America. I didn't have much of a job, but I wasn't selling drags anymore, so I was trying to go clean. Mostly. I might have done a few side jobs, but that's nothing compared to before. Japan and America have very different drag scenes. America only cracks down on the big players, so doing small things hardly hurts anyone. Not that it matters. Once I reconnect with Izuku, I'll have enough money to live in mansions. I'll be at the top of every socioeconomic class. Cigars and champagne for every 100th car I buy. But first, I need to find the kid. Shouldn't be too hard, I just need to locate the Yamadas who adopted him. I turn down a familiar alleyway behind a shady gas station. I used to come here often, and the store clerk would throw out all sorts of useful things. I'm not looking for anything specific, just checking if the clerk still discards items that others touch but don't buy. I notice a compact car parked outside, and a strange group gets out. I shouldn't have stared at them because a patchwork man is heading my way. Oh, what are you looking for? Trouble? His hand glows with a blue flame. You sound like an edgy teen. And wipe that sad goop off your hair, you did a poor job dyeing it, I chuckle. Be sturdy. He starts to send flames my way. Funny, my quirk is fire-based too, and while I can't do much with it, it does make me fireproof all over. Pretty handy, huh? I glance at his tattered skin. You weren't so lucky, were you? I smirk. You're funny, old man, but I'm good with fist fights too. He rolls up his sleeves. Yeah, I'm an old dealer who's been in the game for ages. Give me your best shot, punk. I laugh at his scrawny arms. What a brat. He glares at me, but a hand pulls him back. No need, Dobby. I know this guy, a familiar voice says. Of course you would, Dobby mutters as he walks away. Long time no see, Hisashi, Jiren greets me with a grin. Good to see you, old friend. I step out from behind some trash on the ground. I thought you left for America? He asks. Yeah, I came back to get some cash, I reply with a smile. Oh yeah? Listen, I know a guy who's looking for people to help with a job. You aren't the fighting type, but you're old school and could bring some class back to the kid, he leans against his car. Oh yeah? Well, I would meet him, but like I said, I'm here for cash. My son is doing heroic work now, and I want a piece of his earnings, I say. I figured as much. That's why I think you'll like this guy. He's after the kid and making crazy money from random attacks. His master is an old villain from decades ago who gives him whatever he wants. If you get in with these guys, secretly, you could be making big from both sides. One paycheck from a secret villain job and the other from your kid who's going to fight these villains, he smirks. Sounds like I wouldn't even have to do much. Let me meet the guy first, then I'll decide, I chuckle. Right then, let's go meet Shigaraki. Toga, Dabi, meet Mr. Midoriya, he's coming with us, he calls out to the two kids. Ugh, Dabi grunts. You look like an ugly version of my crush. Does your blood taste like a less appealing version of him too? A girl with buns looks up at me, a mischievous smile on her face as she bounces slightly on her feet. Toga, I presume? What a charming young lady. I gently push her away and slide into the passenger seat of the car. It's a tight fit, but it will suffice. Whoever Shigaraki is, he better have a solid plan. This money could be my ticket away from everything. Izuku POV. We have a day off before returning to school now that the internships are over. I woke up this morning and decided not to go for a run. After everything that happened with Stain and the Nomu, I just need to rest. It was strange and terrifying, but it's behind me now. I shouldn't let fear control me. I sit in the living room, where mocha, espresso, and cappuccino are playfully tumbling around. They purr and rub against me, bringing a sense of comfort. Cappuccino is a bit more energetic than the others, but he still settles down beside me. Hey, early bird. What are you up to? Yamada calls as he walks down the stairs. Oh, just spending time with the cats, I reply with a smile. Have you had breakfast yet? He asks. And not yet. I haven't had much of an appetite since waking up in the hospital. I mumble. That's all right, let's just get something light in you. If you feel like eating more later, that's fine, but for now, just a little bit will do. He rubs my back, and I sense his concern. Okay. I hug his legs before getting up and leaving the cats behind. We head into the kitchen, where I manage to eat a small portion of eggs and barely a cup of orange juice before the memories start flooding back. The texture of the eggs reminds me of the Nomu tearing at my skin, and the orange juice feels too reminiscent of the blood that followed. Everything feels so interconnected, yet so different. Why can't I let this go? You okay? Yamada asks, noticing my distant expression. What's going on? Aizawa joins us, his brow furrowed. I can't shake the image of his face hitting the floor at the USJ, the moment playing in my mind like a loop, making my stomach churn. Izuku? Can you hear me? Aizawa's voice pulls me back to the present as he guides me to the couch, Yamada sitting beside him. Emchim. I nod, still feeling lost. Are you feeling better now? He brushes some hair from my eyes. What happened? I ask, seeing the concern etched in his features. You spaced out, then started crying, and it seemed like you were having a panic attack, Aizawa explains gently. And you threw up, Yamada adds, glancing over Aizawa's shoulder. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I stutter, feeling embarrassed. Hey, it's all right, Aizu. I'm just glad you're safe. But I need to know what's going on. Are you okay? Aizawa tilts my face up to meet his gaze. I'm fine. I just keep seeing the Nomu. Not just remembering them, but how they attacked you and almost got us. The screech of that one. It hurts my head. I feel tears welling up as I struggle to breathe. Izuku, it's okay. We won't let anything hurt you. We're here for you, all right? Yamada moves closer and wraps me in a comforting hug. I can't hold back the sobs any longer. Let's get you some rest, okay? You look exhausted. Aizawa hugs us both before lifting me up and carrying me to my room. He lays me down in bed, snuggling in from one side while Yamada cuddles in from the other, creating a protective sandwich around me. We won't leave your side, Aizu. Just try to rest, Aizawa says, settling in. Yeah. Nothing to worry about, we're right here. Just nudge us if you need anything. We have all day, so get as much rest as you can, Yamada adds, squeezing me gently. Thank you. I embrace them, feeling grateful for my little family. They care about me. I'm going to be okay. I just need to believe that. Hisashi POV. Izuku and Shoyuta are sleeping peacefully, looking like the cutest father and son duo. I've never seen Shoyuta so quick to cuddle someone. Just as I begin to close my eyes, I notice Izuku shaking and sweating, biting his lip in his sleep. He looks terrified. This must be a result of the internship. I know he faced the hero killer and a Nomu, but what did they do to him? I wrap an arm around him, trying to soothe him without waking him. Sho was right, he looks like he hasn't slept in days. He probably hasn't eaten a proper meal either. Those villains did something to him, and it makes my blood boil. I want to help him. An idea strikes me. I stay with them for an hour before quietly slipping away to the living room. I sit on the couch and call Nemuri. Hey, Nem, would you like to go shopping tomorrow with me, Izuku, and maybe show Yuta after school? I ask. Oh my gosh, yes. I need a break from planning for finals and training the first years. This is perfect, she exclaims. Great. I think Izuku could really use some cheering up after what happened at his internship, so let's make it special. I respond, keeping my voice low. Then let's go to that big outdoor mall, she sings. Okay, see you then. Bye. I hang up with a sense of pride. I'm going to make this better for Izuku. I can make him happy again. And maybe get him to buy some of my new merchandise in the process. They have new shirts, and they look amazing. Tomorrow is going to be great. Nezu's POV. Something feels off. My students just finished their internships, and I couldn't help but notice some unusual comments in their notes. Strong fighter with good techniques. Had good experience. Acted like some of the third years I work with. These comments sound fine, but normally first years receive critiques about their fighting. The only critiques any of them received were about being too on edge and seeming scared. These notes concern me. I'm afraid the attack at the beginning of the year has negatively impacted them. They should still be learning how to fight to impress professionals, not fearing attacks. They need something. The first years need something to calm their nerves. The upcoming training camp is focused on training, not relaxation, so they need a different approach. What they need, I'm not entirely sure. But I think I know just who to ask. Hatsume, Shinso, and Izuku have been visiting me during lunch to discuss studies and security. The three of them are quite intelligent, and I trust them to some extent. So for lunch tomorrow, I'll be sure to ask them what the first years might need to lighten the mood. Right, that's something to worry about later. For now, I have concerns about something else that I need to contact Aizawa about. If my reports are correct, Hitoshi Midoriya is back in Japan. He left for America years ago but has returned unexpectedly and quit his job. If I'm right, it wasn't without reason. Hitoshi Midoriya likely intends to reconnect with Izuku now that he's attending UA. That's not a good thing for anyone. Hitoshi was last seen at a gas station outside of Kamino Ward. His past of drag dealing and attempted human trafficking makes him a threat to my students. I've ordered a team of officers to search for him and stop him before he can hurt anyone. I left a voicemail for Aizawa. He won't be pleased to hear that Hitoshi is back, but he deserves to know for his and his son's safety. I hope he takes this news well. He can be quite formidable when angry. Jiren decided to take the villain recruits to Tamura today instead of later in the week. He didn't want Hitoshi to run off. Jiren knows he does that frequently. We're here. Head to the back door of the bar, but don't go in yet, or Shigaraki might get upset. He laughs, pulling out a cigarette. Whatever, let's meet this kid so I can see if you were wasting my time, Hitoshi says, stepping out of the car and stretching. Yeah. Tamura isn't my type, but if he can help me get closer to my hero or even help me get some nice blood, I have to meet him, Jiren. Toga blushes. Gee, you sure are intense, Hitoshi replies, rubbing the back of his neck. She was worse before she. Well, let's just say she has a history, Dabi comments as he walks down the alleyway to the back door. She did what? Glad to know the first people I interact with now that I'm back are a bunch of crazies. Jiren, weren't you going to warn me? You know I like to keep a low profile. Hitoshi turns to Jiren. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The League of Villains is a big deal with even bigger rewards. Jiren laughs as he uses a key to unlock the back door. Better be, Hitoshi hisses. Jiren opens the door but tells the others to wait outside while he speaks to Shigaraki. Hitoshi knows he's just getting paid before he brings in the goods. The three lean against the wall in silence. Meanwhile, at UA High School, Class 1A has just finished a practice physical exam in preparation for the upcoming tests. The first years have been through quite a bit this semester, but it's time to wrap it up. Anyone who passes the exams gets to go on a class training trip. You're getting really fast, Deku. Achiko says, helping clean up before lunch. I agree. Your speed has improved a lot. I might ask for pointers, Tenya adds. Aye guys. Izuku blushes. I think all of our speed is improving. He smiles. Yeah, ribbit. Tsuyu smiles back. The first years are working on speed training. Shoyuta believes it can be useful in many situations, so he's trying to make them quicker. Of course, some will always be better than others. Izuku, Katsuki, Tenya, Shoto, and Mina have speed down, but Mineta, Toru, and Denki could use a lot more practice. Yay, time for lunch. Mina cheers, running toward the main building. If you think you can get to the lunchroom before me, you're wrong, Pink. Katsuki blasts forward. Everything's a competition with you, isn't it? Hanta sighs. You're on, Baku bro. Ijiro sprints. The self-proclaimed Baku squad races ahead of the others. Heading to Nezu's again for lunch? Shoto asks Izuku. Yeah, he asked to meet up to talk about something important today. Is that okay? He looks at his friends. Why wouldn't it be okay, Ribbit? You have fun and let us know if anything interesting happens. Tsuyu says. Or gossip-worthy. Mina has been doing FaceTimes with people to gossip about school, and I kind of want in. Achiko adds. Gossip? Tenya gasps. What kind? Shoto asks. No. No gossip. Tenya tries to stop them, causing Izuku and Tsuyu to laugh. I'll see you guys later. Izuku waves. Later, Izuku. They wave back as Izuku turns down a different hall. Up the hallway and into the elevator, Izuku heads to the principal's office. He looks out the window as he walks, observing people who walk and eat in the courtyard. He notices Katsuki using his quirk while Hanta laughs at him. Izuku turns his attention to the big doors and opens them, revealing Mei, Hitoshi, and Nezu sitting at a desk. Hello, Izuku. Nezu waves for him to join the group around the table. Hey, Izuku, Hitoshi nods at him. Hi. Mei waves, taking a bite out of her lunch. Hello, everyone. Izuku waves to them and sits in the seat that has become his over the past few weeks. Now that we are all present, I would like to discuss something important. The first years have gone through a lot of stress this semester, and I want to do something to help relieve that stress. Unfortunately, I'm not sure what to do. If you have any ideas at all, I would love to hear them. Nezu smiles, getting straight to the point. Transfer me to the hero course, Hitoshi says with a grin. Shinso, you're already being moved to the hero course. That's why Eraserhead is training you, Mei points out. Plus, you say that every time we have any questions, Izuku adds. Yeah, and? If it happens faster, then the whole first-year class will instantly be thrilled with me, Hitoshi jokes. Pfft. Mei laughs. On a serious note, though, we could have Hound Dog take one of our PRDS after the finals for that class are done and hold a sort of group therapy session. But that might be a lot to manage for all the first years for every class. Izuku ponders. Yeah, that seems like a good idea, but it might be too complicated, Hitoshi replies. Yeah, this is hard. Trying to think of just one thing to please everyone is too tough. Let's try thinking small and doing just one little thing for every class. Mei suggests. Yeah, that way we have a higher chance of making people happy. Izuku agrees. Sounds good. What would your class want to do, Shinso? Nezu asks Hitoshi. I don't know. I mean, that's a tough question. Maybe have the students vote on what they want so that way the class gets a say in what happens, Hitoshi says, rubbing the back of his neck. Wait, that's smart. If we come up with a list of 3 or 5 things for classes to vote on, then each class gets to pick what they want most. Mei proclaims. Yeah, that makes it a little easier, but now we have to come up with 3 or 5 things that people will like, Hitoshi adds. What about a movie day? I like to watch movies with my dads, and it can be really calming after a long day. What if they voted on movies to watch? Izuku suggests, a hint of color rising to his cheeks. That's a good idea, Izuku. Nezu smiles, getting up from his chair and writing the idea on a board on the wall. Or maybe group games. Like the sports festival, But it's just the classes having fun doing races or hopscotch. Mei exclaims. Oh, that's good. Nezu writes it on the board. Or like a food day. We could go around cooking and eating all day. Food is very calming. Hitoshi adds. That's another good one. Nezu writes it down and then steps away from the board.